Chapter 508. Be prepared. Remember what I said. Don't be afraid. Your hands must be steady. Haven't you two dissected more than 10 corpses? At the critical moment, I will ask someone to take the others away. Then you can do it. Do you understand? Wang stood in front of a female doctor and a female doctor, instructing the two of them word by word. The female doctor appeared to be more mature, and her 30 years of age gave people a sense of security. The female doctor took deep breaths. This was the first time she was facing a challenge. I know, little girl. I will treat her as a dead person. Even if I have to bleed a lot, I will save the child. The female doctor looked calm. This was also the first time she faced such a situation. As long as there was a difficult birth, she and her assistant would use surgical methods to deal with it. Okay, take a bath, change clothes, spray alcohol for disinfection, and come in with me. Wang waved her fist at Zhang Xiaobao, who was standing not far away, and took the two people into a nearby room to prepare. There was a pregnant woman who was about to give birth. It was time to test the theory of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang. The two people were also very nervous, not only because the experiment was related to their mother, but also because they respected other lives. They didn't want to fail this time. In fact, the equipment for blood transfusion had been made. The needle was made by a craftsman and had been distilled and disinfected. The tube for infusion was made of a vine of a plant that they didn't know until now. It was not dangerous for animals to use it. At the same time, it could withstand a short time of distillation. The observation tube was made of a fish float. After drying it and soaking it in alcohol, they could vaguely see the flow rate of the liquid inside. What they couldn't solve was the verification of blood type. It was really difficult for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang to confirm this. The two people were very eager to find a way to find out the blood type of others, including their own. When they couldn't confirm this problem, they didn't dare to take risks. For example, it was useless to ask their immediate relatives for blood transfusion. Children might not have the same blood type as their parents. In this case, the two people made some physiological saline. The concentration might not be so good. They could only try to distill the salt as much as possible to extract purer salt. There were still impurities in it. Another preparation was to ask people to take a fast boat to Hainan Island to get coconuts. If possible, they would dig up the coconut trees. Even if the trees died on the way, the coconuts on them could last for a while. The coconuts were not for eating, but for infusion. Although there were other impurities in them, most of them were glucose. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang didn't know how to make glucose, so they had to use this equally dangerous method to replenish the water needed by the human body. At least it was more useful than drinking water in the case of blood loss. The room used as the delivery room had been disinfected over and over again. There were rows of candles and bronze mirrors inside. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang were now studying how to put tin foil and mercury film on the transparent glass. The price of glass was high, and it couldn't be directly made into a flat plate. However, this was not a problem for the two of them. How expensive could it be? If there was no flat plate, they would cut it out with a large piece. As long as the craftsman made it, they would be paid 100 strings of coins. They would give any materials they wanted. No matter how much it cost, as long as the two people's business groups could afford it, they would get it. All of this was to make a glass mirror so that the delivery room would have a shadowless effect for their mother. In order to not let people lack oxygen, the delivery room was built high and big. This way, it didn't matter if there were more candles. Otherwise, people would suffocate to death before waiting for the child to be born. Wang could be considered to have a close experience of the layout of the delivery room. When the three of them came in, the midwife was already prepared. The mother was waiting to deliver the child. The mother's husband also entered the delivery room under Zhang Zhong's notice and stayed by his wife's side. Originally, this was absolutely not allowed, but Zhang Zhong's reputation was good. When he posted the notice, no one objected. To the people, the good official had not done anything wrong, and everything he did was for the sake of them. The servant girls sent by the inner courtyard were all at the level of 5 stars. Each of them looked very capable. They were in charge of boiling water in another room and used copper basins to hold it. The door of the delivery room was not opened at all. Outside were the family members of the couple inside. This was the woman's first time giving birth, so the family members were more nervous. They sat on chairs specially prepared for them and stared at the door of the delivery room. If her daughter-in-law had not been brought here, her mother-in-law would have personally come to help. But when she saw that her daughter-in-law was taken over by the good official's people, as a mother-in-law, she did not ask to stay by her side. She and her mother-in-law had already seen the lineup set up by the good official. The place they casually saw was something that the two families could not afford even if they used up all their money. They could not afford those few hundred candles, not to mention that there were so many copper mirrors, gauze, and dazzling white cotton cloth. When the two families sighed that the good official's family was rich, they were even more grateful to the good official. They did not know that this was an experiment that the young master and young lady of the good official's family had done for their mother. They only thought that the good official valued ordinary people like them. They also knew who those servant girls who were busy in the outer room were. The markings on their bodies already told them that these were the best servant girls in the good official's family. They did things steadily and flawlessly. The young lady and the doctor also personally went over. With such importance, the two families felt a lot more at ease. To be able to let their grandchildren give birth in such a place was also a kind of honor for them. If it were their own family, they would just take out the best things that they could usually give to their daughter-in-law and daughter. They could not compare with the arrangement of the good official at all. Comparing the two conditions, the difference was obvious. As a result, not only the two families were waiting, but also the families of several other pregnant women who were about to give birth. They also wanted to see if their children could be born smoothly in such a situation. Everyone knew that giving birth to a child for the first time was akin to wandering in front of the gates of hell. It was too common for an adult or a child to die. If 7 out of 10 such cases could be born, and both mother and child were safe, then it was God taking care of them. They did not know that this probability was absolutely not allowed by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's requirement was that they could give birth to an average of 100 children, and there could not be 2 cases of death. This probability was actually very low. If it were the 2 of them at that time, unless there was a special disease, it would be really difficult for them to die with the support of a lot of money. The delivery room used some means of soundproofing. The sound outside could not be transmitted in, and the sound inside could not be transmitted out. Of course, if the sound was too loud, it could still be heard. Zhang Xiaobao stood outside, next to the 2 families. He found a chair and sat there. At this time, there was nothing for him to do. He had already known the information in advance, including whether the pregnant woman's family members had any diseases before, the pregnant woman's health state, and so on. As time went by, more and more people came to watch the show. Most of them were some old people and women in the family. The men were still working and did not have time to run around. With more people, there were more people talking. If it were not for the soundproofing effect of the house, the noise outside would have been transmitted in. The old people had experienced many things. They were nothing more than chatting about some things, such as which neighbor's daughter-in-law did not make it, which child had an older brother or sister, and so on. As they talked, they also sighed. After all, it had been so many years, and they had long lost the sadness of that time. The women who did not have children yet knew the danger of giving birth. They were also nervous, as if they were also inside. The mother and child had died, the child had died, and the mother had died. They had heard too many things like this, so they could not help but be afraid. However, they had to go through this in their lives after all. In fact, everyone was looking forward to it. They hoped that the place made by the good official could keep the mother and child safe. Some people had already silently muttered words of blessings. Zhang Xiaobao heard them and did not stop them. This was the case in this era. Not only the common people, but also some medical doctors used some curses when treating patients. Zhang Xiaobao felt that this method also had a certain scientific reason. Sometimes, whether a patient could be cured or not depended not only on medical methods, but also on the patient's psychological state. Many people felt that the pain had lessened after taking the medicine, before the medicine took effect. In fact, it was because of psychological reasons. The stronger the desire to survive, the more confidence they had, the greater the chance of survival. The pregnant woman inside could not hear the blessings of others at all, but it did not matter. With a man by her side, the pregnant woman could feel safer and have greater confidence in the child that was about to be born. They waited for 2 hours, but there was no news until now. Zhang Xiaobao began to feel anxious. He was afraid that there was something wrong with the thing that he and Wang Wan had designed. When they went in just now, they said that the amniotic fluid had broken. It had been 2 hours, and this was very exhausting for the pregnant woman's physical strength. Not only Zhang Xiaobao was anxious, but the others were also anxious. Many people were sweating. The only difference was that Zhang Xiaobao's sitting posture and expression did not change. He was still the same as before. After waiting for another half an hour, Zhang Xiaobao ordered a servant in the inner courtyard who was guarding next to him, "Go and call my mother. Send the 4th-rank noble dress to be disinfected first. Go and come back quickly." "Yes, young master." The servant seemed to know that things were not going to be easy, so he ran away without saying another word. Seeing the servant leave, Zhang Xiaobao still sat there calmly without a frown. Others would think that the young master of a good official was confident, but in fact, only Zhang Xiaobao knew that his heart was beating fast. At this time, he was trying his best to control the speed of his heartbeat. He was using his breathing and psychological suggestions to stabilize his heartbeat. This situation should not happen to him, so he had to maintain his stability at all times. In this aspect, he admired the aerospace personnel of those countries the most. They clearly knew that there was danger, and they clearly knew the consequences of failure and the glory if they succeeded, but when they checked their bodies before boarding the spaceship, the data that their bodies showed was no different from normal. How strong did their mental fortitude need to be to do this? Zhang Xiaobao knew that he still needed to train. Some ace test pilots were like this. When they clearly knew that the spaceship was in an accident, from their tone and operation, there was no fluctuation at all. He did not know how they trained. Even some of the special forces instructors he met abroad did not learn this kind of thing. Perhaps Wang Wan had some understanding of this. After all, she also knew how to fly planes and tanks. She even learned how to operate warships and submarines. Although the time she learned was relatively short, and she did not learn it in the military academy, the Women's Special Operations Team, or the Special Second Division, she still learned it. After all, her family was not ordinary. They casually used their connections to get their children to experience it as a form of entertainment. After this matter was over, he would have to ask Wang Wan more. His ability was only to self-hypnotize himself to avoid the lie detector. When Zhang Xiaobao adjusted his heartbeat by changing his mind, the people around him who knew who he was also calmed down. After all, his expression and posture were too calm, making people who saw him unconsciously filled with confidence in him. "Xiaobao, what happened?" It did not take long for the Jiang Wang clan to come over. Logically speaking, the Jiang Wang clan should not be so obvious at this time, but her belly was really not small. Others did not know, but the Zhang family knew that the Jiang Wang clan was pregnant with twins this time. The most amazing thing was that Wang Wan's mother was also pregnant with twins. It was also because of this that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan set up this experimental delivery room. It was not that there were no twins here, but the probability of them surviving was too low, less than 1 in 10. Zhang Xiaobao did not want anything to happen to any of his family members. Therefore, Wang Wan tried her best to read all kinds of books to correspond with her own ideas. If she wanted to make a real disinfectant, it would be best to find a way to measure blood type. Seeing the wife of a good official come, the people consciously made way for her. They had no choice but to do so. The Zhang family's guards formed a protective circle around the Jiang Wang clan. Everyone became a target of suspicion in their eyes. This was also arranged by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They did not allow anything to happen to their family members due to negligence. According to Wang Wan's words, if the family members were hurt, it would be an insult to the second special branch and a blasphemy to Xiaobao's intelligence. How could the Jiang Wang clan refuse the arrangement of her son and daughter-in-law? When she arrived, she already knew some things, but she did not understand why her son asked her to come. She did not know how to deliver a child, so she asked this question. "Mother, you're here. In a while, go in and do the disinfection. Then, wear your fourth-rank noble lady's clothes and go inside to comfort the mother. She needs support, the support of faith." When Zhang Xiaobao saw that his mother had come, he immediately stood up from his chair and went to her side and said respectfully, "Oh, mother understands. Cuckoo is inside, right? Mother will go now." The Jiang Wang clan nodded and walked to the disinfected room. She already knew the meaning of faith a few years ago. To put it simply, it was the support of her heart, just like her son and daughter-in-law. As long as the two children were not anxious when they encountered something, the family would be relieved. To reach this level in the family, in fact, they relied on the decisions of her son and daughter-in-law. As long as the two children did not give up, the family would persevere. Until now, the two children had never given up. No matter what difficulties they encountered, they could endure. This was the white jade pillar that held up the sky, and the golden-purple beam that supported the sea, as mentioned in the story of her son and daughter-in-law. No one knew that the real power of the Zhang clan and Wang clan was not the restaurant chain, nor the wharf of Little Luoshui, nor so many strange things, nor the husband's official position, let alone their own family. The main reason why the Zhang clan and Wang clan could be so successful was because of the two children who were always ignored by others. As long as the two children were alive, everything else could be lost. This was their faith. As long as the two children were fine, the Zhang clan and Wang clan would not be defeated. While the Jiang Wang clan was thinking about these things, she was also thinking about how to encourage the woman who was about to give birth. "This is all I can do. A fourth-rank noble title should be able to cheer her up." Zhang Xiaobao thought to himself as he watched his mother enter the room. He sat back down in his chair and thought to himself. At this time, the delivery room was working hard. The baby had not been born yet. Originally, part of the baby's head had already come out, but the baby's neck was entangled by the umbilical cord, and part of it was still on the ear. The midwife was still foolishly trying to get the baby out. When Wang Wan saw this, she asked the midwife to push the baby back. The most important thing was that if the umbilical cord really went out, the baby would be strangled to death. It was not that the baby could not breathe. When the baby was just born, it could hold on for a period of time without breathing. What was afraid was that after the baby's mouth and nose came into contact with the outside, the lungs would start to replace the umbilical cord to carry oxygen. Then, the umbilical cord would easily cause the baby to die of hypoxia. "Gloves!" Wang Wan shouted to the doctor. The doctor trembled and brought over a pair of gloves made of sheep's intestines. Wang Wan put on the gloves, took a deep breath, and reached her hand in to untie the umbilical cord. It was the first time she was doing this. It would be a lie to say that she was not nervous, but after all, her psychological quality was very strong. She forced herself to enter the state of mind when she was practicing sniping. Her hand went around the umbilical cord little by little. At this time, she found that the baby was really a little too big. She did not know whether it was because too much nutrition was transmitted from the mother's body or because the baby's genes were like this. Wang Wan's movements were very careful, mainly because she did not have the relevant experience. She could only take a risk. Whether the baby lived or died depended on luck. She was also afraid that she would put the baby in the wrong position. If the baby's feet came out first, she would have to put them back in. Fortunately, it was Wang Wan. If it were someone else, the midwife and the man guarding the wife would have fought with their lives. How could they put the baby's head back in when part of it was exposed? They did not dare to oppose Wang Wan's identity. First, they trusted her. Second, they were afraid that if they offended Wang Wan, she would kill their whole family. The man let his wife grab his arm all the time. People who had not experienced it would never know how much pain a mother had to endure. Just by looking at the man's arm, one could guess that it had been scratched and bloody. At this moment, the man did not feel any pain at all. The arm that was working was still strong and powerful. Perhaps it was because the pregnant woman usually did a lot of work, so until now, she was still fine. Her eyes were very firm, and when she looked at her husband, she could still smile. At this time, Jiang Wang clan appeared in a gorgeous noble dress. Under the light of the candles, she looked like a fairy in the sky. If only her belly was smaller, it would be more perfect. The man was stunned and did not dare to look directly at her. The pregnant woman's eyes lit up, and she looked very excited. Don't worry, the child will definitely be fine. My master has already found someone to predict that this child will have a bright future. Sister, you can even become a titled noble lady like me. Just bear with it for a while and it will be over. Back then, it was even more difficult to give birth to Xiao Bao. Just look at Xiao Bao now and you will know. Jiang Wang clan did not need anyone to teach her. She smiled and lied to the pregnant woman, but her face was so serious that no one doubted her. Her noble dress really played a role. The pregnant woman nodded and took 2 deep breaths. She looked at her husband and actually still had the strength to speak. The wife of the great official said that this baby will have a bright future. I will give birth to him now. The man nodded and secretly looked at Jiang Wang clan again. He was confused by her dress, jewelry, and the great motherly smile. The people outside were also waiting. After another half an hour, a baby's cry with a very strong penetrating force was heard. Some people in the crowd immediately cheered. As the side door was pushed open, Wang Wan came out first. She calmly nodded at Zhang Xiaobao and smiled at the 2 families. She said, "Mother and child are safe. Congratulations." Other than Zhang Xiaobao, who was still very calm, everyone cheered happily. Wang Wan also calmly walked in front of Zhang Xiaobao. The 2 of them held hands and left as if nothing had happened. The experiment could be considered a success for now. The rest would depend on the mother's confinement and the child's condition. It turns out that giving birth to a child is so difficult, especially under special circumstances. It is not easy to be a mother. Wang Wan's eyes looked into the distance and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "You don't know? Have you never given birth to a child? You were already 30 years old." Zhang Xiaobao asked with confusion. "I don't have a boyfriend. How could I give birth to a child?" "You are so capable. Didn't you investigate?" Wang Wan glanced at Zhang Xiaobao and asked. "I only found a part of your personal situation. The person who took the money didn't know much. In the local police department, there was no useful information in your file." Zhang Xiaobao told the truth. "What about you before? You didn't have a child?" Wang Wan asked again. "Me? I was amazing. The women who were willing to be with me had a master. I changed one every day. Sometimes it was 3. I didn't even give them a title. I don't know how many children I have now. Anyway, I can't remember clearly. There was one day when 10 women were with me. That night. It was 100, right? How can 10 show off your ability? Look at me. Don't hide. Didn't you survive a lie detector test? Someone like you still wants to deceive others? When you sleep at night, you either turn around, lie on your back, or crawl with your limbs open and head tilted. You have learned a lot of things. Tell me, if you are used to hugging women to sleep, why do you sleep in that position? Don't you have any consciousness because you don't sleep?" Before Zhang Xiaobao finished, Wang Wan laughed and said, "Anyway, I have a lot of women. Those women, I understand. I understand your mentality. You are so old. If you say that you don't have a woman, people will laugh at you. You didn't scam people. You didn't manage the construction of schools and roads in the country. You didn't have time to build orphanages and maintain them. You put all your energy into women. I know. Wang Wan interrupted Zhang Xiaobao again. However, her smile made Zhang Xiaobao feel bitter. Chapter 509. Following the successful birth of the first child, another 2 children were born 10 days later. Both the mother and child were safe and sound. This made the local people more confident. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw that there was nothing wrong with the child in the first family, they were relieved. The 2 of them then brought Li Sun and a group of people up the mountain. The training could not be stopped. This was also the last time the 2 of them brought the seedling protection team up the mountain. They were waiting to teach them the general theory this time. In the future, they would let them come over to strengthen their training. In order to let them learn more, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan decided to find some good hunters in the mountains. When the time came, they would let them learn from the hunters. After the 2 of them left, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan suddenly became less lively. Even the 3 dogs were taken away by the 2 of them. Life went on. Zhang Zhong didn't spend every day with the Jiang Wang clan. After the first 3 months of Jiang Wang clan's pregnancy, she had basically stabilized. After all, she had already given birth once. Her mood was very good. Zhang Zhong put most of his energy into the construction of this place. Although there were 15,000 people here, because the place was big, many of the basic constructions had to be done continuously. Especially with the addition of cement, some places that were prone to danger were reinforced with cement. Every day, the thing that made Zhang Zhong the happiest was when he passed by the place where Chao Harue and the other 2 were. They were now almost done with the dung, but they still couldn't get rid of the hard work. Zhang Zhong didn't know what Chao Harue and the others were planning, but he knew that they definitely didn't have good intentions. Since this was the case, then it was impossible to hand over important matters to the 3 of them, even if the 3 of them were very experienced in handling many things. Zhang Zhong didn't know what Chao Harue and the others were thinking. Chao Harue and the other 2 now realized that they were cheated by Zhang Zhong. Until now, none of them had done what they said at the beginning. To be precise, he changed the way he said it. The 3 of them began to suffer here. Should we talk to Zhang Zhong properly? If it really doesn't work, I'll quit and continue to do my own things. Jiang Huanshe really couldn't stand her current job. She just had to get water from the ground. This job seemed simple. She just had to take a shovel and see where the water was needed. Then, she would put some water in. However, when it was done, she realized that it was very difficult. Although this place was hot, the water was cold, and they had to stand in the water often. They had never done this kind of work before. After a day of work, when they slept at night, they felt cold in their stomachs. He suspected that if they worked in this place for a long time, they wouldn't even be able to walk in the future. Fortunately, there was some warm wine for them to drink every day, which allowed them to be a little better. When they returned home at night, they drank as much as they could. The next day, they came out in a daze and continued to work. Therefore, he felt that since this was the case, he might as well quit. In any case, through this method, he couldn't get Zhang Zhong to hand over important things to him and the others. Chao Harue shook his head. He had a different idea. He looked at the 2 of them and said, I think we should continue to work. Since others can endure, we can also persevere. Although what we are doing now is not good, there is a benefit to us doing it, and that is to let Zhang Zhong vent more of his anger. Since the day Zhang Zhong came here, he has always been at odds with us. Unfortunately, our abilities are not as good as his, and we have always been suppressed by him. Yes, saying that we are suppressed is a little flattering. In this way, we were always unconvinced in the past, so Zhang Zhong wanted to make our lives difficult. At this time, we are no longer judges. We have lost our identities, and the work we are doing is the most difficult and tiring. In the future, we have to complain more and let Zhang Zhong gradually forget the three of us. When he suddenly remembers, he will feel that it is meaningless to always be at odds with us. After all, we are too weak. This time may take a little longer, but it won't be too long. After working for 2 or 3 months, if Zhang Zhong still doesn't let us go, we will pretend that we have fainted while working. As long as we achieve his goal of not paying attention to us, it will be worth it. Don't tell me that we can't endure for 2 or 3 months. When Fan Jianxi and Jiang Huanche heard Chao Harue's words, they nodded at the same time. This idea was really good. They could make Zhang Zhong lower his guard and let Zhang Zhong look down on them. When the time came, they would see how Zhang Zhong treated them. Perhaps then, it would be their chance. The three of them reached an agreement on this matter. In truth, they did not need to use this method. Zhang Zhong would not pay attention to them now. Zhang Zhong did not have the time and energy to pay attention to them. In the future, other people would take care of things. Zhang Zhong would be busy with his own matters. The three of them could not wait for Zhang Zhong to change his mind about them. Recently, more commoners from the surrounding provinces had arrived. All of them yearned for a better life in Luzhou. Most of them were mountain tribesmen. Their lives in the mountains were not easy now. The main reason was that there was a stark contrast to the lives of the commoners in Luzhou. Also, many mountain tribesmen here could communicate with the local commoners. If Zhang Zhong did not come here and if they did not encounter a great disaster, it would have taken a long time for the mountain tribesmen to live a good life with the commoners. However, because of so many coincidences, a unique phenomenon of unity was formed here. One after another, the mountain tribesmen came down from the mountains. They directly asked the people in their clans or tribes who could speak the language here to look for Zhang Zhong and ask about the work and living conditions. When Zhang Zhong discovered this situation, he was very happy. He would stay at a fixed place for a period of time every day. With this, the mountain tribesmen would have a fixed place to look for Zhang Zhong. Now that they had recognized Zhang Zhong, they came down from the mountain and waited in a bush beside the place where Zhang Zhong would go every day. Even if Zhang Zhong's men were here, they would not reveal themselves. They would not come over and talk to these people. Only when Zhang Zhong arrived would they send someone to discuss with Zhang Zhong and make a request. In truth, their request was very simple. They wanted to see if Zhang Zhong could follow the notice and the mountain tribesmen's instructions. Every time the mountain tribesmen came down from the mountain and received Zhang Zhong's acknowledgement, they would be very happy. They would follow Zhang Zhong to the houses that had been built and settle down for the work that was about to be done. Through Zhang Zhong's observation over the past few days, he discovered that the mountain people were more proactive in their work than the local people. There was no need for too many incentives as they would take the initiative to ask for work. Zhang Zhong found the translator who had taken in as his godson. After asking a few questions, he finally understood the reason. It turned out that when the mountain people lived in the mountains, they basically had to work non-stop every day. Otherwise, they would not be able to feed the tribe or the people in the tribe. Their status in the tribe or the tribe depended on how much work each person could do. The person with the highest status was the strongest in the tribe, and at the same time, he had to have some experience. Next was the person who could communicate with the people at the foot of the mountain. After that was the person who did the most work. This work actually referred to hunting. They did not know how to farm. After all, the mountain tribesmen were still unable to master terraced fields. As for things like firewood, it was not done by the men. It was done by the women. There were also some women who had a very high status in the mountains. They had a lot of children. First, it was because more children could make the tribe stronger. Second, with so many children, especially boys, when they grew up, they would be a force to be reckoned with. Who would dare to bully their mothers? After learning about this situation, Zhang Zhong agreed to the mountain tribesmen who had just settled down and were about to throw themselves into work immediately. He arranged some work for them to do. Half a month later, more than 600 people from other provinces came one after another. The mountain tribesmen were much more than the local people who came over. There were nearly 3,000 of them. In addition to the original 36,000 people, there were a total of 40,000 people. This was a large population. The mountain tribesmen who came later were not familiar with farming. Zhang Zhong thought about it and did not immediately let these mountain tribesmen be responsible for farming. The latter was to grow food. Instead, he let them go to the mountains to hunt or collect some wild fruits and other things. In this way, the people who were originally doing such work were liberated to farm. Those wild fruits were to be brewed into wine or dried fruits to be sold. The same was true for the things that were hunted. These were considered to be mountain treasures and would be sent to the restaurant. This was also arranged by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The two of them had invested a lot of money in Luzhou. They could not let this go on forever. It was time for them to come up with some capital. Otherwise, it would affect the development of the local area. The local people would not be able to adapt to the life after they left. In fact, the people were also aware of this. Although they thought that the family of a good official was not short of money, it did not matter whether the official was short of money or not. What was important was that they could not take the benefits for free. They were all people with hands and feet. They could not let an official support them. This was the backbone of the simple and honest people. It made Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan change their minds from being surprised at the beginning to what happened later. This was much better than the people in their time. At that time, many people did not work at all. With the development of the country, the welfare had improved a lot. Some people who were clearly rich also took advantage of various means. Compared with the people here, it formed a sharp contrast. The Tang governor of Qin province had been thinking of ways to deal with Zhang Zhong, but now he really could not free up his hands. The population was too small, and there was too much land to cultivate. In order to maintain the position of the provincial governor, he had to arrange some people in his family to work on the land. Not only did the people in his family do so, even the local soldiers had put down their weapons and picked up farming tools. As for whether this matter could be impeached or not, he did not care. As long as there was no problem with the planting of food, he was not afraid of being impeached for using private military forces to cultivate the land. Food was the most important thing. Master, at this rate, it seems that all the land here will be planted this year. We don't have to worry about the blame from the higher-ups anymore. The steward looked very happy when he saw that all kinds of crops were planted in the land. He said to the Tang governor of Ning. The Tang governor of Ning also heaved a sigh of relief. These days, he had been running around every day to take a look. He really took this matter to heart. After a few more days, when all the crops were planted, he would be able to free up his hands to scheme against Zhang Zhong. Good, the fleet should have set off again, right? This time, don't enter that bay. Just go ashore in Lianzhou. At most, it will be a little more troublesome to transport. Zhang Zhong, I will definitely take revenge for this. The Tang governor of Ning urged his horse to continue moving as he said to the steward. He looked at Lu Zhou and gritted his teeth as he squeezed out the words of revenge from his mouth. The steward nodded and said, Master is right. We can't go to Zhang Zhong's place. After 2 months, when our fleet arrives, we will have a lot of things that can be sold for more money. Think of a way to discuss with the surrounding provinces and ask them not to buy the goods shipped from Zhang Zhong's place. Let's see how much money Zhang Zhong can make here. After all, Master has been here longer than Zhang Zhong. The foundation of our Ning family is here, and we are familiar with the people around here. Zhang Zhong is a newcomer, so he can't compare to Master at all. The steward was also secretly resentful. Last time, on the 2 ships that came here, one of them was a relative of his. However, when that relative tried to stop them, he was punched a few times. No one thought much of this matter. After all, it was just a servant. If he was punched, then so be it. Who would take it seriously? However, for the steward, he couldn't swallow this. That relative's sister stayed on his bed all day long. When she saw her younger brother, she naturally couldn't stand it. When she saw that her younger brother was punched, as his sister, she naturally couldn't stand it. When she had nothing to do, she would first serve the steward well and then start whispering to him. In order to make himself look more like a man, the steward agreed to a lot of things, hoping that this woman could serve him more comfortably. Tang, Governor Ning, also knew about the steward's matter, but he didn't say much. In fact, he couldn't do anything about it at all. The Ning family was such a big family, and there were many similar things happening. Although he was now the governor of a province and the current patriarch, if something really happened, he couldn't just let it go. There were many people who could restrict him. This time, they got a few big ships from the Yellow River. 4 of them had been loaded and should have been out for nearly a month. In another 2 months, they believed that as long as those people worked hard to row the ships, they would be able to reach their destination. These ships were not bought from the Yellow River Shipping Company. There were no ships there anymore. They were hired from Kaifeng. Moreover, the ships that came here were not only the 4 ships of his family. There were also ships from other people who also saw the business opportunity here. These ships formed a large fleet and were heading here. Tang, Governor Ning, hoped that they could reach their destination soon. He had already planned for this. In fact, if he continued to travel along the coast, he would be able to harvest more local products. However, he planned to lure those people to Luzhou. His own ship went ashore in Lianzhou. Then, he arranged for people to board these people's ships and enter the bay under the banner of the Ning family of Qinzhou. In this way, as long as Luzhou's dock collected money and intercepted the goods, Zhang Zhong would be able to provoke people he should not provoke. Perhaps Zhang Zhong would not be afraid of one person, but when these people gathered together, they would constantly cause trouble for Zhang Zhong. If Zhang Zhong fought back, he would have more enemies. If he backed down, he would continue to find more people. When the time came, what would Zhang Zhong do? If he continued to back down, the business here would eventually be taken over by others. Zhang Zhong had worked so hard for so long, and his family had also taken out money. In the end, he might lose everything. This could be considered as revenge on Zhang Zhong. Thinking about these things, Tang, Governor Ning, could not help but laugh. The steward next to him was puzzled. I've already thought about it. Since we can't get the tea leaves and the cement recipe directly, we'll let others get it. It doesn't matter if we don't have the recipe, as long as Zhang Zhong can't keep the recipe. I've written to them, but they still don't believe me. Didn't they see the cement in the capital? Well, let them come over and see the things here with their own eyes, especially the dock and the cement road. I don't believe that they won't be tempted. When they come, we'll let them drink the tea we bought from other merchants at a high price. Didn't they say that only the tea from the capital could produce such an effect? When they taste the tea here, what do you think they will do? Tang, Governor Ning, explained to the confused steward. Then, he asked the steward. The steward immediately said, then they will know that it's not about the tea leaves, but about the method. As long as there is a method, no matter where the tea leaves are, they can make the same effect. Even the taste of the tea from different places has its own merits. In this way, they will want to get the recipe and the cement recipe. If it's just one recipe, they may feel that it's a little difficult and give up. But it's different with 2 recipes. They will definitely say one recipe first. If Zhang Zhong doesn't agree, they will say another one. This way, they will have 2 recipes to choose from. If Zhang Zhong doesn't agree with both, it will be too disrespectful. Those people are not powerful, but they are a group of people, and there are many people behind them. In this way, they will keep talking bad about Zhang Zhong. Naturally, the people behind those people will find ways to deal with Zhang Zhong. No matter how powerful Zhang Zhong is, he won't dare to go against so many people, right? Just thinking about it makes me happy. Master, you are the best. I didn't think of this method. This is called killing with a borrowed knife. When the time comes, Zhang Zhong won't have time to care about us. We can find a way to mess with Luzhou and make Zhang Zhong suffer more losses. The two of them had a common topic, and it was a very relaxed topic. At least, it could make their mood better. Then, they began to talk about this topic. It seemed that Zhang Zhong would be in trouble soon, and then Zhang Zhong would be beaten until he couldn't fight back at all. Zhang Zhong made some simple arrangements. Then, he began to talk to the steward next to him about the next fleet. In fact, the Zhang family's ship had only left half a month ago. However, after the ship was replaced with the propellers made by the Ministry of Works, its speed was faster than before. In addition, they only needed to go to Zhejiang and Hangzhou to resupply once. They did not stop on the way, so they would arrive at Zhejiang and Hangzhou in slightly more than a month. This time, the goods they brought were not the daily necessities for the people of Luzhou. Instead, they were middle-grade goods that could be sold at a high price. They did not ship high-grade goods. Those high-grade goods were not popular. At the very least, before the people could accept them, the Zhang family would not ship them. The middle-grade goods were sold to the merchants who cooperated with them. If they were willing to keep them for their own use, they would keep them for themselves. If they felt that they could sell them at a higher price, they could buy more. They would not set a price right away. They had to let the merchants explore on their own. The Zhang family wanted to see the effect of the goods. After they knew the approximate price of the goods, they could set a price for the merchants. This could not be helped. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not real gods. Even if Zhang Xiaobao was very sensitive to business matters, he still needed to do market research. They did not have that many people. Moreover, the market here was special. It was not easy to do market research. They could only let the merchants explore the market and see how far the merchants could go. Then, they could adjust the price according to the results. When the fleet arrives, we will see some seedlings that have grown. The Ning family hasn't given up yet. They have gathered a lot of people and want to do business with us. However, is it that easy to do business here? Perhaps we can let them continue to go to places that we haven't been to before. Zhang Zhong stood on the ridge with his hands behind his back. He looked at the commoners working hard in the fields and said to the steward who was in charge of this place. The steward was not in charge of many things these days. The commoners did not need him to manage them at all. They all consciously worked hard in the fields. What the steward needed to do was organize the people to cook. At the same time, he had to see if there was anyone in the fields who was still stubbornly refusing to rest. If that was the case, he would ask someone to pull them out to rest. The fields could be planted a little slower, but the people could not be harmed. People were the most important. After hearing the master's words, he nodded and said, "Master, they are here. What if there is a conflict? The Ning family must be up to no good. We don't need to worry about that. When the time comes, let Xiao Bao and Cuckoo handle it. They should be back in a few days. I believe that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo can handle the business well." Chapter 5:10. It didn't take more than a month. After another half a month, Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Li Sun returned. After returning, Li Sun looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in a different light. He began to come to find Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan every day to train with them. No one knew why, because only the three of them came back. The others stayed on the mountain and said that they would come back in half a month. The ones in charge of protecting the three of them were the commoners who worked there. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan usually had a lot of secrets, so the family didn't ask too much. Li Sun didn't have anyone ask him anything. It wasn't until the third day that Old Man Pai felt that something was wrong. That was why he went to find Li Sun at night. When Old Man Pai came, he had already sent a letter to the prince. The prince asked the Old Man Pai to take care of his son. "Li Sun, what happened to you on the mountain? What made you come back and train all day?" Old Man Pai didn't come alone. Zhang Jiling's steward, Old Man Chang, also came. At this time, Old Man Pai acted like an elder and asked Li Sun. Hearing Old Man Pai's question, Li Sun shivered. After taking a few deep breaths, he shook his head. It's nothing. It's just that it's a bit cold on the mountain. Training more can strengthen my body. Then when I write to the prince, I'll say the same thing. Since it's cold here, the prince might ask you to come back. Old Man Pai narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Sun. Li Sun was afraid of this. He nodded awkwardly and said, "It's nothing. When we were in the mountain, we encountered a pack of wolves. Don't they say that wolves only exist in the grasslands? Unexpectedly, there are also wolves in the mountain. It's a big pack with more than 30 wolves. Others say that small packs have less than 10 wolves." "Oh. So you encountered a pack of wolves. Was it because you saw the guards shoot the wolves and got hit by the smell of blood?" Old Man Zhang asked with concern. If that was the case, he would need to rest for a while. It would be best if he drank more wine these days and put a pair of scissors under his pillow when he slept. That way, he would be able to recover. Li Sun shook his head and revealed a bitter smile. He looked at Old Man Pai and then at Old Man Chang and said, "I didn't bring a crossbow, so how could I shoot them? I was scared by the smell of blood when the wolves wanted to eat me." "The wolves wanted to eat you? Are you in danger?" Old Man Pai asked with concern. Then he thought for a bit and asked, "What about Xiao Bao and Cuckoo? How are they?" "Ah. It seems like they are fine. You guys are still alive and kicking. Tell me, what happened?" "What happened? We encountered wolves. At that time, we didn't have that many people with us. There were only 33 people. If you include me, Xiao Bao, and Cuckoo, there were 31 wolves. Each of the guards just happened to rush over and fight one wolf. At that time, we only had one knife in our hands, so we couldn't kill the wolf in one go. The remaining wolf used its companions as cover and came over to eat the three of us. The other guards didn't have time to stop it. Seeing that the wolf was about to eat me, I was so scared that I sat on the ground." When Li Sun thought about what happened at that time, he felt a burst of fear. He didn't understand why so many wolves gathered together. Fortunately, the guards cooperated and rushed over. After all, at that time, they were too scattered and didn't have enough time to form a protective circle. Old Man Pai and Old Man Chang didn't understand. Why were the numbers so neat? Also, why did the guards have to deal with one wolf each? It really didn't make sense. Then what happened after that? How did you kill the wolf? Don't tell me that the wolf became obedient when it saw you, little prince. Old Man Pai didn't understand, but he was still a bit curious about how Li Sun got out of danger. At this time, without waiting for Li Sun to speak, Old Man Chang next to him opened his mouth. Was it Xiao Bao and Cuckoo who killed it? And it was very clean? You couldn't stand it, so you kept training when you came back? Yes, it was the two of them. At that time, the wolf rushed over, and I was so scared that I sat down. I don't know how Xiao Bao and Cuckoo did it, but after the two of them moved, the wolf jumped between the two of them and landed on the ground. It immediately cried out in a low voice, but it didn't stand up to bite me anymore. As Li Sun spoke, he used his hands to gesture. Old Man Pai and Old Man Chang were even more confused. Li Sun's gestures made it impossible for them to understand the situation at that time. Seeing that the two of them didn't understand, Li Sun began to explain the position of each person. After explaining and gesturing, Old Man Chang and Old Man Pai finally understood. Those wolves should have been divided into 3 groups. Perhaps they saw that there were too many people, so they joined forces to attack together. If that was the case, they would need the arrangement of 3 alpha wolves. They would be divided into 3 groups and slowly encircled from the surroundings. As a result, they were discovered by Zhang Xiaobao in an instant. At that time, Zhang Xiaobao estimated the number of wolves. In order to prevent the wolves from forming a battle strategy, he sent people to take the initiative to attack. Each person faced 1 wolf. Even if the 3 groups of wolves gathered together, they were still self-contained. When the guards rushed to surround and attack, each person was responsible for 1 wolf. Li Sun's people were a little careless, and as a result, a wolf rushed out. The wolf wasn't stupid. It knew to pick the small ones to bite, so it targeted Li Sun and the others. Li Sun was frightened. He didn't even look at the battle situation around him. He knew that a wolf wanted to eat the three of them. In the end, when the wolf saw him fall to the ground, it looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. It wanted to rush over and get rid of Li Sun first. After all, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not lethal in the wolf's eyes. At that time, the wolf wanted to directly jump over the two people's heads. In the end, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took a few steps back when the wolf jumped, and then the two people's bodies crossed each other. When they separated again, the wolf passed through the middle. In the end, it fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Li Sun didn't know when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan attacked. However, Old Man Chang knew that if it weren't for the two children protecting Li Sun, they wouldn't have used the sleeve arrows. It must be that when they crossed each other, the wolf couldn't see through them, so they used the sleeve arrows to hit the wolf's abdomen. That was where the wolf was the most afraid of being hit, not to mention the two poison sleeve arrows. After it passed through, it naturally fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Oh, you realize that you're a coward and you need two younger people to save you. You feel uncomfortable, so you want to train more. It's useless. You can't train like this. The next time you meet them, you'll sit on the ground. Even if you don't sit on the ground, you won't know what to do. After listening to Old Man Chang's analysis, Old Man Pai understood. It turned out that Li Sun felt embarrassed and needed two younger people to protect him. Why? Li Sun didn't understand and asked. That was indeed the case. After that, he always looked unhappy. Because you haven't experienced that kind of killing, Old Man Chang said with certainty. But did Xiao Bao and Cuckoo experience it? Li Sun asked unconvinced. I don't know about that either, but I do know that when the two of them were attacking, they had a suicidal attitude. If you weren't there, and they were given a knife each, they wouldn't have used the sleeve arrow, and would have slowly ground the wolf to death. Don't be fooled by the wolf's speed. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's reactions weren't slow at all. After what you said, we know that when Xiao Bao and Cuckoo attacked, they were steady, accurate, and ruthless. That wolf also underestimated its opponent. Any person or animal that underestimates their opponent will easily pay the price of their life. I underestimated my opponent that day, and as a result, I was forced to retreat by the two of them. Don't be fooled by their usual appearance of being obedient children. When they really fight, with their ruthlessness and weapons, many people will suffer a hidden loss. As for why the two of them became like that when they were fighting, I don't know. You can ask them, I believe they will know the answer. When Old Man Chang talked about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he thought of the battle a few months ago. When the two of them fought, their whole bodies changed, especially their eyes. It was as if they had experienced some kind of cruel battle, persistent and confident. Ah, I know. It must have been taught by their family's master. I'm going to ask them how exactly they trained. Li Sun didn't feel bad anymore. After all, there was an expert in their family. He didn't receive any instruction from an expert, so it wasn't a big deal that he couldn't compare to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. After saying this, Li Sun ran. He had to find Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan quickly and ask them how they trained to become like that. Seeing Li Sun run out of the door, Old Man Chang and Old Man Pai didn't stop him. The two of them looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. Sigh. I don't know why Xiao Bao and Cuckoo learned those skills. Look at Xiao Bao. He's going to be an official in the future, not a general. He even learned this. And Cuckoo, a girl, isn't willing to be outdone. I really don't know what the two of them will be like in the future. Old Man Pai didn't know that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had learned how to fight. If he didn't hear Li Sun say it today and have Old Man Chang prove it, he wouldn't have thought about it. Old Man Chang's thoughts were different from Old Man Pai's. After hearing Old Man Pai's words, he retorted, it's not good to learn more skills. This time, if it weren't for the two kids' skills, at least one of the three of them would have been bitten to death. Even if they didn't die, they would have been seriously injured. Like Zhang Zhong and Wang family, Zhang Zhong offended a lot of people. Who knows if there will be people who can't deal with others and will specifically target the Zhang family. Right now, I really want someone like that to deal with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. When they make a move, they will know what they are going to face. Are they really that good? Don't tell me that you think it's embarrassing to be forced to retreat by two kids. You're probably exaggerating, right? Old Man Pai still couldn't believe it. You're just a civil official. You won't understand even if I explain it to you. The two kids aren't powerful because of their bodies, but because of their awareness during battle. You won't be able to tell from their eyes which part of your body they want to attack. You'll only be able to react and the attack comes out. But it's already too late. It's impossible to prepare in advance. You can only rely on your reaction speed. But the two kids' reaction speed isn't slow either. For others, being short is a disadvantage, but for the two of them, they can take advantage of it. They are very flexible. Also, they have weapons on them, so their weapons are coated with poison. So what if they are kids? No matter how old a person is, they will be unlucky if they come into contact with poisonous weapons. Who would have thought that the two kids not only have quick reactions, but also have weapons like sleeve arrows? Would normal people let kids play with those things? The most important thing is that the two of them can do anything to achieve their goals. When Zhang Xiaobao attacked, in order to make others unable to judge, he actually used moves that hurt his own body. He can even dislocate his joints so that his opponent can't predict it. Old Man Chang recalled that day's battle and felt a little cold. It wasn't because of the danger that day, but because Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stayed during the battle. It was simply too scary. If it was only one person, it would be too easy to deal with them. No matter how much training the kids had, they would be knocked down with one kick. But as long as the two of them were together, it wasn't as simple as two kids added together. They had to be treated as powerful adults. That kind of tacit cooperation made people feel envious and moved. Old Man Pai listened to Old Man Chang, but he still didn't understand how powerful Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were. Anyway, he knew that the two kids always had weapons on them. If a normal person wanted to scheme against them, they would easily fall into their trap. At least Old Man Chang, who used to be an imperial guard, was forced to retreat by the two kids, and it was under the condition that the two kids didn't use sleeve arrows. Forget it, don't care about the two of them. It's fine as long as they don't delay their studies. Old Man Pai didn't want to spend too much energy on this kind of thing. Anyway, it was fine as long as he knew how powerful the two kids were. At least he didn't have to worry. Otherwise, with the two kids running around everywhere, it would be easy for people to catch them. If they started with the two of them, the loss wouldn't be as simple as the loss of the two kids. He might not be able to teach anyone until the day he died, because he couldn't find kids like Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. They were smart, hardworking, sensible, and filial. If something really happened to the two kids one day, it wouldn't be just a few people who would be sad. Everyone who saw the two kids would like them. The two of them chatted for a while, then ran to play billiards. Old Man Pai had practiced quite well, especially in terms of calculation. He was better than Old Man Chang, but he couldn't control his body as well as Old Man Chang. Although Old Man Chang looked like he was going to die at any time, when it came to playing billiards, his methods were amazing. After Li Sun left Old Man Chang and Old Man Pai's house, he ran to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's house. The two of them were mixing things in the yard, which was to make glass. They already knew the materials used, but it was just a matter of proportion. Otherwise, the glass would either not be transparent or would break easily. If that was the case, then it wouldn't be able to be used to make things. The two of them still hadn't finished making the diving balls. The difficulty was too high, so they had to give up. They could only let people dive more than 100 meters deep. They only needed to dive 10 meters or so. If that was the case, it would be harmful to their eyes if they kept opening their eyes. The two of them wanted to make more glass. Part of it would be used to make diving mirrors, and the other part would be used to make reading glasses. Diving mirrors were for divers, and reading glasses were naturally for the grandparents in the nursing home. The two of them found that many of the elderly had presbyopia. When the time came, they would try to grind out some different mirrors and see which one was suitable for them. After all, they didn't have eyes yet. The elderly might have gotten used to it, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan weren't used to it. Especially for people who had good eyesight when they were young, they would become more and more presbyopic when they were old. If they had farsightedness when they were young, they would become even more presbyopic. On the contrary, people who were slightly myopic would become normal due to muscle relaxation when they were old. Both of their parents had good eyesight, so what if they couldn't see clearly when they were old? They could also make myopic glasses. The two of them believed in the skills of the craftsmen here. They could do those operations on the glass, but they didn't know how to adjust the degree. This wasn't important, and they could do more. When the time came, they could try it one by one. Glass wasn't worth much anyway. Of course, only the two of them knew about the things that weren't worth much. They wouldn't tell others. In the future, the people in the inner courtyard would also have to keep this a secret. Otherwise, this thing would easily make many people go crazy. It was clear just thinking about the transparent glass cup. There were also transparent glass cups, but the price wasn't something that ordinary people could afford. Another advantage of glass was that it could be blown into a variety of shapes. For this, they could find some craftsmen who could make clay figurines and sugar figurines to teach them. The two of them didn't have the ability, but these artists definitely wouldn't have a problem. When the time came, they could blow animals and sell them. Many people would be willing to buy them. They could also add in some special colors and make it into a symbol. When the time came, they could give it to the people who were selling to them to distinguish them. This could further foster cohesion. The most important thing was that Wang Wan wanted to do some chemistry experiments, and it was very inconvenient to do so without glassware. As for the fact that there were many bubbles in the glass now, this was easy to solve. Other countries had already paid a lot of money to get the method, and that was one word: stirring. Once the bubbles were stirred, they would go out. They could also add in some lead or something. The two of them didn't know how to make glass, so they could make a large piece and then cut it. If it was thick enough, they could use it to make a coffee table. If they were willing, they could even use a large amount of glass to build a house. They believed that if they could build a glass house for Li Longji, he would be happy, and Zhang Zhong would be better treated. Li Sun originally came over to ask about the training, but when he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan busily making things here, he naturally knew that the things that the two of them made were things that could make money. He was not in a hurry to ask about the training, so he stood there and stared at them. What is this for? After watching for a while, Li Sun didn't understand, so he asked curiously. It's for making good things. With this thing, we can replace those very expensive colored glass. Moreover, it depends on luck to make a transparent colored glass. There's no need for this, it's just a matter of time. You can look at it, but don't tell anyone. Otherwise, it won't be valuable. If you can't keep it a secret, I won't give you any new things in the future. Zhang Xiaobao noted down a ratio and said to Li Sun. He and Wang Wan were still experimenting with the stupidest and simplest way, which was to use different ratios. When the time came, they would see which one was better. Li Sun nodded. In fact, he didn't understand what these things were at all. They were all broken pieces, so how could he know what they originally looked like? Li Sun was very happy when he heard that Zhang Xiaobao was going to replace the colored glass. That telescope was too expensive. It would cost dozens of strings of coins or even hundreds of strings of coins to make one. The Ministry of Works and the Ministry of War had strictly controlled the method of making telescopes in order to prepare for the military. It was said that the higher-ups had given the order that if they encountered a losing battle, they had to destroy the telescope first. Those craftsmen who made it wouldn't be able to leave the place where they were restricted for a while. Sometimes, the presence or absence of this thing could determine the victory of a battle. Thinking of this, Li Sun walked over and picked up something that hadn't been mixed together. He twisted it, but still couldn't figure out what material it was. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao with a puzzled look. Is this the new colored glass formula? Then you have to keep it a secret. The colored glass you make will be transparent, right? That's about it. You can call it colored glass, but it's cheap. As for how cheap it is, I won't tell you. When it's done, I'll give you a big ball. Zhang Xiaobao said casually. After that, he immediately looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan also looked at him at this time. Both of them thought of something, which was whether they could use a big glass ball to replace the iron ball. We need to see the relationship between thickness and pressure first. If it's feasible, we can make a tube on it and connect it to the big ball. Then, we can breathe directly without completely sealing it. Wang Wan finished another ratio and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao nodded, then shook his head. This technique is quite difficult, isn't it? Let someone try it. The main thing is that it's not easy to blow a big ball. How many people do it? Don't worry, let's take one step at a time. Maybe we don't have a way, but those craftsmen might be able to think of a good way. Li Sun didn't know what the two of them were talking about. Seeing Wang Wan stop, he quickly asked, Old Man Chang said that the two of you are different from ordinary people, especially in battle. You can directly, what's that called again? Anyway, you're not afraid. What's the reason? I want to learn it too. You mean this? Aya, this is difficult. If you don't want to be afraid, the simplest way is to directly face one battle after another, from weak to strong. If you want to grow quickly, you have to face life-threatening dangers at any time. This method won't work for you. If you really want to learn, then I'll think of a way for you. Chapter 5:11. It was impossible for Zhang Xiaobao to let Li Sun kill people. In that case, he would be finished before Li Sun was killed. However, he thought of another good way, which was to use some things in the 100,000 mountains. When the weather was warmer, he was ready to do that. In fact, it was very simple. It was to cultivate Li Sun's courage, such as drifting and so on. As long as the skill was good enough, he could guarantee Li Sun's safety. First, he would train Li Sun from these things. Then, he would catch some wild beasts and let Li Sun kill them personally. As long as he killed more, it would be fine. In fact, if someone was sentenced to death, it would be better to let Li Sun be the chief surgeon. This was simply impossible. Li Sun's identity was there. Another way was to let Li Sun go to the graveyard and scare him at night. Zhang Xiaobao believed that Li Sun's nerves were strong enough. Under normal circumstances, he would not be scared out of his wits. Bit by bit, after experiencing more things, he would slowly cultivate a kind of temperament. Now, Li Sun needed to exercise his body. With a strong body, he could deal with all kinds of dangers. When Li Sun heard Zhang Xiaobao promise him to start using a special training method when summer came, he immediately went to exercise happily. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to let people burn the glass. This temperature was not easy to control, so they could only rely on the experience of the person who made the kiln. Therefore, for each batch of ingredients, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan made more, so that they could experiment under different temperatures. After letting people do it according to this method, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were finally free again. They did not need to worry about other things. Now, all he had to do was to wait for the good news from the people who were going to Hainan Island. At the same time, he also wanted to see what the people here would like to buy. If he liked her, he could give her more in the future. If he didn't like her, he would think of ways to make others like her. Xiaobao, do you want to kill 2 of those crocodiles, and then use their skin to make something to see the reaction of the market? Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao as she washed her hands and wiped them with a towel. Let's not do the things that others do. Let's do something that others can't think of. Who knows what's new? Zhang Xiaobao also decided to kill a few. It would be best if he could get a few more swamps and catch some small crocodiles and send them over. In the absence of natural predators, the small crocodiles would slowly grow up. As for artificial breeding, Zhang Xiaobao, he did not have such thoughts. He heard that when other people tried to breed crocodiles, they failed many times with the help of those instruments. Artificial breeding should not be as simple as breeding poultry. However, they could be fed some meat appropriately so that the small crocodiles would not be in danger when hunting. Zhang Xiaobao did not care whether the wild crocodiles existed or not. Lu Zhou could not include all the crocodiles in one place. As long as he could get the skin of the crocodiles, that would be enough. However, the wild nature of the crocodiles could not be eliminated easily by feeding them some food. When Zhang Xiaobao mentioned it, Wang Wan fell into deep thought. Currently, there were leather armors made of crocodile skin here. There were also some weapon handles made of crocodile skin wrapped with a layer of skin. There was also a decorative belt made of crocodile skin. Crocodiles were not only found here. Some lakes and rivers also had crocodiles. As long as people saw them, they would think of ways to kill them and then sell them for money. The main reason was that if people were not careful, they would be hurt. It was just like tigers. The people here did not have the idea of protecting wild animals. As long as they could eat people, they would try their best to kill them. It would be best if they could kill all of them and make them extinct. In that case, it was impossible for the two of them to ask for protection. Wang Wan was thinking hard about using crocodile skin to make something that was not available here. For example, a leather bag. This was now on sale, mainly to the rich people in the capital. It could be made, but it was a little too monotonous. Wang Wan believed that as long as people saw those beautiful leather bags made of other kinds of skin, they would think of using crocodile skin to make them. Businessmen were very smart. Sometimes, they only needed a little hint to let them find business opportunities. In this way, they did not need to think about using crocodile skin to make leather bags. Gloves, boots. It seemed a little wasteful to use crocodile skin to make these two things. If someone was willing to do it, they would have done it long ago. There was no need to wait for her to think about it. After thinking about several ideas, Wang Wan was not satisfied. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "I can't think of anything. I don't know what to do. It is too difficult to show the value of crocodile skin and also something that the people here can't think of." Zhang Xiaobao laughed and said, "I know something. It is buttons. People don't use buttons now. There are no buttons on clothes. We can make some clothes with buttons. When the time comes, we can make some clothes with buttons. When the time comes, we can use wood, iron, and copper to make it, and then wrap a little crocodile skin on it. In this way, even if other people want to learn, they have to get some crocodile skin first. Decorative things are usually more expensive than practical things, and the cost is correspondingly less. Believe me, just do it. Then let's try it, but don't destroy the whole skin. First, make some scraps. A button doesn't need to be so big." Wang Wan also agreed. The two of them chose something that could be made and began to let people kill the crocodiles. It was very difficult for one person to kill the crocodile. Usually, he would even be eaten by the crocodile. But when there were more people, the trouble was small. Some people were responsible for killing the crocodile. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan put their energy on making the glass. They failed continuously. The two of them had thought about this for a long time. They were not worried about not being able to make it. If others could do it, they could do it. The mercury and tinfoil were also ready. They were just waiting for the glass to be made. They would cut it into thin slices, put tinfoil on it, and cover it with a layer of mercury so that it could be used as a mirror. The two of them had already set the price. The cheapest palm-sized mirror cost 50 strings of coins. This was the price that they would often sell in the future. In the beginning, they would not sell it at all. Instead, they would give it to some people that they could not provoke now, such as Li Longji, those princes, ministers, and some very powerful families. It's done, it's done. Little young master, little miss, this glass thing is done. It's right here. Hurry up and bring it over. Just when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were preparing to go to the dock to see if the ship had arrived, the person in charge of making the glass ran over here happily. He excitedly told Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. During the process of talking, he waved his hand. Two people behind him used wood and rope to carry the large piece of glass to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Little young master, little miss, this is it. It's so beautiful. It looks green. The person who came was still there. He still touched the large piece of glass with his hand. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went over to take a look. What green? It was too thick. The whole glass was like a big stone. It was because of this reason that the glass looked green. It was because of the light. They touched the glass with their hand. It was indeed this thing. The two of them were also happy. Although it was not flat, for the two of them, it was just a matter of making the craftsman more effort. With such a large piece, they could make more small mirrors, eyes, and other things. Good, good. Remember the formula. In the future, burn according to it. Also, the temperature in the kiln needs to be controlled well. Zhang Xiaobao acknowledged the effort of the people in the inner courtyard. He nodded and praised. Wang Wan also said at the side, you must keep it a secret. Don't let others see it for a while. Also, don't talk about it. When the time comes, I will definitely give you more red packets. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao had their own considerations. This place was really too remote. If too many people knew about it, the two of them did not doubt that some people would take risks for this thing. And they were the targets of that kind of people. The person who came nodded and promised. After Zhang Xiaobao ordered people to send this thing to the craftsman in the inner courtyard, the person who came back with the people who carried it. He wanted to burn more of it. Anyway, he knew the formula. Let's not go to the dock first. Go back and wait. The craftsman should be able to get a small piece soon. This glass is a good thing. In the future, it can be used to plant greenhouses. It can also be used to plant watermelons of various shapes. I am going to plant a square watermelon and see the market. If it is good, we will do this in the future. Zhang Xiaobao was not in a hurry to go to the dock. He pulled Wang Wan into the house to rest. When the piece of glass was sent over, the two of them would try to make a mirror. Just as Zhang Xiaobao said, the two of them did not wait too long. The craftsman brought the piece of glass over. If they did not know that the craftsman would not use the floating method to make flat glass, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at the flat glass in front of them and wondered which craftsman knew how to make flat glass. How can it be so thin and flat? It is really hard to imagine. It seems that the craftsman is really amazing. Wang Wan gently touched the glass with her hand and said to herself. Zhang Xiaobao also heard Wang Wan's words and said, it is very normal. With so many jade and other stones, they can make very fine carvings and make many shapes. It is not difficult to make a piece of glass. Come on, wipe the glass clean first. Otherwise, if you really get tin foil and mercury on it, the traces left on your hands will never be removed. Okay, I will wipe it. When the time comes, make 2 pieces of the mirror and give them to our mother. I am not in a hurry to use my own mirror. Wang Wan also wanted to have a mirror now. No matter how clear a bronze mirror was, it could not be compared to a glass mirror. Just think about it and you will know. When the time comes, she will take out a mirror from her delicate leather bag and look at herself in some personal gatherings. This will raise her identity. The two of them were busy and only finished the mirror at night. Some parts of the tinfoil were still wrinkled, but this was not a problem. They just needed to practice more in the future. Perhaps if they gave it to a craftsman to make, the craftsman would be able to make it better than the two of them. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan asked the craftsman to remove the wrinkles, leaving only a few mirrors the size of 2 palms. They also asked the craftsman to make a frame, which was actually a wooden box that could be opened and closed back and forth. The box was carved with patterns and was also very thin. When it was time for dinner, the two of them each held 3 mirrors. A large piece of glass could be cut into several small pieces. The two of them prepared to give a mirror to Xin, Lu, and Wei Wei in addition to their mother. The last one would naturally be kept by Wang Wan. This was very meaningful to her. She decided to keep this mirror for as long as possible. The dishes were served. Today, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not immediately pick up food for everyone like before. Instead, they sat there motionless, looking back and forth between their family members without making a sound. Xiaobao, is there something difficult to do? Tell me, I'll help you think of a solution. Seeing her son and daughter-in-law like this, Jiang Wang clan thought that the two of them also encountered a problem, so she asked. However, in her heart, she did not expect that she and the others would be able to help. She just told her son and daughter-in-law not to worry about the family and to do whatever they wanted. After all, they could even do things that defied the heavens, and they did not have this kind of expression, so it must be more difficult. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and took out the mirror from his arms. He pushed the wooden box in front of his mother and said, "Mother, I made something for you. Take it as a gift." Wang Wan also did the same thing and pushed the mirror in front of her mother. This time, she did not say anything and only waited for her mother to open it. Wang Wan's mother was not as steady as Zhang Xiaobao's mother. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao say that it was a gift, she immediately opened the box. As soon as she opened it, she was shocked and said in a trembling voice, "Cuckoo, tell mother, how did mother get in the box? Quickly get mother out. Is this box used to lock people up?" When she said this, Jiang Wang clan also opened the box and looked inside. She was also shocked, and then showed a happy expression. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, is this a mirror?" "Aya, it can see more clearly than the bronze mirror." "How did you get this thing? Could it be that you and Cuckoo went to the celestial court and stole it from there?" Jiang Wang clan was not bad and reacted quickly. She was not like Wang Wan's mother, who thought that she was locked in a box. When Wang Wan's mother heard that it was a mirror, she made a few movements. Sure enough, the person inside the box also made a few movements, just like the bronze mirror they usually used. However, the reflection of this mirror was too clear, so clear that it was as if a person had entered it. Thinking of Jiang Wang clan's words, she looked at Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao nervously and said, "Xiaobao, Cuckoo, mother knows that you are doing this for my good, but you can't take the risk. Quickly, send it back to the celestial court. Otherwise, if they find out that the mirror is missing, they will come after us." Mother is satisfied with just one look. Knowing that there is such a thing in this world, better than others, "I don't want it anymore, quickly send it back." Mother only wants you to grow up safely, nothing else. "Mother, what celestial court thing? This is something that Xiaobao and I made ourselves. The celestial court doesn't have it now. If we really send it back and they find out, it will be really troublesome. This one is a little small, so it's just right to put it in the leather bag that was sent last time. When we make a bigger one in the future, we can put it in the room and stand in front of everyone, so that they can see it." When Wang Wan heard her mother's words, she was very moved. These words should make people laugh, but it made her eyes turn red. She hurriedly explained, and at the same time, said that the celestial court was something that her family thought so she just let them think so. Okay, as long as it's not something that belongs to the celestial court. Don't worry, mother won't take it out casually. If I want to take it out, I will do it in the room, so that the people in the sky won't see it. Avoid them. When Wang Wan's mother heard that she didn't need to send it back, she was even happier. She looked at the mirror like it was a treasure, and her face was full of smiles. Jiang Wang clan was also a little worried just now, so she pushed the mirror in front of Zhang Xiaobao. Now that she knew that this was made by her son and daughter-in-law, and had nothing to do with the celestial court, she took the mirror back and carefully looked at it. She picked up a strand of hair on her temples and nodded with satisfaction. Seeing that their mother was satisfied, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also felt relieved. They were really afraid that their mother would be worried. Xiaobao, is it troublesome to make this thing? When Zhang Zhong saw the mirror, he thought about making money. Now that he was used to new things appearing in the house from time to time, it seemed that every new thing could bring enough benefits to the family. This mirror should be the same. Looking at Xiao Er's happy face, the other girls couldn't help but like it. It's not troublesome, but you have to keep it a secret. The cost of this thing is very low, and it will be sold at a high price in the future. Father, I'll have to trouble you to write a few letters and send this mirror to someone. The kind that doesn't cost a single cent. You have to send it, so that we can be safe here. Zhang Xiaobao explained to his father again, and at the same time, he told him his idea. Zhang Zhong nodded and said, I know. Our family often sends things to others. Those who take the things will always help us when we need it. Otherwise, how can we be so free and unfettered here? We have to send more to the emperor. After all, there are many women there. If one or two of them don't get it, they might do bad things behind our backs. Zhang Zhong was no longer the same Zhang Zhong who had cheated his wife in the beginning, nor was he the same person who had been the top scorer for the first time. Now, he gradually understood and adapted to official matters. He could clearly distinguish what should be done and what should not be done. Father, don't worry. In a few days, there will be a lot of mirrors coming out. When the time comes, we'll send them together. Just wrap them in cotton. Be careful on the road, otherwise they will break very easily. Zhang Xiaobao was very happy with his father's change. Now that he was a provincial governor and had to endure more hardships, he wouldn't have to worry about being cheated when he entered the Ru imperial court in the future. This meal was different from before. The old man in the family was very happy, and the two people who received the mirrors were also very happy. As they ate, they carefully passed the mirrors back and forth. They each said the price of the mirrors, and in the end, it was lower than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's. As a result, the meal took a lot longer, twice as long as usual. After the meal, the family didn't return to their rooms. Instead, they continued to look at the mirrors. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left. The two of them had to send the mirrors to the other three people. When the two of them found the old man, Li Sun and the others were all there. The old man acted as the referee according to the rules of the game. The others were divided into 4 families and played a game of Monopoly. Elder sister Xin Er, elder sister Lu, and Wei Wei, this is for you. Wang Wan ran and distributed the mirrors in her hands. She also took out the one that belonged to her and fiddled with it. It wasn't that she hadn't seen a mirror before, but that there was a mirror in this place. The meaning behind it was not simple. When the 3 girls saw the wooden box in their hands, they felt that it was not bad. They curiously opened it to take a look. In an instant, they cried out in surprise like Wang Wan's mother and Zhang Xiaobao's mother. The person in the mirror also opened his mouth wide in shock. When he blinked his eyes, the person in the mirror also learned to blink very quickly. It seemed that as soon as he moved, the person in the mirror moved as well. I know, this is a mirror. Wow! You can make a mirror like this? I'm rich now. In the future, if there's anything you can't eat or spend, let me sell it. Xin Er was stunned for a moment, and finally reacted. With her talent in business, she immediately knew the value of a mirror. Not only could it be sold directly, but if it was done well, it could also be used to make money. It could also be used to exchange some benefits with others. What mirror? What mirror? Is it really that good? Let me see. Li Sun didn't care at first, but when he heard Xin Er's words, he curiously leaned over. Xin Er closed the mirror at once, and didn't let Li Sun see it no matter what. Li Sun had no choice but to find Wang Wan. He took the mirror from Wang Wan's hand and opened it. He also opened his eyes wide and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Did you guys make this thing as well? I want as many as you have. First, give me 100, no, 500. I want to give it to someone, no, 100. Just give it to the key people. If you give it to everyone else, it can't be sold at a high price. You don't expect them to buy it. Only 10, take it or leave it." When Wang Wan heard Li Sun say 100, she turned her head away. There was no discussion at all. Chapter 5:12. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At dawn, the clouds were faint and the sun was shining brightly. The blue sea and silver sand were rolling in waves. The fishing boats were floating lightly, and the lighthouse was down. The seabirds were chirping in the distance, and the sounds on the shore were echoing in the distance. At the beginning of summer, the fleet of the Ning family in Qinzhou, as well as the ships of the people who had been tricked, finally docked at Luzhou's pier. Even the Ning family's ship was no exception. First, they were overtaken by the Zhang family's fleet. Their speed was so fast that they could only watch the waves. They were fast and steady. Even when they were drawing the so-called zigzag in the sea, they were not the ones who could catch up. At first, they wanted to follow behind. After all, the sky was already on the horizon. It was said that the currents and winds had changed. The people on the fleet wanted to follow the Zhang family. It did not matter if it was embarrassing or not. As long as they could deliver the goods, it was a success. They only followed for a day. To be precise, it was an afternoon. At night, they lost track of the Zhang family's fleet. At dawn, there was only the blue sea and blue sky. The people of the Ning family complained. The people on the ships who followed them sighed. They were not capable enough to get the triangular sail and the propeller technology. Even if the ship looked simple, it could not be built. The internal structure was complicated. Only the Zhang family could use it openly. After all, they were the ones who provided the technology. There were reports of impeachment, but a few influential ministers in the imperial court directly refuted them with a reason that made people speechless. The things made by the Zhang family can only be improved if they use them. Who knows, they might be able to make better things. If they are not allowed to use it, how can they do it? The thing that made people lose their competitive spirit the most was that as long as the Zhang family's ship passed by, they could draw a sea map. It was said that they had a unique measuring method. The Zhang family kept a copy of the sea map, and the other copy was kept in the imperial palace. If one wanted to get the map from the imperial palace, they might be able to do it in their dreams. However, if they wanted to get the map from the Zhang family, they would have to work harder. It was easier to get the map from the imperial palace. As the distance between them increased, the moon came out to join in the fun. For some unknown reason, the changes in the tides were actually disrupted for a few days. All of a sudden, the Ning family's fleet veered off course. Unbeknownst to them, it was caused by an earthquake in the sea. Coupled with the solar wind and the lunar eclipse, there was a small problem with the sea they were sailing in. As a result, 4 of the 22 ships that came here hit the rocks. The people were rescued, but the goods were out of the question. 4 ships were abandoned there, and the remaining 10 ships finally found the right way after several days of sailing. This was because of Sea Nan, at least they knew which direction was north, south, east and west. The 4 ships that hit the reef belonged to the Ning family. Who asked them to invite others? When the position of the sea changed, they had to send ships to explore the way. This time, the Ning family sent a total of 6 ships. Only 2 ships were left. There was no point in docking at Lianzhou. They couldn't understand why the Zhang family's ship didn't hit the reef. This route was opened by the Zhang family. Nothing happened the first time they came here. Could it be that when they were in danger, the Zhang family's ship was fine? Of course, the Zhang family's ship was fine. It wasn't that they were lucky, but that the people of the Zhang family were good. There was an 80-year-old man on the ship. He followed his parents to sea to fish since he was 4 years old. As a result, he fell ill and became paralyzed at an old age. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't think too much about it. They just wanted to let some old people with poor family conditions go to the nursing home. The old man followed them and was well taken care of. The old man didn't have any other skills. He could see where there were fish and where there were submerged reefs with ease. If he was given a clairvoyant eye, he could accurately judge the situation under the sea. After the old man was properly arranged, he imparted his experience to others for free. This kind of wealth couldn't be measured by money. Therefore, the Zhang family gave the old man a ship with a propeller and a jib sail. The ship was called Golden Age. After the Zhang family's fleet learned this experience, they braved the wind and waves in the face of countless submerged reefs. They laughed proudly between the sky and the sea. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sent the old man to the nursing home, they didn't expect to make use of the old man. In the end, they not only received their own spiritual reward, but also countless wealth. The old man also had his own diet and his own wheelchair. His family was also properly arranged. Even his grandson, who used to be a gangster, was also sent to the army. Every time the Zhang family's fleet set sail, the old man had to go with them. After all, there were still some things that the people on the ship hadn't learned, and that was the ability to hear. The old man could actually judge whether there were shoals of fish and submerged reefs by the sound of the sea at night when nothing could be seen. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan learned about this, they repeatedly exclaimed that the old man's ears were almost as good as sonar. The two felt that the old man's kind smile was the real pride. The two of them set up a separate academy for the old man, the Time Navigation Academy, to inspire the people in the future. They also engraved a couplet on the gate of the academy: Golden Age, blue waves, time passing, blue sky. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't do this just because of the old man. They respected the spirit of dedicating one's life to the sea. People would die eventually. The difference was what they left behind for the future generations. When they commemorated others, they also warned themselves. The Ning family didn't have such an old man on the ship, nor did they have such an old man in their own home. It was impossible for them to save an old man who couldn't even walk. Therefore, they had 4 ships that were loaded with goods. The value of the goods was enough to feed 100 old men for 60 years, just like the Zhang family. When humanity was more important than money, there would be more opportunities to earn money, just like Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. When money was more important than humanity, both were lost. Humans were better than other animals not because they knew how to use tools, but because they had hope and compassion in their hearts. They couldn't understand why nothing happened to the Zhang family's fleet, while they lost 4 large cargo ships. When the Ning family docked at Luzhou's pier with the other 16 ships, they were still notified that they had to pay 10 strings of coins per ship. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't care who owned the ships. They didn't want to give in at all. There were rules in business. As merchants, they had to follow the rules of business. If they changed their identities, it would be a different matter. If they revealed their identities as aristocratic families, it would mean that they were visitors. Then, it wouldn't be strange to take out 1,000 strings of coins to receive them. If they said that they were here to do business, they would gladly hand over the money. The Ning family still wanted to sow discord. However, some of the people on the ship seemed to have been warned by their families. When they docked, they had already handed over the money. Then, they took out a letter written by their families and gave it to Zhang Zhong. At the same time, they also gave him a gift. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were very satisfied with this approach. They clearly distinguished between private and business transactions, so they treated them differently. Therefore, the people sent by the aristocratic families enjoyed abalones, shark fins, conches, and other precious things. Each of them also received a precious mirror in a wooden box. The value of these things far exceeded the money spent on docking the ships and the gifts. When the Zhang family took them out, they didn't hesitate at all. Even Zhang Zhong personally came over to have a meal with these people. Not only did this approach not anger the aristocratic families who came with the ships, but it also made them value Zhang Zhong more. At the same time, they set a rule for Luzhou's docks. Anyone who docked a ship would have to pay, no matter who it was. Even the Zhang family's ships would have to pay. After all, they would pay separately. Of course, there were also special circumstances. For example, the flagship of the main family, the flagship of Li Sun's family, and the ships of some people with status in the imperial court couldn't be charged when they came here. They had to be flexible. Even if those officials might bring some goods, they had to pretend that they didn't see it. They couldn't bring 100 ships with them every time they came here, right? It was also impossible for them to spend nearly half a year just to come and go. The people of the Ning clan were still waiting to see a good show, but they didn't expect that their hopes would be dashed. This news was quickly sent to Qinzhou within a few days, together with the land route from Lianzhou. Before the Tang governor of Ning received the news, he was angry. The Zhang family's ships had arrived first, and so many goods were distributed to various provinces. Through the various trading channels of the merchants, the prices of these goods were much higher than expected. The Tang governor of Ning couldn't care about what happened to the other provinces, but it was the same in Qin province. Didn't he order those merchants not to contact Luzhou? How could there still be goods coming over? He had already sent out almost all the military forces in Qin province to patrol the land routes. It was impossible for goods to come over from those roads. It was impossible for them to come over from those roads either. All the ships that came over would be checked at the mouth of Qin River, and on the way up along the river, they would have to pass through 3 checkpoints. Every ship that came over would have to search every cabin, and even the bodies of the people who came over would not be spared. As a result, a large number of Zhang family's goods were shipped over from Qin province, and they were sold at a high price. How was this possible? Waiting for the news from Luzhou again, the Tang governor of Ning couldn't hold back the anger in his heart. He slammed the leather-wrapped table he bought from Luzhou and roared loudly, "What the hell are you doing? Is it so difficult to deal with Zhang Zhong? You always brag about how powerful you are, but look at you now. Not only are 4 ships gone, those people don't even hate the Zhang family. What's the use of keeping you?" After the steward delivered the news, he didn't dare to touch it. He knew how angry the old master would be with this news. At this time, when he saw the old master slamming the table, he didn't have the mood to tell the old master the price of the table. He could only stand there with his head lowered, waiting for the old master to calm down. The Tang governor of Ning had been the provincial governor here for 10 years, and he had never encountered such a sullen situation. Since Zhang Zhong came here, he seemed to have been restraining himself everywhere. A man who was not even 30 years old was actually pressuring the Ning family to the point that they couldn't breathe. When they had not won a single battle in the dark, he kept coming up with ideas and schemes. In the end, everything from Lu Zhou's side was out in the open. He just watched them do it, but he couldn't think of any way to deal with it. He sent memorials to the imperial court, but the imperial court didn't say anything. They even warned him that if he sent memorials again, there would be no news. This time, the fleet was obviously covered, but the Zhang family's ship arrived at the destination a month in advance, and they didn't notice any damage at all. As for those goods, almost all the troops were sent to search for them by land, but they couldn't find anything. Several checkpoints were also set up on the waterways, but they couldn't find any way to get the goods in. Could it be that those goods grew wings and flew here on their own? Even if they flew here, they had to land, right? It seems like we have to capture those merchants and interrogate them one by one. We can't lose in this business after losing in politics, don't you think so? The Tang governor of Ning thought of these things. The only way to solve this problem was to capture the merchants. Even if capturing the merchants would affect the business in Qin province, they couldn't lose without knowing why. The butler was listening at the side. He knew that this sentence was directed at him, so he quickly said, "Master, give the order. Capture all of them, including those who bought the goods. I don't believe that they can keep their mouths shut. Capture, capture, capture all of them. Don't let a single one of them go. Ask them clearly how the goods were transported here. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. The Tang governor of Ning gritted his teeth and said. Crazy, this is really crazy, the butler thought in his mind. Chapter 5:13. The crazy provincial governor Ning didn't care too much about the consequences now. He just wanted to catch those merchants and interrogate them. As soon as this order was issued and the news spread, before he could catch them, a merchant had come here and handed a map to him. When the merchant handed over the map, he no longer respected the Tang governor of Ning. Instead, he was grateful to the Chamber of Commerce on Lu Zhou's side, namely Zhang Zhong and Lord Zhang. When the goods were shipped back, they had agreed that if the Tang governor of Ning started to arrest people, they would immediately hand over the map to the Tang governor of Ning. That way, the merchants would not have to worry. At that time, the merchants in Qin province did not believe that the Tang governor of Ning would do anything to them. They thought that Lord Zhang was thinking too much. They were usually helping the Ning family in Qin province. Otherwise, how could the entire Qin province develop on its own? Who would believe that the Tang governor of Ning would dig his own grave? Reality gave them a hard slap in the face. As soon as the army was mobilized, they knew. Which merchant did not have informants? In order not to lose out, they sent the map. This was the transportation method. In fact, it was very simple. They would transport the goods by water, pull a net under the water, put the goods in the net, and drag them all the way here. Then, they would secretly go ashore at a place that was not checked. This was the smuggling method used by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in the beginning. At that time, many people were fooled. Later on, they gradually stopped using it. Now, they could use it for the local people. Tang governor of Ning looked at the map in his hand and then at the merchant. He chuckled and said, "So this is how it is transported. Don't worry, I just want to have a gathering with you. In the past, you have helped the Ning family a lot. Don't think too much, I have never thought of arresting you. Even if you don't say it, we know in our hearts that you won't arrest us. However, we always feel that it is not good to secretly transport the goods here. That's why we want to let you know the method as soon as possible to avoid causing more losses to you. My lord, we haven't been with you for many days. I wonder when you have time to meet up with us." The merchant who sent the map had a relieved smile on his face. He asked the Tang governor of Ning in a flattering manner. "That's not urgent. I've been too busy recently. I'll find you in a few days." Tang governor of Ning knew the transportation method, so he did not intend to say anything more to the merchant. He just casually said that he wanted the merchant to leave. The merchant was sensible. He quickly said, "Then I'll go back first. My lord, you must take care of yourself. Qinzhou can't live without you." After the merchant said that, he turned around and left. After he left the mansion, his face darkened. He finally understood what kind of person Tang governor of Ning was. He did such a thing, but he was not afraid that the merchants of Qinzhou would be disappointed. It seemed that they could no longer do business with the Ning family in the future, let alone transport Lu Zhou's goods here. As for what to do, it would depend on how Lord Zhang of Lu Zhou would arrange it. At most, he would bring his family and money to Lu Zhou. There should be a business for them to do there. The merchant's mind had changed. Tang governor of Ning's mind had also changed. He did not think that he had done anything wrong. He put all the blame on the local merchants. He thought that it was the merchants who did not help his family to guard Qinzhou well and secretly transported the goods here. This time, if he did not send the soldiers to arrest them, how could the merchants obediently deliver the goods here? Tang governor of Ning threw the paper in his hand away lightly and ordered the people standing guard outside, "Men, send my order. Tell the people patrolling the Qinzhou River to check the things under the boats. If they find any goods, take them to the officials." At Lu Zhou's dock, the remaining 2 boats of the Ning family did not have many things left. There was only some food and a small amount of goods on them. The real boat carrying the goods had hit a reef on the way here. They were not in a hurry now. Their first task was to accompany the people from the families who came from Kaifeng. The young masters and women on the 16 boats were also not in a hurry to sell the goods. The main purpose of their visit this time was not to make a lot of money, but to see the situation here. After learning more about the situation, they would know what goods to transport next time to earn more money. This time, they just wanted to earn back the travel expenses. However, as soon as they disembarked from the ship, they fell in love with the sea cloud and branch. They ate one dish after another, wanting to taste all the dishes in Sea Cloud Inn. They also wanted to see the scenery here. It was not easy for them to come out for a stroll. They could not do business right away. Their families did not ask them to stay for a long time. The most important thing was to find more fun things to do. These young masters and women were all rich. They ate whatever was expensive and used whatever cost more. At this time, Li Sun was happy. He also found out the identity of the people who got off the boat. He thought that other people should be interested in his hobbies. So, he quickly found some people who were good at talking and persuading those young masters to come to the mountain to play. For only 50 strings of coins per trip, they could see the charming scenery and stay in a wooden house. In addition, there were some recreational activities like fishing and boating, as well as all kinds of food and drinks. All these tickets only cost 100 strings of coins. In other words, they only had to fork out 150 strings of coins to take care of everything. They could stay there for 10 days. Counting from the time they entered the mountain, it only cost 15 strings of coins per day. For rich people, it was not a lot. As expected, those people were tricked. Oh, not tricked, they agreed to join the tour group. They did not care about the Ning family's strong invitation to visit Qinzhou. They directly got on the carriage and looked at the scenery on both sides of the road. They went up the mountain. The goods were left on the boat. They would wait for them to come back after they were satisfied. Li Sun was afraid that they would recognize him, so he did not show up this time. Seeing the group leave, he happily found Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He said to them, "It's open, it's open. 10 days is not enough time to play. If you want to see all the places, it will take at least a month. I have decided. After 10 days, I will tell them that they have to wait for 2 months before they can go to more interesting places. At least, I can't let them see the waterfall with the rainbow. This way, they will miss it. Even if they go back home, they will think about this place. On the last day, I will let them participate in a hunting activity for half a day. Maybe they can find more friends the next time they come here." Who said that we have to wait a long time to make money? Looking at Li Sun's excited expression, Zhang Xiaobao nodded. Not bad. Young Master Li can actually make such a big deal. Since we are going to lure them, why don't we first draw the activities on a piece of paper and let them see it? It would be best if we could draw it with color. Yes, that's what we will do. Draw it, we must draw it. We must also engrave it. Then, use a color overprint to print it. When they leave in 10 days, we will give each of them more. Let them use this to advertise when they go back and boast to their friends." Li Sun's eyes lit up. He felt that Zhang Xiaobao's idea was good. He even added a few more things. This was the direction he was going to develop in. But thinking of the Zhang family's ability to make money, Li Sun felt that he could still explore more. He asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Is there any way to make more money?" "Yes, there is. This is not urgent. We will talk about it in a few months." Zhang Xiaobao had already had an idea, but this was not the right time to arrange it. Li Sun thought that Zhang Xiaobao would go back and ask the expert in his family. He nodded and left excitedly. He found someone to draw some pictures of the scenery that would appear in the future. This could not be done blindly. Otherwise, if he disappointed the expert, he would not come. After Li Sun left, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also began to get busy. Since the two of them asked someone to burn the glass, they had burned a large piece of glass. In fact, it was very wasteful to do so. They just dug a big hole and poured the water into it. When there was enough water, it would become a large piece of crystal. It was also made for fun, especially for some children. The two of them wanted to make enough things for them to play with. They were at the docks. Now that Luzhou's population had increased, it would be more prosperous in the future. With the addition of Hainan Island, they could cooperate to attract people to visit. The children of poor families could not be controlled at the moment, but it was not a problem for the children of rich families. If they wanted people to come, they could not directly tell them how much it would cost. Otherwise, when people came, they would feel that they were being cheated. The early stage was free. The way to make it free was not to tell people that it was free. Instead, it was to add a lottery item to the things sold. There was a certain probability that one could get it. Those who got it could come here for free once. At most, 5 people could come for free at a time. The children of poor families might not come and give the lottery item to the rich. Of course, the children of rich families could not come here alone. They would need people to protect and serve them. 5 people seemed to be too little. They could only have 4 people to assist them. If they wanted to send more people, one would have to buy the lottery for the children of poor families, and the other would have to spend their own money. In addition to this kind of free trip for children, there was also a kind of free trip for couples. For example, couples with 3 people or couples with 5 people. It did not matter if they were a man and a few women, or a woman and a few men. Anyway, it was a luxurious free trip for couples. Those rich young masters would think of ways to persuade the women they liked to come with them when they saw this situation. Even if they were rich, they could find a few women from the brothels to come with them. After all, they could make money. The travel expenses and accommodation were free. If they could not bear to spend money, they could eat good food. But if they wanted to eat better food and play better things, they had to pay for it themselves. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were making things that others found novel. The high slide was made of iron sheets. The craftsmen here could perfectly connect the iron sheets used for the slide. There was also something like the torrent rush. It was like a small boat falling from a high place. A large amount of isinglass was used to cushion the fall. For safety, the two decided to increase the cost. They could not allow people to die. Anyway, there were no isinglass here. Even if they paid a high price, people would be willing to play. Then there was the maze. It was not only a maze above ground, but also an underground one. The top and bottom were connected. If one wanted to enter from the top, one had to go through the underground and then go up to the surface to exit. If it were the two of them, the cost of such a maze would be very expensive. Few merchants could afford it. But here, they were not afraid. The people would give them food and water and pay them some wages. Soon, the maze would be built. There were 3 of them. Now, 2 of them were making a mirror. When the glass was cut, they had already done some processing. It was estimated that it was not so smooth. This was even more difficult than making it smooth. When the others made the glass, the 2 of them added a layer of tinfoil to the glass. They wore thick gloves and wrapped themselves tightly. Even their eyes were covered with diving goggles made of glass and isinglass. The tinfoil was fine, but the mercury was poisonous. The 2 of them did not want to be poisoned by mercury. After making a mirror, they put it aside and looked at it. Sure enough, it turned into various shapes. As they worked, Wang Wan had an idea. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Do you think that if we use this protection when making matches, we won't have to worry about others being poisoned? Don't stay in that kind of environment all day. You can work in the match factory for 2 hours a day and then do other things. If other people come to change shifts, it will be more convenient to use fire sickles. Do you know how to make safety matches? Otherwise, the kind of matches made can easily cause a fire. Also, what do we use to hold it? Use paper boxes. Paper is not cheap now. Why do we need to make safety matches? They are specially made for the rich. When you use them, you just need to make a light stroke. When others see it, they will feel strange. Even if you give it to them to play with, they will fall down when they walk. There is no such thing as absolute safety. Paper is not difficult for us. We can make a lot of them soon. I have decided to make matches. There are 50 matches in a box. Including the box, it will be 20 copper coins. The cost is less than 1 copper coin. You don't have to worry about this. I will do it myself. Wang Wan had her own ideas. Zhang Xiaobao didn't need to cooperate with her. Zhang Xiaobao didn't believe that Wang Wan was making matches for the sake of making matches. He didn't know what she was planning. Since they had their own things to do, he would let her do it. The haha mirror was easy to make. Soon, they made 20 mirrors. In addition to this, they also made some byproducts, which were kaleidoscopes. They were naturally used to seeing them and didn't care for them. However, others who hadn't seen them before would be attracted. They were also sold to the rich. Otherwise, if everyone used them, the price of mirrors and glass would be discounted. The two of them didn't want to selflessly take care of the entire Great Tang. Unlike salt, which was a necessity for daily necessities, the common people lived the same life with or without glass and mirrors. The next day, the two of them began to move. They found the people who had nothing to do and called them over. They began to build a large maze. They made wooden boards one by one and then dug holes. The two of them designed a complicated maze blueprint. The people didn't know how to read the drawings, so they used lime to draw holes in the ground. They just had to follow the traces of lime and dig. The commoners didn't know what these tunnels were for, but since they had food and wages, they dug. Since they had nothing to do, weeding the fields would only take a little while every day. The rest of the time would be used for odd jobs. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also found a craftsman to make a large slide and a trough for Torrent Brave Advance. Torrent Brave Advance could only draw water from a river and set up a water wheel on top of it. Otherwise, if there was no water, how could it enter? The three big projects started at the same time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came over every day to watch. There were also 3 dogs. Wang Wan said that she had seen others train them. However, when it came to her training, the results were not very good. The big dogs were smarter than the small dogs. Often, before the small dogs could learn, the big dogs could follow orders and do things. This was also good. When the big dogs learned, the small dogs could learn from the big dogs. As for the glass mirrors and things made of glass, they gave some to Li Sun for him to give as a gift. They didn't put the rest up for sale. The two of them had to wait until they had more goods before they sold them all at the same time. While Lu Zhou's land was prosperous, the Tang governor of Ning of Qin province could no longer sit still. In the past, he didn't think much of it when other places were inferior to Qin province. He was willing to let Qin province develop according to the rules of the Ning family. However, Lu Zhou was different from other places now. It was far ahead of Qin province. The Tang governor of Ning could not stand this. If Lu Zhou was the only one developing, it would not be a big deal. After all, the Zhang family had the money to invest. However, the provinces around Lu Zhou such as Lian province, Shaanxi province, Sumaozhou, Xiang province, and the other provinces were developing as well. These provinces had all benefited from Lu Zhou. When the merchants bought things from Lu Zhou's Chamber of Commerce, they would sell them in their own provinces. At the same time, they would also collect things in their own provinces and sell them to Lu Zhou's Chamber of Commerce. In the beginning, it was not a big deal. However, as the surrounding provinces collected some extra money from the taxes, and the merchants spent money to build some key roads in order to travel faster, the gap between them and Lu Zhou became apparent. The other provinces had developed, but Qin province was worse than before because of its small population and restrictions on merchants. This made Ning Zhongzi unable to stand it. In fact, he wanted to develop as well. However, he needed the Ning family to take the lead. Since Lu Zhou was oppressed by Qin province in the past, he had no intention of giving the Ning family any chance. Since the Ning family no longer had a chance, Ning Zhongzi could not let the local merchants have a chance as well. Therefore, he wanted to learn from the Zhang family and ship precious goods from the capital to develop himself. However, the first time, the goods on 2 ships were robbed by Zhang Zhong's men. The second time, 4 ships ran into rocks. When they wanted to send ships from the capital, they no longer had the money to buy ships. They would have to transfer money from other places. Moreover, they would have to buy new goods. The Ning family had suffered a great loss. Moreover, even if they did so, they would be delayed for at least half a year. Half a year was not a short time. At that time, they did not know how Lu Zhou and the surrounding provinces had developed. It would be even more difficult for Qin province to catch up. Chapter 5:14. Recently, in addition to doing his own things, Zhang Zhong also had to take care of the delivery room. With a population of more than 40,000, there were babies almost every day. When it was about time for the birth, the local people would send the pregnant women here to wait for the delivery. Then, he could save money. After all, he did not have to pay for the confinement. Confinement was usually the most expensive time. The woman who was giving birth had to eat good food to breastfeed. There were also various other auxiliary things, such as diapers for the child to change and so on. When he was at home, there would be one more person to take care of his wife while she was in confinement. Now, he did not have to care about those things. Lu Zhou was responsible for taking care of everything for free. Although it was only for a month, it was not like the first time he took care of a dozen women for a year. It was not bad. After this month, the woman who gave birth would be able to do things. Until now, there had not been any deaths, especially major bleeding. It had not happened at all. There was only one case of dystocia. Just when the doctor was about to perform the surgery, the woman forced herself to give birth to the child. It seemed that women who worked had a lot of advantages in this aspect. If it were a woman who lived like a princess at home, it was very likely that she would die because of dystocia because of lack of strength. The 100% success rate made Zhang Zhong feel relieved. When the time came, his wife and the Wang family would be able to do so according to his experience. Because Zhang Zhong's family had built a delivery room, the people supported him even more. It was really amazing. He had given birth to so many children, and none of them had died. The delivery room had become sacred in the hearts of the people. As long as there was a woman in the family who was going to give birth, no matter how far she was, she would be sent here. Even the rich families in the surrounding provinces, after learning about this situation, did not care about the distance and tried to find ways to send the woman in the family who was going to give birth to here. This had to be paid. Otherwise, the Zhang family would not be able to afford it. If the same thing happened in Huayuan County Hospital in the future, there would be more people from all over the place. It was not a big deal to spend some money on disinfection, but who could afford to pay for a month's worth of nutrition? Lu Zhou's place was special. The commoners did not have much money, and there were not many merchants here. Only a small portion of them had some money. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had a special discussion on this matter. In the end, they decided that the free ones would still be free, and the ones who received money would also have to be charged. It was impossible to say that the same treatment would be given to all pregnant women. The two of them thought of a way, and that was to treat pregnant women differently. The rich ones would stay in high-end wards, while the poor ones would stay in ordinary wards. It was just a matter of several people staying in one place. Also, food, clothes, and so on would be divided into different grades. This way, a portion of the money of the rich would be used on the poor, and the hospital would not have to pay for their own expenses. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not expect to make money from this matter. It was fine as long as they could keep their capital. The two of them felt that it would not be right for them to make money. It was not like there were no other ways to make money. Why should they make money at the expense of fragile lives? The two of them decided that it would be the same for other hospitals in the future. The rich would spend more money on the patients, and the poor could do it for free. As long as the number of rich people reached a certain level, the hospital would use some of the money earned on the poor, and some of the money would be used for research. It was a success if they did not lose money. At critical times, if they were short of money for research, there would be a deficit, and the two of them could balance it out with the profits from other businesses. When they earned more money in the future, the two of them decided that it would be the same for education. They did not need money. This was something that involved the entire nation. As for real estate, they did not care. The rich would live in good houses, and the poor would live in bad ones. The only help the two of them could provide in this regard was to build more toilets. Wherever the business developed, they would help the local people build more clean toilets. The two of them did not want to wait until they had a lot of money before donating money. While developing, they quietly did things. With the two of them's abilities, they really did not need to worry about money. Especially in this era, it was too easy to earn money. They could make money just by doing something casually. Zhang Zhong also knew his son and daughter-in-law's plan. He did not care about that. He was not the one who earned the money. As long as the family had enough to spend and could leave some for future generations, it was fine. After looking through the records of the 3 children delivered today, Zhang Zhong was more confident in his wife's ability to give birth. He instructed the person beside him, "Go and ask around. See if there are any other families with twins. We need to take special care of them." The person serving Zhang Zhong did not need to ask much to know what all this was for. He agreed and ran out to arrange this matter. There were indeed 2 people with twins here. According to the normal timing, they would give birth 1 month before the Wang clan. It was a good opportunity to observe the situation. Dig another pit out of this place. It's here. You still need to make a turn at the side. After digging 10 feet in, you just need to make another turn. At the location of the future amusement park next to the dock, Wang Wan continued to adjust the details while watching others dig. She wanted to make this maze so that whoever entered would be confused. Not to mention that there were many forks, even some roads were made the same. After turning around and around, one would not know if there was a turn or not. The people digging the tunnels immediately did as Wang Wan said. Someone beside them could not help but come over to Wang Wan and ask, "Young lady, why are you digging so many tunnels? Are you making a cellar?" The cellar does not need to turn back and forth. I look at these tunnels. If you really dig a cellar, it is very likely that you will not be able to find the things in the end. Well, it's good that you can't find them. Even if you can find them, you will have dug for nothing. Not only must the underground tunnels not be found, but also the roads made of wooden planks on the ground. Don't ask too much now. You will know when it is done. Wang Wan said mysteriously to the person who asked the question. Seeing that the young lady did not say anything, the person who asked the question could not do anything. He could only think about it himself. After a while, he suddenly said, "Young lady, are you going to set up a formation here?" Yes, it's a formation. But it's not a formation to kill people. It's a formation for people to play with. Seeing that the person had guessed it, Wang Wan did not hide it. Oh, so it's a place for people to play. Then we have to dig it. When the time comes, we will let the young lady and the young master play. The person misunderstood again. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not explain much. Let others think what they want. When the time comes, everything will be clear. They continued to work for a few days. There was strength in numbers. In addition, the soil here was easy to dig. They dug out the things underground. In the end, when they dug it out, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were dumbfounded. Water entered. It might be too close to the seaside. Water kept seeping out. As a result, it was impossible to let people go down. What if they drowned? It's over. Why didn't we consider this at the beginning? Now it's great. We wasted so much of our wages. Xiao Bao, what should we do? Wang Wan stared blankly at the water in the tunnel and began to regret. Zhang Xiaobao also rubbed his hands to think of a solution. He also did not consider this matter. It was a mistake, a mistake. The money was wasted. The people who were working also stopped and waited for the two people to make a decision. Hey! Taste the water. Is it light or salty? Zhang Xiaobao squatted down and asked the people standing in the tunnel. Immediately, someone touched the water with his hand and looked up to reply, "It's light." Oh, it's good that it's light. If it's light, then we didn't dig it for nothing. Dig up the places beside it. Dig a big pool here and fill it with fresh water. In the future, we can build a beach here. After we finish swimming in the sea, we can swim here. The salt on our bodies will be gone. It just so happens that we can build an amusement park at the side. The two can be operated together. When we dig again, we can get someone to dig a deeper hole. When the water comes out, we can change the location. Zhang Xiaobao's eyes turned and thought of a solution. By doing so, they could continue to use the excavated area and not waste money. Wang Wan did not have a better idea, so she nodded in agreement. With this, they had one more place. Even if it was free to use, it was still a related facility. They could not charge for swimming in the sea, so it was still free. The place where they could earn money was where the swimmers needed to buy some food and drink when they came here. They could use this money to make up for it. When the people heard that this place was not dug for nothing, they worked hard again. At the same time, some people began to go to places further away from the sea to see if they could dig out water. They also wanted to see what this place would look like in the future. After working for 2 days, they finally finished digging here. They also found a place where the water did not come out. They continued to build the maze according to the map. On this day, some merchants came to Lu Zhou's pier. Nobody knew them. Even the merchants who joined the Chamber of Commerce here from various places had never seen these merchants who came later. The merchants first walked around the pier before heading directly to the Chamber of Commerce here. Based on the clothes they were wearing, they gave people the impression that they were very rich. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw them as well. The two of them suppressed the doubts in their hearts and asked the others to continue digging according to the drawn lines. They found a horse and followed these people from afar. They wanted to see what they were going to do. The people in front did not know that they were being followed. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were further away and used their clairvoyance to observe. These people were using horses to pull the goods. They stopped and walked along the way. From time to time, they would point at a certain place and say something. It seemed like they were having fun. What's going on? Could it be an inspection group from outside? Zhang Xiaobao asked in confusion as he rode on the horse. It's possible. They don't look like officials. All of them have the aura of wealth on them, Wang Wan said. What aura of wealth? It's obvious that it's from their clothes. Only the people in front who are surrounded by people look like they're doing business. The others are probably here to protect them. There's no hurry. No matter what they're doing, they'll have to go through our Chamber of Commerce in the end. The commoners won't sell things to them privately. When Zhang Xiaobao saw that those people were walking slowly, he stopped staring at them and shifted his gaze elsewhere. After a period of development, the changes here were not small. The roadside was wider, and the trees were growing fast. He believed that they would become big trees in another 2 years. There were also flowers and plants on both sides of the road. Bees were flying back and forth there. As those people walked, they began to speed up. The commoners who were working in the surroundings and the passing merchants were puzzled. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also picked up their pace and followed behind those people to see what they were going to do. Then, they followed them to the entrance of the largest building of the Lu Zhou's Chamber of Commerce. The building was divided into various departments. Every Chamber of Commerce had its own department. When there was a problem, they would discuss it together and cooperate with each other. When these people arrived outside, they were stopped. Those who were not from the Chamber of Commerce were not allowed to enter directly. They had to wait in a small room at the side. In other words, they had to register and wait to be summoned. Otherwise, if any random person could enter and leave, the Chamber of Commerce would not be able to do anything. Perhaps, this was the first time these people encountered such a situation. They did not say anything and directly went to the room at the side to register. If they had their own cards, they could take them out and hand them in. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan entered the Chamber of Commerce. When the person in charge of registration came over with the materials, the two of them stopped him and asked for the registration materials. 5 Lakes Chamber of Commerce? What kind of organization is this? Why isn't it called the 4 Seas? 5 Lakes? Which 5 lakes are they? Dongting Lake, Poyang Lake, West Lake, Taihu Lake, and Qinghai Lake. What other lakes can be the 5 lakes? Zhang Xiaobao looked at the words and said in confusion. Wang Wan also looked at the words and said, it should be a name. Can the 4 seas be called the Yellow Sea, the Bohai Sea, the East Sea, and the South Sea? Did they say what they were here for? Wang Wan asked the person who was holding the materials. The person replied, yes, they said that they have a deal to make a fortune. They want to discuss it with the person who can make the decision here. When the time comes, they will make a fortune in Luzhou together. They didn't mention anything else. I asked them, but they didn't say anything because they couldn't see my identity. Do a deal together? Good, arrange for them to meet the directors of the Chamber of Commerce here and see what kind of deal they have. When Zhang Xiaobao heard that it was a business deal, he nodded and agreed to give them a chance. With Zhang Xiaobao's arrangement, even if the directors had matters to attend to, they had to put them aside and answer the people from the 5 Lakes Merchant Guild. Not all of them went in, only 3 of them. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were in the room as well. They hid behind the screen and eavesdropped. They wanted to see what kind of deal the people from the 5 Lakes Chamber of Commerce had. The director's surname was Zhang as well. He was sent by the Zhang family and was given the surname Zhang. He was usually good at his job. He was steady and flexible. When the 3 of them entered, they looked at the person who was sitting there. When the person stood up, they immediately said, "Are you Manager Zhang?" Director Zhang was taken aback. However, he nodded and said, "Yes, I'm the person in charge. The 3 of you have come from afar. Please take a seat." As he spoke, he gestured for the 3 of them to sit down. Then, he had someone serve them tea and snacks. Director Zhang sat back down. He looked at the 3 of them and asked, "May I know what kind of deal the 5 Lakes Chamber of Commerce does?" The name doesn't seem to have anything to do with the sea. Oh, the 5 Lakes Merchant Guild? They do a lot of business. As long as there are people, there will be business. This humble one's surname is Hu, and his name is Chang. Back then, when my family gave me this name, it was just a random one. There's no special meaning behind it. Back then, my family was poor, and having a name was already a good thing. The person sitting in the middle smiled and introduced himself. He only talked about himself, and the 2 people beside him didn't care. The 2 people didn't say anything, and it seemed that they were just here to accompany him, and Hu Chang was the one who had to discuss the matter. So it's Boss Hu. To be able to meet such a noble person like Boss Hu, this Zhang is very happy. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Let's eat first. After Director Zhang heard the introduction, he immediately revealed a very happy expression. Before the matter was discussed, the problem of the meal was solved first. Well said, well said. It's just a meal. There's no hurry. The reason why I'm here is because I have a business deal to discuss with your Chamber of Commerce. If you do as we say, then both of us can earn a lot of money. Moreover, we can continue to earn for a long time. I have a plan here. Manager Zhang, why don't you take a look first? Hu Chang waved his hand indifferently. It seemed that he did not care about the meal. He took out a piece of paper and had the person beside him pass it to Director Zhang. Behind the screen, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other. The two of them felt that it was a little funny. When did other chambers of commerce start using plans? This was something that they came up with first. It seemed that the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce had come into contact with many things. They even had a plan. Director Zhang knew that the young master and young lady were hiding behind the screen. They must be very eager to know what was written in the plan. He opened the plan and read it word by word. Hu Chang and the other two did not stop him. They just sat there and drank their tea. From time to time, they would look at Director Zhang and smile. They were saying that the plan was right and they were very confident. Director Zhang could understand the meaning of the words, but he could not understand it further. He could only try his best to read it. Before he finished reading it, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan already knew the general meaning. The people of the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce wanted to plant some things here and rear some fish. They said that it was a new good thing that they found. Other places were not as good as Luzhou, so they wanted to cooperate with Luzhou. In fact, it was not a cooperation. It was just that the people of Luzhou could help them rear those things. When the time came, they would buy them with money. However, in order to let the people plant and rear those things well, the people had to fork out a portion of the money to buy the seeds and fry. 10 fry were worth 5 copper coins. When the time came, these fry would grow up and lay eggs. The Chamber of Commerce would collect the eggs according to their weight. In any case, after the people invested 5 copper coins, they would get 8 copper coins in less than a year. If they invested 50 copper coins, they would get 80 copper coins. Although this was not a loan shark, it was not a small amount. Especially when the plan said that these things did not need to be managed. As long as there was a place to plant and rear those things, there would be no natural disasters. Then, they could make a lot of money. Moreover, if they bought more, it would be cheaper. When the fish were raised well, they would look at the quality of the fish and see if they could be sold at a higher price. Director Zhang had never encountered such a situation. He could not understand why the people of the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce did not do it themselves since they had such good things. Instead, they wanted to let the local people benefit. At the bottom of the plan, it was written that they could cooperate with Luzhou's Chamber of Commerce. When the time came, whether it was the sale of the things they planted or the fish eggs, some of the money would be given to Luzhou's Chamber of Commerce. As for how much they would get, it would depend on how much money the Luzhou's Chamber of Commerce could invest in processing them. Director Zhang felt that this was an opportunity, but he could not make the decision. The Chamber of Commerce had just been established, and it had not been long. Many things had to be handed over to the young master and young lady in the end. The only thing he could do now was to understand the plan so that when the young master and young lady mentioned it, he would be able to explain it. Even if the two little ancestors were behind the screen now, he had to make sure that he would answer all of their questions. He did not understand, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did. They did not need to listen to what the fish eggs and the things they planted could be processed into and how much they could be sold for. The two of them knew what these people were doing here. Wang Wan held back her laughter. Her lips moved as she said, "Xiaobao, this is so funny. I can't believe that someone would use such a despicable method to deceive you. I'm wondering what they are thinking now. Don't they know what happened between us in the past? Or are they not convinced and want to use the Zhang family as a stepping stone to get ahead?" Zhang Xiaobao, on the other hand, was depressed. How could he encounter such a situation? Of all the people to deceive, why did they have to come to his side? If he let them leave peacefully, he would not be able to justify being accused of being an international swindler. It was obvious that they were just looking for trouble for him. Well, since they came here, they should be prepared to bear the consequences. This kind of deception was relatively new. At least in this era, it was not bad. Under normal circumstances, it could deceive people. I'll agree in a while and see what kind of conditions they offer. I'll fight a little to make them less suspicious. The money is in my hands. I can't let this kind of swindler go so easily. Otherwise, I don't know how many people I'll scam. Why don't they do multi-level marketing? That's slightly more difficult than raising money. At least the algorithm is more difficult. Zhang Xiaobao relaxed. He did not find it difficult to deal with such a swindler. It was too easy. Wang Wan nodded. She had not seen such a thing for a long time. She wanted to see how Zhang Xiaobao would counter-deceive her. She was clear that he could see through her, but she did not understand how he could counter-deceive her. Could it be that he could beat her at her own game? It was also a comfortable thing to experience the highest level of deception again. Director Zhang finished reading the entire plan and did not dare to look at the screen. He put on a contemplative expression and said to Hu Chang and the other two, "We need to think about this matter. How about this? You all go to Hai Yunjian and rest for a while. When we are done with our research, we will immediately look for you to discuss it. However, this thing is still lacking some trust. That is, how can you guarantee that you won't leave after receiving the money? If you leave, where will we find you? The business is not small, and the money used will not be small. It will be difficult. Manager Zhang, do you think we are swindlers?" Hu Chang's expression turned ugly as he asked Director Zhang. "Naturally, that's not what I mean. It's just that this business must have a guarantee. You see, the Chamber of Commerce on our side has a guarantee. It has already been registered in the manner. When something happens, someone will hold us accountable. Since it's a cooperation, both sides have to be equal, right?" Director Zhang looked like he thought they were swindlers, but his mouth said tactful words. The three people did not seem to be prepared to reach a cooperation at once. Hu Chang nodded and said, "Manager Zhang is right. How about this, we will go to Hai Yunjian and wait. When you feel that it's feasible, we will let you know our guarantee. What do you think? That's even better. Then, the three of you will drink tea. We don't have to wait too long." Director Zhang politely picked up the tea bowl. The three of them also held it and gestured. Then, they all said goodbye and left. As soon as the three of them left, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came out from behind the screen. Director Zhang quickly handed over the things in his hand. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand and said, "You don't need to show it to us. We know what's going on. Promise them. Regardless of whether they have a guarantee or not, and regardless of whether their guarantee is reliable, promise them." Promise? What if they cheat people? If they take the money and run away, where can we find them? Director Zhang advised in a low voice, but he did not understand. The young master and young lady had always been very cautious. They did things without leaving any loopholes. Why did they promise others so casually this time? It's best to talk a few more times. In the end, if you can't talk anymore, you can make a compromise. You don't have to worry about other things. Xiao Bao and I have our own ways to deal with it. We are not afraid of being cheated, but we are afraid that they won't cheat us. These days are too peaceful. There's nothing fun to do. Wang Wan did not want to explain too much. In fact, she did not know how to cheat others. But she knew that those people would not come up to cheat a little money and leave. They would cheat a little. In the beginning, they would definitely give the people some benefits. They would wait until they had earned enough money before running away. Chapter 5:15. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't care too much about the trick of raising money. The two of them continued to work on their amusement park, accumulating more experience first. When their respective mothers' children were born in the future, they could provide the most intelligent and safe amusement park for their 4 children. The two of them had already decided that in the future, no matter if it was a younger brother or a younger sister, the two of them would personally teach them. They were not at ease with others teaching them, so they wanted to instill some of their own ideas into their younger siblings. In addition to these places to play, the two of them also planned to make some intellectual toys, starting from the simplest to the most complex. They would slowly cultivate them, and during the process of playing, they would let their younger siblings learn things, instead of trying to tell them to remember things. In fact, the two of them also knew that it wasn't that those teachers' standards weren't good enough, but that the amount of effort they put in was different. How could teaching one student be the same as teaching 100 students? If he wanted to teach well, the best he could do was to choose a method that was most suitable for the majority of people. If every teacher only had one student, then no matter how bad the teacher was or how ordinary the student was, in the end, they would still learn better than many students who followed the majority. It was definitely not a problem for 2 people to teach 4 people, not to mention that they could find time to teach at any time. This was not just teaching questions, but also teaching some thoughts, especially philosophical thoughts. Make a merry-go-round here. It has to be shorter, and it just needs to be able to move. Why don't children know how to be muddle-headed? Adults usually feel dizzy sitting on such a wooden horse. Wang Wan draws a position in a place and prepares to make a carousel. The driving force is the river next to it, so it is not difficult to move up and down. I don't know either. I only know that in the past, people would put it in the cradle when they were young. Is it like this? As you shake it, the child is actually already confused. It's just that they don't know how to say it and fall asleep in a daze. Zhang Xiaobao joked. In fact, this was very easy to understand. Some of the habits of a child had not been developed, so they could adapt to many things that adults could not adapt to. As for the cradle, if an adult were to be gently rocked, it would be very comfortable. What do you think? We can put a wooden horse here, and we can put some soft balls in the front for the children to play with. They are ocean balls. It would be even better if we could make them into trampolines. Wang Wan began to make arrangements for her idea again. Zhang Xiaobao listened by the side and felt that it did not matter where this thing was placed, as long as it did not hurt the child. Adults would find many games boring, but for children, even if they were given a deck of cards, they could play for a whole day. Boys loved to play with these, and Zhang Xiaobao remembered that he had played with them before. They would find stones of different colors outside and divide them into 2 sides. In the end, they would fight. Usually, one side would win, and sometimes, the battle would be very fierce. After a busy day, they had made all the games that should be made. They just came up with an idea, circled the place, and asked someone to make it. The 2 of them prepared to come back to ask about the negotiation and see if the other side would give in. But as soon as they arrived home, they saw that there were people busy in the hospital here. They went in and out and did not let other people come close. All the doctors who went in were wrapped up tightly. What happened? Zhang Xiaobao stopped a doctor who was about to go in and asked. Smallpox, there's smallpox. There's a child with smallpox and he's burning up. We're trying to find a way to reduce his fever. It looks like it's enough. The other children who played with him are also looking for people to send them here. An anxious look appeared in the doctor's eyes, as if his child had smallpox. After saying this, he remembered the young master and young lady. He quickly said to the 2 of them, "Young master, young lady, quickly go back to the mansion. You must not go there. If you get sick, it will be troublesome." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan nodded at the same time and ran home without saying anything. The 2 of them were also afraid. There was no treatment for smallpox. The probability of death was very high. The 2 of them could not take the risk. The 2 of them stopped as soon as they entered the mansion. They looked at each other and did not know what to do for a moment. It's over. This child is over. Even if he doesn't die, there will be ugly marks on his body. What should we do? Smallpox is something that can exterminate an entire family. Wang Wan said anxiously. She knew how serious this disease that had affected many generations was, but she could not do anything. Zhang Xiaobao was also very nervous. He did not want to see a young life disappear in front of his eyes. It was too cruel. After thinking for a while, he said, "I remember that 100 years ago, people were vaccinated with something. It seemed that they were vaccinated not long after they were born. Then, they did not have to worry about anything. What was it called? It was like the vaccinations we had when we were young. Of course it was cowpox. Quickly find a cow with smallpox. I have seen this before. Sun Simiao wrote about it in a book. He mentioned this disease. The people here should also know about it. I remember that at the beginning, it was human smallpox. Let's get cowpox. Wang Wan still remembered that she did not use the smallpox at that time. It's too late. The child has already had smallpox. It is useless to want to prevent it. Zhang Xiaobao was really anxious now. He had been thinking about that child in his heart. But at least it is useful for other children. There is no other way, so other children have to avoid it. Who knows if it is this child's accident, or it is the onset of smallpox. Hurry up, don't eat, look for cows. Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao up onto the horse and rushed out. She ran as fast as she could. After running for a while, she remembered that it would be better for her and Zhang Xiaobao to mobilize more people to search for them. When she found the patrolling guards, she said to them, "Brother Zhang Xiaobao, I have a task for you. Quickly find those cows with smallpox. Don't delay. Even if the horses are tired to death, you have to find them. If you can't find them, don't come back." When the patrolman heard the young lady in the manor say this, they knew that the matter was serious. Otherwise, the young master and the young lady would never talk like this. At that moment, they did not ask why, but spread out in all directions, urging the horses to go to various places to look for cows with pimples. When they met people who were working with them, they immediately urged them to look for cows, whether they were resting or doing other things. The young lady had given a strict order, so no one dared to deal with it casually. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned to the manor and arranged for all the people in the manor to go out. Zhang Zhong knew about this matter and rushed over as fast as he could. He looked at his son and daughter-in-law and asked, "Xiaobao, what's wrong? Why do you have to look for cows with smallpox?" "Father, you are here. This is life-saving. Smallpox is coming." Zhang Xiaobao had never been so nervous. This was not his own matter, but the lives of many children. Who has smallpox? Is it you or Cuckoo? Zhang Zhong was also shocked. He reached out to touch his son's forehead and pulled his son's sleeve with the other hand. He was not afraid that he would be infected. "It's not me or Cuckoo. It's a child. He is in the hospital. We can only think of ways to lower his temperature and feed him something good to eat. There is no other way. Whether he can survive or not depends on his luck." Zhang Xiaobao felt distressed when he talked about this matter. The child was only 4 years old. He had not seen a better tomorrow, but he was on the verge of death. He could not do anything about this kind of illness. When Zhang Zhong heard that it was not his son and daughter-in-law, he was relieved. He said to his son, "You two don't go out these days. Stay at home." Speaking of this, he looked at his son and daughter-in-law and asked, "Xiaobao, Cuckoo, don't you two have any ideas?" Zhang Zhong had always regarded his son and daughter-in-law as gods. At this time, he naturally hoped that his son and daughter-in-law could do something against nature and save the child. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan shook their heads helplessly at the same time. How could they save smallpox? It would depend on whether the cells in the body could survive. Yes, smallpox. Even gods can't do anything about it. Zhang Zhong saw his son and daughter-in-law shaking their heads and sighed. "Father, there is no way to treat it, but there is a way to prevent it. Find cows with pimples and use that thing to prevent others from getting smallpox. Remember, it has to be done once every few years. Let's do it once every 5 years. Then, there will be no need to worry about smallpox." Zhang Xiaobao could not treat it, so he told them about the prevention. "Really? Just use that thing? How do you use it? Do you eat it?" Zhang Zhong also wanted to prevent others from getting smallpox. Hearing his son mention it, he immediately asked. Not eat it, but use that thing to make a small hole in the body and then put the thing on the hole. Just a little bit is enough. There might be deaths, but there definitely won't be too many deaths. Father, you should quickly give the order. When the time comes, if it succeeds, tell Grandpa Bai and let Grandpa Bai tell His Majesty. Zhang Xiaobao knew his father's current prestige among the people. It might be too difficult for others to let him get vaccinated, but if his father said so, those people would agree. In this way, as long as there was an effect, this method could be implemented throughout the country. Okay. I'll go and announce it now. Zhang Zhong trusted his son and daughter-in-law very much. After he finished speaking, he turned and left. At the same time, he muttered, as expected of gods. Even if they can't save those who already have it, they can help those who don't have it escape. This ability is against the heavens. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also heard Zhang Zhong's words. The two of them did not want to explain now, and there was no way to explain. Could it be that the two of them came from the future? Then it would be better to be gods. The people were arranged to go out. Very fortunately, 2 cows with smallpox were found in the county. It was already night. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had not eaten yet. When the two of them saw the 2 cows that were led to them, they nodded and looked at each other. Then, they asked someone to go to the hospital to get the scalpel used for the surgery. After the scalpel was brought over, under the watchful eyes of their family members and the watchful eyes of others, the 2 men helped each other to make a small incision on their arms. Then, they smeared some of the thing on the cow's body onto the incision. The 2 of them could not let others do this experiment. Since they were going to get vaccinated in the end, they might as well start directly. Anyway, this was the case. After the 2 of them had just gotten vaccinated, the other people protected them as if they were 2 seriously injured people and sent them to another hospital. There were people guarding them 24 hours a day. The other people had not gotten vaccinated yet. They had to wait for the 2 of them to get vaccinated in a few days. After all, in the hearts of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Zhang Xiaobao and Zhang Xiaobao were gods. If the gods could survive, ordinary people could continue to do it according to their method. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were actually very nervous. They did not know if they would have fever or other symptoms this time. If they did, they had to find a way to adjust. The 2 of them were not worried about their lives. After all, the cowpox was much stronger than the human pox. The probability of death was very low. They did not believe that with the luck to come from that era to this era, they could be killed by cowpox. The 2 of them lay side by side on the bed, looking at each other to see if the other one had a fever. At the same time, they were also feeling their own physical conditions. If they had a fever, they had to immediately move away from the other one. Perhaps they could make it in time. It was not a good idea to keep looking at each other like this. There were still people guarding them, so the 2 of them chatted with their lips. Xiao Bao, if I die this time, you have to persevere and live on by yourself. Make our Tang Empire very strong. You have to leave behind a kind of spirit. Just treat it as helping me. Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei nodded and said, same for me. If I am not here, you have to help me take care of our brothers and sisters. Don't let them be bullied. Give up on the swindler. Let them take it once, and then don't cooperate with them. That doesn't seem to work. If they only take it once, they won't be able to recoup their investment. Wang Wan also thought of the swindler at this time. It's actually very simple for those who can come back. No matter where they get the fish from, it's actually from this world. It's just that we can't find it here, so we can find it elsewhere. Then, we can buy those fish eggs at a very cheap price and give them to them together. Even if they clearly don't want to, they have to accept the first batch. In other words, they will lose money. If I am not here, you just have to do this. Lie to them once and then don't cooperate with them, unless they take out more deposits. I think they won't be able to take out so much deposits. This is the last time I do a good thing. Zhang Xiaobao was afraid that he really couldn't make it. After all, this was the first time he came into contact with this matter of vaccination. No one knew if there would be any danger. Therefore, Zhang Xiaobao now had to make arrangements for the future. As for how to develop other aspects in the future, Zhang Xiaobao believed that Wang Wan would be able to do well. It was not easy to lose money in such a big business. Wang Wan closed her eyes and then opened them again. She said, "Then what do you think we should do if both of us are gone? It's not like you, where there are many fund organizations and those who do things in the dark. The environment here is different. There's no other way. Since we are all dead, let's just forget about it. Do you think that if we die this time, will we continue to run to other places to be childhood sweethearts?" Zhang Xiaobao suddenly thought of this question. You and I are both good people, and good people can't just disappear like this. I hope that next time, we'll still be in China's history, and we'll continue to work together. Even if it's a dynasty that's about to perish, we won't be afraid. At that time, I'll allow you to use all your abilities, and let them see what it means to turn the tide. I believe you have the ability, and you're the best. At that time, we'll still be kids, and we'll grow up together and become gods together. Wang Wan said with a determined gaze. As she spoke, she suddenly smiled. Zhang Xiaobao also smiled. He believed that he had this ability. As long as he was given a little chance, he could do it. Even if the Southern Song was about to be destroyed, he could still change it through his own operations. Even if it was already destroyed, he could still change the dynasty again. In fact, he could do this now, but he did not want to do it. With money, there was nothing that could not be done. This was especially true when he brought the two families to Luzhou. The sky was high, and the emperor was far away. No one could control him. He could just drag them overseas. However, he was not willing to do so now. This was the beginning of a prosperous era. No matter what, he had to see it. Li Longji was not bad now. There was no need to get rid of him. Besides, if he really did get rid of him, the surrounding countries might take advantage of the current situation to invade. As the two of them talked, they fell asleep unknowingly. They still did not eat dinner. When they woke up the next morning, the two of them opened their eyes almost at the same time. They looked at each other and suddenly smiled again. When the person in charge of serving them saw that the two little ancestors had woken up, he immediately came over and asked, "Little young master, little miss, shouldn't you eat something? Otherwise, you can't go hungry." Yes, let's wash up first. We'll eat soon." "How about the child? How is he? Did he get worse?" Zhang Xiaobao moved and found that he did not feel uncomfortable at all. It seemed that he would be fine on the first day. He looked at Wang Wan again. Wang Wan gave him an affirmative look, meaning that she was fine as well. "Little young master, I don't know yet. I'll go ask in a while." The person in charge of serving them immediately replied and began to prepare food for the two of them. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan washed up, they sat there and began to eat. As they ate, they talked about how they felt. In fact, they did not feel anything. It was just that they kept paying attention to the place where the pimples were planted, so they kept feeling that something was wrong with their arms. This was a normal reaction. After a while, the maid who served them came back and said to the two of them, "Little young master, little miss, I heard from the doctor that the child is still getting pimples. However, he did not die. Moreover, he has been so hot. After cooling him down, his consciousness is still the same and he did not faint. Furthermore, there is also good news. The child's pimples are appearing bit by bit, not a large area all at once. For some reason, we don't know why. That's good. As long as he doesn't die immediately, there is hope. Let someone continue to cool him down. We must not let him be confused by the fever. Otherwise, he will easily die." When Zhang Xiaobao heard this news, he finally felt relieved. He instructed the maid who served them. The two of them quickly finished eating and lay back down. They still needed to take a nap, which was good for the growth of the body. 3 days passed like this. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were fine. This made the people in the family feel relieved. Zhang Zhong also sent out the notice of the pimples. No matter if it was adults or children, they all had to be vaccinated. The adults went first, and when the adults were really fine, the children would be vaccinated. At this time, all the children were not allowed to go out. If they felt uncomfortable, they had to be immediately sent to the nearest hospital. The commoners also knew that someone had contracted smallpox. Even if Zhang Zhong didn't say anything, they would still take care of their children. This was a life-threatening thing, so they couldn't get it. Even they themselves had to be careful. Even if they couldn't get it, what if they spread it to their children when they returned home? When they heard that there was a way to prevent smallpox, these people went to the designated place to be vaccinated. It looked very simple. They just had to remove something from the pimples of the cows and then apply it to themselves. The only thing that was a little uncomfortable during the process was that they had to break the skin on their arms. As the cows with the pimples went around, Lu Zhou used 6 days to vaccinate all the people, including the children. The child who had smallpox stubbornly survived. Although there were many scars on his body, he was still alive. It was better than being dead. As long as he recuperated for a while, he could be discharged from the hospital. At that time, he would find some animal oil to apply to him. In fact, it was just using a thin grinding wheel. After that, they would apply some oil. After a long time, the scars of smallpox would gradually disappear. After all, the child's body was still growing. This was a last resort. It was the method that Wang Wan thought of for some people with scars. The younger the scars, the better the effect. The older the scars, the less effective it would be. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao's only worry now was that some people had made a mistake during the vaccinations. If that happened, the two of them would not be able to do anything. After all, this was not a small matter. Not to mention the current medical conditions, even in their time, there were cases of children dying during vaccinations. The two of them mainly did not know how to explain it to the adults. Everything would only be known after more than 10 days. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan put all their attention on this matter. For the time being, they did not have time to deal with the people from the 5 Lakes Chamber of Commerce. They asked the director to treat them well. However, during the negotiations, they had to make sure that the negotiations were fruitless. After the smallpox incident was over, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would be able to free up their hands to do other things. Jiang Wang clan was the most nervous, and so was Wang Wan's mother. The two of them were still pregnant. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan really did not know if it was okay for pregnant women to do this. In the end, they decided not to do it first. They would wait until the two of them gave birth. At this time, the two of them were as precious as pandas. Jiang Wang clan also mentioned that they should do this when the baby was born. She always felt that it was not good to make a wound on the baby's body at such a young age, even if the wound was very small. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan naturally told the truth. After some time, even the baby would have to do this. Otherwise, the probability of death would be higher. While the people on Lu Zhou's side were busy, Tang, governor of Ning, could not hold it in anymore. The plan had already started, but there was no response from the other side. The people sent here had not been able to send back any information until now, which made him feel a little uneasy. After preparing some wine and dishes, Tang, governor of Ning, called the steward over and wanted to ask the steward for ideas. The steward also knew that the old master had been a little uneasy recently. After he came, he sat there respectfully and looked at the old master, waiting for the old master's orders. "Do you think something will happen over there? I heard that the experts of the Zhang family are very powerful. What if they see through our plan? What should we do?" Tang, governor of Ning, poured himself a glass of wine and asked the steward. The steward could not eat much, so he also poured a glass of wine and said, "Don't worry, old master, don't worry. Master, don't worry. I don't think anything will happen over there. Those people are specially trained, and it's not their first time deceiving people. When the Zhang family left, would they have thought that they could deceive people as well? The proof they used was given by Qin province. Although this proof was deliberately made fake when it was given, as long as the people in our mansion see the proof and admit it verbally, they can't do anything. When the time comes and they get the money and leave, when Zhang Zhong comes to investigate, we can say that the proof is fake. We didn't give any guarantee at all. As long as they check, they will naturally understand. As for those people in our family who admit it, they don't have any evidence. They just admit it verbally. Do you think that Zhang Zhong will send someone to our family to write a receipt? You're right. But I'm afraid that they won't fall for it. Don't think that it's not easy to find that kind of thing because we don't produce it here. There are many other places. I'm afraid that they will recognize it. Although Tang, governor of Ning, also had the same thoughts as the steward, he was still a little worried. He had to prepare in advance. After fighting with Zhang Zhong several times, he found that Zhang Zhong was not as easy to deal with as he thought. It was easy to get into trouble if he was not careful. The steward also knew what the old master was worried about. In fact, he was also worried. But when he thought about Zhang Zhong's previous Zhang family and the people here, he felt that it was impossible for them to know about the thing that was taken from a faraway place. His heart was a lot calmer. He said to Tang, governor of Ning, old master, you don't have to worry. The people over there will never know what this thing is. Even if they know, what can they do? We don't really want to do business there. We just want to make Lu Zhou suffer a loss once. As long as they suffer a loss this time, they will be very careful in the future. They won't dare to provoke you, old master. Otherwise, you can impeach Zhang Zhong. When the steward said this, he thought of the time when Zhang Zhong came to question him with the proof. At that time, he would definitely vent his anger. The steward did not believe that anyone could come up with such a plan at this time. Only the old ancestors of the Ning family could come up with such a plan. Those people were all old and cunning. Ordinary people would not have any effect on them at all. They had not done anything for a long time. This time, they could make the Zhang family lose a lot of money. Most importantly, they would not only lose money. Tang, governor of Ning, was also aware of this matter. After hearing the steward's words, he said with a smile, yes, when the time comes, we can trick them. No matter what the Zhang family does in there, they will make the people hate them. After all, they need to vouch for this matter. Once they vouch for them, they can forget about making the people believe in Zhang Zhong. Good idea, this plan is really that good. Tang, governor of Ning, began to laugh as he spoke. He just wanted to find someone to calm his heart. Now that he had found someone, and through the steward's words, he also knew a lot of things. Naturally, he was not as worried as before. He personally poured the steward a glass of wine and said, how long do you think it will take for them to escape after they are tricked? Will they have to leave after doing it twice? Otherwise, if those commoners grow well, we will lose money. Master, you don't have to worry about this matter. This matter is actually very simple. That is, the last time we sell something is when we can't take out their last income. Moreover, at that time, we can say that we have given up a lot of profit to them. As long as we get in touch with the Zhang family's Chamber of Commerce, the people will think that the Zhang family is involved in this matter. At that time, do you think that Zhang Zhong will continue to be a good official? I think the people will eat him alive. I am really afraid that the people will rebel. After all, there are too many people in that place. The steward knew what the master was worried about, so he quickly explained it to the master. This was the time for him to use his analytical ability. The better he said, the better the reward he would get. He didn't have such an opportunity in the past. Tang, governor of Ning, really liked this. After hearing the steward's words, he nodded with a smile and said, yes, that's what I mean. Let's see what Zhang Zhong will do when the time comes. I don't believe that the expert in the Zhang family can even calculate this. When the time comes, their Chamber of Commerce will be finished. Tang, governor of Ning, was about to go crazy. Since Zhang Zhong came to this place, he had not had a good day. Compared to before, he felt very vexed. How could he swallow this? How much money the Ning family made was no longer important to him. What was important was how to bring down Zhang Zhong. In the past, he sent impeachment reports to the higher-ups, but it was useless. Instead, he received a warning. But now, he did not use that method. Wasn't Zhang Zhong's family doing business? Then he would attack Zhang Zhong from the perspective of business and make him unable to make a comeback. When he remembered that Zhang Zhong's family was doing business, Tang, governor of Ning, was a little uncertain. He continued to ask, do you think that if Zhang Zhong took out money from his family and gave it to those people, would the people continue to believe him? In fact, the steward had thought about this question just now, but he had other ideas. When he heard the master ask, he immediately said, Master, in fact, even if Zhang Zhong took out his family's money, it would not be of much use. They have never lost before. Do you think people would care about them? Tang, governor of Ning, did not understand what he meant. He looked at the steward in confusion. The steward immediately said, Master, many people are afraid of the Zhang family because they have never lost from the beginning until now. It was the same in Sanshui County and Huayuan County. When we first found out about Zhang Zhong, you must have forgotten that we were also very afraid. A person who has never failed is not an ordinary person. Their ability is enough to make people believe that they can obtain more benefits. This is also why the Zhang family can develop to such an extent. But this time, we are not only making them lose money, but also breaking their undefeated legend. In this way, other people will not be so afraid. Now you want the Ning family to unite with some people, and those people will dare to go against the Zhang family. But I am sure that as long as this matter is successful, the Zhang family will not only lose a little money, but also more things. The emperor is the same. The current emperor has seen the Zhang family's ability, so he has been helping the Zhang family. But as long as something happens to the Zhang family, the emperor will feel very disappointed. When the time comes, when the news is spread, you will write an impeachment report. I think it will not be like before. The emperor can't protect a person who has failed, right? Don't you think so, master? When the steward said those words, he pretended to be an expert. This was his habit. However, after a while, he didn't hear anything. Only then did he realize that he was in front of the master. He was so scared that he quietly turned his head to look. He thought that his master would be angry, but Tang, governor of Ning, was very excited now. He nodded and laughed. At first, he smiled and then laughed. The more he laughed, the louder his laughter became. In the end, the housekeeper felt uncomfortable, so he stopped and said, That's right, that's right. Yes, that's what I mean. That's right, as long as Zhang Zhong fails this time, he can't expect to be protected by so many people like now. Smart, you're really smart. Later, go to the back to receive your reward. Tang, governor of Ning, was really happy. He did not expect that a simple business plan could involve so many things. This was really unexpected. This time, just this time, Zhang Zhong could not make a comeback. Did Zhang Zhong have a powerful family? Wasn't he just a person from a small village? How dare he be so arrogant in front of him? Thinking about this, Tang, governor of Ning, was very happy. He was now very eager to get the news from that side as soon as possible. The people he sent had not returned yet. He was not anxious about whether they would succeed or not. He was anxious to see Zhang Zhong's failure. The housekeeper hurriedly thanked him. This time, he was finally relieved. Although he still did not know their situation, he could at least get the reward. As for the failure of that side, it had nothing to do with him. It was not that he thought wrongly, but the people he sent were too stupid. Yes, that was it. Even if they failed, it had nothing to do with him. Whoever went there to do the work would have to find a way to bear the responsibility. The housekeeper did not touch the food at all. He was thinking about the reward now. The master did not say how much the reward would be today. Under normal circumstances, he could go there and say it was 50 strings of coins at most. He had tried this before, and the master would not disagree. Or if he was bolder, he could say it was 60 strings of coins. He thought that since the master was so happy now, he would not say anything. Tang, governor of Ning, did not know that his housekeeper was thinking about this now. He was still immersed in his own happiness. After a while, he reacted and said to the housekeeper, "Don't our family still have 2 boats over there? Those people who came from other places, did our family not answer correctly? Why haven't they come over yet? Didn't I tell them to invite them here so that I can treat them well?" When the housekeeper heard the master's words, he regretted it. If he knew that the master would think of this matter, he would have taken the opportunity to leave just now and get the reward first. Now, if he said something wrong, the master would easily take the reward back. This would not do, he had to think of a way. The housekeeper rolled his eyes and thought of something. After pouring the wine for Tang, governor of Ning, he said, "Master, this matter is different. The later you come, the better." "Oh. Why do you say that? If you come later, won't Zhang Zhong win them over?" Tang, governor of Ning, asked in confusion. No. Master, think about it. If the boats over there are docks, they will collect money. If our family's boat is not there, Zhang Zhong may not accept the money of others, but our family's boat is there. Do you think Zhang Zhong will not accept the money? If he only accepts our family's money and does not accept the money of others, what do you think others will think of Zhang Zhong? The housekeeper finally led the master to this topic and asked. Tang, governor of Ning, thought for a while and said, "Other people will definitely look down on Zhang Zhong very much, especially our family's people who will say bad things about Zhang Zhong, but so what? Zhang Zhong can accept other people's money as well." Yes, master is right. Zhang Zhong can accept other people's money. That boat is worth 10 strings of coins. If they stop there for 10 strings of coins a day, what are those aristocratic children doing here? Of course, it's to make money. Even if they can't make a lot of money this time, they are still doing it for money so that they can show off in front of their elders. But Zhang Zhong has taken so much money from them, will they be willing? If it was only the first day, they might not say anything. But this isn't something that can be done in a day. The longer they stay there, the more money they will receive. If they stay there for a month or 2, they will lose a few hundred strings of coins. Now, those children of aristocratic families might not care, but when the time comes, we can let people tell them how much money they can earn from this trip. We can deliberately lower the price to let them know how much Zhang Zhong has taken from them, especially when they find out that not only did they not earn money this time, but they also gave all the money to Zhang Zhong's peer. Do you think they will be angry and ask Zhang Zhong for the money back? The housekeeper tried his best to think of something that could make the master happy and spared no effort to say it. Tang, governor of Ning, listened attentively and nodded as he listened. He said, yes, definitely. If they can't make money, then why did they come this time? Aren't they afraid of being laughed at home? Good idea. We'll immediately arrange for people to go there and take a look. After we've stayed there for a long time, we'll let the people there incite the others to see if Zhang Zhong wants money or face. If he wants both, then we'll offend those people. What should we do next? Tang, governor of Ning, may have drunk some wine, but he was too excited. He actually followed the housekeeper's words and did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. The housekeeper was sweating at this time, but he did not dare to wipe it, afraid that the master would find out that what he said was not so reliable. Hearing the master ask again, he thought about it and said, "Master, the next thing is simple. Let our people invite the children of those aristocratic families here. Let them speak ill of Zhang Zhong along the way. Wait for them to arrive here. Master, you entertain them with the best things and give them enough money. 1,000 strings of cash per person is not a small amount. Their purpose is to make money. Master, let them make money. Didn't I say at the beginning that these goods are not valuable? At least, that's what they think. Master, you will make good arrangements here and let them see that it is indeed not valuable. Then, you will buy the goods they bring at a high price. That way, they will know who is good and who is bad. Wonderful, wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, this is really wonderful. Come on, housekeeper, let's drink. That's great, let's do that. In a while, you will go and make the arrangements. Also, go and receive more rewards at the back. I really didn't realize before that you could actually think so much. Good, follow me in the future and I won't treat you badly. Tang, governor of Ning, finally said something to reassure the housekeeper. The housekeeper was waiting for this. Now, he did not want to stay here. He drank a glass of wine respectfully and immediately said, Master, this matter can't be delayed. I will go and arrange it now. If those young masters want to come earlier, we have to find a way to make them come later. Otherwise, it will be easy for something to happen. Well, that's good. Then go and arrange it quickly. I will wait for the good news. Tang, governor of Ning, nodded with satisfaction. It was the first time he found that the housekeeper could be so capable. After the housekeeper left in a hurry, he began to eat and drink by himself. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. He drank and even danced and sang by himself. He did not care about his identity at all. The housekeeper left very quickly. He was not making arrangements. He had nothing to do even if he was late. He just wanted to get the money first so that he could be at ease. Chapter 5:16. That was what Old Man Pai thought. He could not help but admire the two experts from the Zhang family. They could make anything. However, there was a prerequisite, and that was, the Zhang family needed that kind of thing. For example, the lightning rod. He had never seen the Zhang family use it before. However, when the thunderstorm came and they had to go up the mountain, the lightning rod appeared. Then came the cement. Who would have thought of making something like that? However, in order to build more lighthouses, the Zhang family created the cement. Then, it was used to burn the cement and make gas masks. In the end, the gas masks could not protect the eyes. Then, the thing called glass came out. It was not much different from glass, but it was said to be very cheap. After the glass came out, mirrors were also made. It seemed that all these things were only brought out when they were about to be used. Usually, as long as it was not used, there was no news at all. What kind of situation was this? Old Man Pai believed that if the two experts from the Zhang family were willing, they could make something better. Unfortunately, they were only willing to do it when they were forced to a certain extent. Old Man Chang had the same idea. The two experts from the Zhang family seemed to always be able to come up with a good idea, but why did they not think about it normally? Why? If Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard this, they would definitely complain. It was not that they did not want to, but some things needed to be done slowly. How could they have it just because they wanted to? Moreover, the two of them were too busy. Children of their age were running around outside all day. Only the Zhang family and Wang family knew how many things they had to take care of. How could they have so much energy to spend on other things? They were not robots. The two of them were responsible for everything in the Zhang family and the Wang family. Even if there was a swindler, Zhang Xiaobao would have to deal with him. They had to train the army, learn knowledge, and consider every aspect of Luzhou. In addition to these, the two of them still had to take care of the other transactions. This was because the two of them were used to being busy in the past. If it were a normal person, they would be exhausted to death. Fortunately, the two of them had always grasped the time to rest very well. They would never lack rest because of too many things. The two of them didn't want to die from exhaustion so early. It wasn't worth it. Old Man Pai and Old Man Chang would never have thought of these things. Now, Old Man Chang wrote down the recent events in detail so that Old Master could decide whether to follow this method or not. He even did not let go of the special delivery room. As he wrote down Old Man Chang, he said, "I also admire them, especially that delivery room. There were so many women who were about to give birth, but none of them had any problems. Would you dare to imagine it if it was a normal time? It's normal for 2 or 3 out of 10 people to die, but the Zhang family can guarantee that nothing will happen to them. As for the women who were in confinement, usually, 4 or 5 of them would be left with the root cause of the illness. But look at their place, it was well arranged. When the time came for the women who were in confinement, nothing happened to them. The most unexpected thing was that some of them didn't have breast milk. I don't know how the doctors they sent did it, but they just rubbed it and made it out. Don't you think it's strange? It's strange. That's why I followed them here. If I had known, would have come earlier. Maybe I could have known more details. I found that the experts in their family thought a lot about the lives of the people. As long as the people's lives were not good, for example, many people couldn't find a job, they would immediately arrange a job for them. This is what I agree with the most. If all the officials could have such a person in their family, then good days would come for the common people of our dynasty. It's a pity that he just stays in the Zhang clan and doesn't go anywhere else. If they were brought to your Majesty's side, they would be able to talk to your Majesty more often and come up with more good ideas. Then our great Tang would have no need to worry about prosperity." After hearing Old Man Chang's words, Old Man Pai sighed again. He didn't expect the 2 experts in the Zhang family to come out by themselves. He just hoped that Zhang Zhong could become a higher official as soon as possible, especially in the imperial court. As long as that was the case, the 2 experts in the Zhang family would do more things. After all, they were in different positions. When Old Man Chang heard Old Man Pai's words, he suddenly smiled and said, "I have an idea that might work. Since the people in the Zhang family are willing to help the people, then we can use the people to force them to come out. For example, we can catch some people and tell them that if the 2 of them don't come out, we'll kill the people. Of course, we can't do this directly. We can arrange for some people in the Zhang family who don't know to do it. When the time comes, I don't believe that they won't come out. What do you think? What will they choose? I don't think so. They will kill the 2 of us first. Do you think the 2 experts in the Zhang family can't see it? If they don't come out, will the people you sent kill them or not? If they kill the people, they can only wait for revenge. If they don't kill them, they will be more certain of something. What worried me the most wasn't this matter. Even if he guessed, he might not be able to guess the 2 of us. I always felt that those 2 people were very good at calculating and could calculate everything. As long as we were calculated, we wouldn't be able to live a good life. If the people were fine, they would take revenge. If the people were really injured, I think the people of our 2 families would be killed by the experts of the Zhang family. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. Let's make a deal first. When the people in the Zhang family ask me about this, I will tell them everything. I won't help you hide it. Otherwise, my family will be finished." When Old Man Pai heard Old Man Chang's words, he knew that it was a bad idea. If this kind of thing was really done, once people found out, his side would be finished. Even Old Man Chang's master, Zhang Jiuling, and the others would not be able to live a good life. Were the 2 experts in the Zhang family so easy to provoke? They clearly knew that the 2 of them loved the people, but they still wanted to use the people. The result would not be good. If the 2 of them were forced to leave Tang, it would not be enough even if they died 1,000 times. At this time, Old Man Chang did not say anything. Just now, he was going to let Old Man Pai do this, but he was not going to do it. Seeing that Old Man Pai said that he would tell the Zhang family, what else could he do? How could the Zhang family not ask Old Man Pai at that time? Since he could not do it, then he continued to write. As he wrote, he stopped and said, do you think that the doctor that came with the Zhang family this time is a little different from the previous ones? In the past, when the doctors encountered some problems, they would find a way to treat it. For example, when there was a big wound on the body, they would usually apply medicine to it. But the doctors who came with us were different. They discovered that those who had large wounds actually used needles to stitch them up. That was fine. After all, the stitches they made were pretty good. What I didn't understand was that there was a person who had an accident on the inside of his stomach. They actually cut open his stomach and tidied up the insides. In the end, they sewed it up again. That person is still alive now. Is he the reincarnation of Huatua? How is that possible? How did they know the situation in the stomach? Do you know? I just don't understand. If it were me, if I cut open a person's stomach, I would not know what was inside at all. But they knew. Old man Chang was very curious about this surgery. He did not object to others cutting open a person's stomach, but he felt that it was a little unbelievable. In the past, he had only heard that the powerful Huatua could cut open a person's stomach, and then sew it back up again after the treatment. Those things that were done here were all the same, especially when it came to giving birth. In the beginning, old man Chang did not know what those doctors were doing with all kinds of special tools. Later, when he saw a person with an injury in her stomach being cut open for treatment, he finally understood. Those female doctors who stayed in the delivery room were only prepared to use knives to give birth to the child that could not be born. It was too scary. No wonder they were not afraid of dystocia. At that time, they said that there was no need to worry about dystocia. They would definitely give birth to the child. It turned out that they were using such methods. Old man Chang only knew that others could perform surgery, but old man Pai knew more things. He had discovered that when Zhang Zhong was an official in Huayuan County, there were often ghosts there. The people who had just died were buried, but immediately found that they were gone. After a few days, they came back, but there were many more wounds on their bodies. Those wounds were obviously sewn up. Some of the internal organs were also missing. Some people said that the evil spirits took the people away, ate the insides, and sewed them back together. Old man Pai really did not understand what was going on at that time. Anyway, he did not believe in ghosts. Until he saw that the doctors brought by Zhang Zhong could so skillfully cut and sew up the wounds of others, he understood. So that was what happened. He did not expose this matter, and he did not blame the Zhang family for doing this. After all, people were dead. Even if they went to the underworld, it had nothing to do with this world. Since the dead could help the living do something useful, then even if he died one day, he was willing to let others cut his body. As long as more people could be saved, he would be satisfied. Thinking of this, old man Pai said to old man Chang, "In fact, it's very simple." Their knife skills were practiced from the dead. You know the dead, right? They dug up the people who had just died and cut them bit by bit with a knife until they were familiar with the cut and knew what the place should look like. Then, they could do it. As for the bones, they would deliberately break them and touch them with their hands. After touching them, they would cut open the skin and flesh to see if it felt the same as when they touched it. Didn't you notice that they were very familiar with the way they dealt with the broken bones in the first place? These are all experiences gained from the dead. I think the reason why they were brought here is that the Zhang family was afraid that they would spread the news. If that happened, the Zhang family would be finished. When more people could accept it, Zhang Zhong would not be afraid. Now, do you understand? I've already thought about it. If I die one day, I'll tell them to send this body of mine to that medical school and let those doctors use my body to practice their skills. If I can save one more person because of my body, I'll be able to rest in peace in the afterlife. Old man Pai was very serious when he said this. It did not seem like he was joking at all. Old man Chang stopped writing and looked at old man Pai without blinking. After a while, he nodded seriously and said, "Good, good. Good, good ability. No wonder they can save so many people. It turns out that they train from the bodies of the dead. Good, I have also decided that when the day comes that I can't live anymore, I will also give my body to them. I believe that even my parents won't blame me when they know how many people my body can save. Then, don't tell anyone about this, especially your family's master, Zhang Jiuling. Who knows what others will think? What I am thinking now is how to help them steal more people's bodies. The more bodies there are, the better their practice will be. Let's not talk about anything else. You saw the action of cutting people's stomachs that day, right? What did the people around say? We should help them more. Since Huatua can cut people, why can't the doctors here? Old Man Pai actually wanted to drag Old Man Chung in with him. Don't worry about anything else. Just do what you're supposed to do. When you cut, pay attention to your limits. Yes, that's what he said. It turns out that they were asking for stability at that time. Yes, you have to practice more. Only by practicing more can you keep up with the stability. Yes, you have to practice more. Only by practicing more can you keep up with the stability. I think that this matter should be taught to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. The two of them are already stable at such a young age. If they are older, they will not be comparable to ordinary people. Old Man Chung recalled what he heard and saw that day. Suddenly, he thought of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He wanted them to learn medicine as well. Old Man Pai smiled mysteriously and said, "How do you know that they won't? If they don't want to be good people, then they want to be good doctors." Zhang Xiaobao's ambition is not small. Maybe they are practicing with dead people now. Oh, that's right. They have learned a lot, and they are very good at it. I don't know how they learned it. If it were an ordinary child, they would not know anything at this age. They would only listen to what others say. These two are definitely not like that. A lot of things are done by the two of them. Old Man Chung was very happy to hear Old Man Pai's words. In his heart, he had already treated Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan as his own grandson and granddaughter. The more powerful they were, the happier he was. If anyone wanted to hurt them, he would fight to the death. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not know that what they were doing had been guessed by others. They were still busy with the amusement park. As for the matter of the swindlers, it was still early. No matter what, they had to wait until the other side took away the first fish eggs and seeds. Especially Zhang Xiaobao, he didn't believe that those people were just trying to cheat a little bit of money. Wang Wan took the time to ask Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, I suddenly thought of something. Those people are using Qinzhou's identification, and they need our Chamber of Commerce to vouch for them. If we really vouch for them, when something happens, will we go to Qinzhou?" Qinzhou? What's the point of going there? They won't admit to it. If I'm not wrong, even if we send people there to ask, they will only admit to it verbally. But when something really happens, they will deny it. If you don't believe me, you can get a seal from Qinzhou and compare it with the seal from Qinzhou. This is definitely something that the Ning clan did on purpose. How could they not think of a way out? If they want to cheat a little bit of money before leaving, then they won't have any chance. If they leave for a little bit of money, then they can spread the news that they cheated our family. Zhang Xiaobao was in this line of work, including his analysis of human nature. He could see that the other side was doing this on purpose. If they were cheated and really went to look for them, then it would be even more embarrassing. How could it involve such matters? What should we do? What if they run away this time? Do we need to send people to keep an eye on them? Wang Wan suddenly thought of the consequences of this matter, so she asked Zhang Xiaobao. After asking, she realized that she shouldn't have asked. Since Zhang Xiaobao said it, how could he not be prepared? Sure enough, Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, "I already arranged people to keep an eye on them. But if they run away now, I won't let people catch them immediately. Instead, I will let people follow them and see where they go. At the same time, we don't need to stop here. The fish eggs are actually very good, they can be made into high-priced caviar. It's a pity that they used their clever minds on other things and didn't use them here at all. Otherwise, why would they hate us? Isn't it just because they are jealous of our things? So that's how it is. Then, should we raise a lot of fish in the future? When Wang Wan heard that the fish could be made into caviar, she had a plan in her heart. This thing was really good, and if there was a little promotion, more people would be willing to come and eat it. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said, not in the future, but now. Didn't they say that they were buying fish eggs? That didn't say when the fish had to be collected. When the time came for the fish to lay eggs, the eggs would be moved away and incubated elsewhere. When the fish hatched, there would be more fish. As for the money that the people take out, we can give it to them secretly. That is, let the people help us raise the fish. In this way, we don't have to worry about other things. When they see that they didn't cheat too much money the first time, they must wait for the second time. Many swindlers are like this, so swindlers with such ideas will eventually be caught. Ordinary people don't know how to make a choice, so they will lose some money. If swindlers don't know how to make a choice, what they lose is not as simple as money, they will lose their freedom. Let's delay them for a few days. Don't worry. Oh. It turns out that it's not easy to be a good swindler. It seems that I can't do it. Like you said, when I do something, I want to do it as perfectly as possible. I can't cheat people, as long as I'm not good enough. When Wang Wan said this, it was unknown whether she was praising or belittling people. Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile, only those who pursue perfection are suitable to be swindlers. Sometimes, being able to retreat at the critical moment is also a kind of perfection. A real fool rushing forward is a pity. Well, let's not talk about swindlers. We'll do as you said. Let's see what they can do when the time comes. This trick is too bad. Even I can see it at a glance. I don't know what they are thinking. Do they really think that the Zhang family is so easy to bully? Come, let's pursue perfection here and build the outermost amusement park. Wang Wan stopped talking about the swindling and put her mind on the construction of the amusement park. Zhang Xiaobao also began to get busy. They were all busy with their own things. Those people from the Yellow River Shipping Company finally couldn't bear it anymore. They came here to make a fortune, not to stay idle. The people here didn't care about their things at all. They now understood that the plan was a lie. Although it was written well, in fact, it was useless at all. Instead, it made them lose a lot of money this time. More than a dozen owners gathered together this time. A few days ago, they separated and wanted to look for good business, especially to sell the things on the ship this time. As a result, they went to some places and met merchants from various places. When they talked about the things on the ship, the merchants looked at them as if they were not ordinary people. This was a big blow to them. They never thought that this would happen. Now they knew that there was no shortage of fur here, and there was no need for those leftovers. Even if they gave the things on the ship to others for free, they would not want them. Moreover, they also knew that the goods on Lu Zhou's ship could not be bought with money like before. They had to join the Chamber of Commerce here. If they wanted to join the Chamber of Commerce, they first had to take out some money, and the amount was not small. They had tried to find the local people, wanting to buy something from them. In the end, the people were on guard against them as if they were guarding against thieves, which made them feel very defeated. Chapter 5:17. The sky is too far away, the sky is blue. The water is soft and the wind is warm, the white sail is splattered with blood, the sharks are annihilated. Qinzhou Bay, the tide is slow, the wooden horse turns on its own. Where is the sun? Sand piled up amusement park. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's children's amusement park was completed. There were not many things inside, only a merry-go-round, a slide, a maze, an ocean ball, a dollhouse, and a mirror. No matter where the children came from, as long as they were under the age of 10, everything was free. They could even bring an adult with them for free. The snacks and meals were also cheap. They even arranged for a doctor to be present so that all the children who came could have their pulse checked for free. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan treated this amusement park as a benefit. Even though they both knew that it was the easiest to earn money from children, they really disdained to do it at a place where they could have fun. A child's laughter was priceless. They could not let some children lose the opportunity to play just because their family did not have money. This kind of thinking was not considered noble to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They just wanted to have peace of mind. The location was chosen to be next to the pier because they could play with sand here. Children were all willing to play with sand, regardless of whether they were a boy or a girl. The amusement park had a special place to wash clothes and a small bed for children to sleep on. When they got dirty, they could take a bath and sleep. When they woke up, their clothes would be dry. According to Zhang Xiaobao's words, don't suppress or erase a child's creativity just because they will dirty their clothes. The reason why children liked to play with mud was because it was easy to mold. Every child had their own dream, and they needed to use mud to find a way to realize their dream. Many adults had already forgotten about their childhood. They only hoped that their children would be obedient, well-behaved, sensible, good in their studies, or be able to help with the chores. In the eyes of many adults, a child sitting steadily on a stool was better than a child playing with mud in the yard. Zhang Xiaobao could not accept the middle-aged man's actions. Wasn't it easy to let the child study well? As long as the difficulty of the game gradually increased during the process of playing, one would not be able to continue playing without knowledge. Children would naturally learn for the sake of playing, not for the sake of learning and learning. Could it be that His Excellency was not playing? It was just that the things to play with were different, and the tools to play house had been upgraded. When the adults were happy that they could buy some meat dumplings with the money they earned today, it was no different from when the children were playing house to make dumplings. The yearning was the same, even more so than the adults. Thus, Zhang Xiaobao, who had never received a formal education, proposed a new teaching theory. That was, in the areas controlled by his Chamber of Commerce, there would be a 15-year compulsory education, starting from the age of 1 and preparing to start after 10 years. The current amusement park was an experiment to see what the children liked so that it could be adjusted in the future. Jump down, it'll be cool if you jump down. Look at the little girl in the pond over there. She's already jumped down. Beside a 1-meter-deep swimming pool, Wang Wan encouraged a 1.3 for meter-tall boy to jump into the water. The little boy seemed to be very afraid of water, but he still wanted to play in the pool like other people. He stood on the shore and hesitated, looking at the water and the children playing in the pool. His breathing became more and more rapid, but he still did not dare to jump. There were more than a dozen pools built here, each with a different depth. The height of the children needed to be checked first, which was the height from their feet to their chins. Then, they were arranged to play in the pool. This height was just enough for people to swim, or even step on the water. As long as they felt that it was impossible, they could stand straight and not be drowned. There were also 2 adults who specialized in first aid. When they saw that the children did not show their heads, they would jump in to help. They were afraid that the children would be anxious and forget to stand straight. With so much preparation, there were still children who were afraid. Wang Wan did not know whether they had been drowned before or were naturally afraid of water, but she knew that once they overcame the fear at this time, they would not be afraid of water in the future. Zhang Xiaobao could not stand watching from the side. He walked behind the boy and directly kicked him into the water. Why don't you dare to jump into the water beside the pool? It's not like it's a 10-meter-high platform. Once you learn to swim, as long as you don't encounter any special situation in the future, you can swim up by yourself after falling into the water. Can you wait for others to save you? Don't you know that saving people can also lead to death? After muttering to himself, Zhang Xiaobao sat back down. The boy was scared out of his wits. He struggled a few times in the water and choked on his saliva. Finally, he stood up straight and coughed twice. He looked around and was sure that nothing was wrong. This time, he was relieved. He walked back and forth in the water, his 2 arms paddling vigorously. After a few strokes, he floated up and continued to drink water. He was no longer afraid. How can you do that? His parents must be unwilling. Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao's expression as if he had done a meritorious deed and did not know whether to laugh or cry. His parents should thank me. I let his children know that since they yearn for it and want to face it, it's better to take the initiative than to be passive. Look at how happy those children are. I haven't been there since I was young. It's too expensive, and I can't bear to spend that money. Now that this welfare is out, should we build some exercises in the community? Let's build them in Luzhou. Zhang Xiaobao looked at those children enviously. It was a beautiful memory to be able to play in the amusement park when he was young. Build exercises? What exercises? Do you think the people stay at home all day without work? Are you going to delay the matter of the Yellow River Shipping Company? They've already gone to your father. When Wang Wan saw the child's father stand up and sit back down, she knew what was going on. His son was kicked, and the parents wanted to ask about it, but they found that they could not afford to offend him. Moreover, his son was fine and had forgiven Xiao Bao. When she heard Xiao Bao mention the community, she directly rejected it. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly understood and said, "The Yellow River Shipping Company." Yes, and them. I don't know if I should admire their courage or say that they can't see the situation clearly. They want to use the fur scraps of those ships to exchange for the local specialties here, and they want to exchange for another ship. Are the fur scraps of those dozens of ships worth a ship when they collect them? Especially that guy surnamed Sunday. While he admitted that we are strong here, he also said how much he spent to collect the fur scraps in the capital. At the same time, he also asked how much the local specialties are worth here. After calculating it, in the end, we made a profit and they lost money. At that time, I felt that he was not here to talk about business, nor was he here to compromise. He was afraid that we would lose something funny in our lives, so he came here to do a stand-up comedy. I don't understand. What is he thinking? Why can't the owner of a shipping company talk properly? Is he bullying my father because he doesn't know how to do business? This was the second time Zhang Xiaobao mentioned this matter. When Wang Wan heard it, she still covered her mouth and laughed. She knew that Zhang Xiaobao still had something to say. That was, what does the price of the goods have to do with me? If you spend 10 million yuan on goods, do you think I have to sell Luzhou to you? When she thought of this, Wang Wan knew that those people were deliberately crying poor to make themselves look more pitiful. It was impossible that they did not know the ability of the Zhang family in business. It was really difficult for them to say such words. Unfortunately, they were not ordinary people, and they were not cute children. In the end, they were deceived. Xiao Bao, so you're saying that they should continue to do field trips at their own expense? There are 12 people, and they have been in the mountains for 6 days. I don't think they will be able to come out for at least a month. Each person spends 10 strings of coins a day. Just for food, shelter, protection, and sightseeing, it will cost them 20 strings of coins. That's 7,200 strings of coins in a month. Aren't you afraid that they will turn against you? Why would they turn against you? They are willing to do it. Didn't we agree that there will be a chance to exchange a ship's worth of local specialties for a ship's worth of fur? Let them go and take a look at the local specialties. Don't wait for the opportunity to come and they won't miss it. After looking at the mountains, there are still the sea. They are all good things. If they can bring back a ship's worth of goods, they will be able to earn all the money. Zhang Xiaobao said with a thoughtful look on his face. Wang Wan sighed. Sigh. They might have done too much business with others and learned too much. They just had to play tricks with your father. Now, they have the opportunity, and whether they can exchange for the local specialties are two different things. What's more, the local specialties might not be those tributes. Do you really want to go against the Yellow River Shipping Company? What do you mean I want to go against the Yellow River Shipping Company? You should ask them if they still dare to play tricks with my father. Do they want to go against the Zhang family? Strength determines everything. If we want to destroy the Yellow River Shipping Company, we will destroy them. I will wait for them to come to their senses and talk things over with my father. My father is a rank 4 official. It's good enough that he can meet them, but they don't know how to cherish the opportunity. This was what Zhang Xiaobao was most dissatisfied with. His father is a provincial governor. How high is his position? How much face did he give to you businessmen to meet him? He even accompanied you for a meal, but you don't want to tell the truth. Do you think you are Shenwan-san? Even if you are Shenwan-san, you are still so stupid. You don't know how to give the biggest benefits to the powerful people. You can't be rich enough to go against the country. If you have money, you must take it out. You must also use the name of the person in power. Even if others know what is going on, you must still put yourself in the right position. If I don't teach you a lesson, who should I teach a lesson? What if they think it through and talk to your father? Will you just give them the local specialties? Wang Wan asked again. Yes, I have killed almost all the sharks. You don't know, but the shark meat jerky is very delicious. As for the fins, they are not delicious, so I won't give them. Do they have sharks in the Yellow River? Are they local specialties? Also, the shark bones are not bad. If they are willing, I will give them some. If there are too many, I will keep them as snacks. Zhang Xiaobao will not sell things like shell fragrance and hawksbill turtle to other businessmen. Wang Wan was relieved. That's right. Shark meat is really good. The shark fins are not delicious, so I won't give them. Chapter 518. What Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan liked to see the most was their family living together in harmony, the people around them being able to live a stable life, and the smiling faces of their children. It could be said to be great or selfish, but the two of them were already tired of taking the initiative to attack others, so they had been patiently doing what they wanted to do. When merchants came from outside, they first had to consider their attitude. If they came with a friendly attitude, the two of them would treat them the same. If they came with the intention of suppressing the Zhang family in the Chamber of Commerce, the two of them would deal with them according to the degree. The attitude of the people of the Yellow River Shipping Company had been fluctuating between cooperation and non-cooperation, so Zhang Xiaobao made a move. The main reason was that those owners had a bad attitude towards Zhang Zhong. It wasn't that merchants couldn't do anything to officials, but it was a matter of mentality. If it were two people, it wouldn't be a big deal for a merchant to meet some officials of a certain rank, but the status of the officials here was much higher than that of the merchants. Those owners spoke to Zhang Zhong in such a way, it could only mean that they didn't respect Zhang Zhong's position in their hearts. Perhaps this matter would cause a lot of losses to the people of the Yellow River Shipping Company, but to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, it was just a small episode. It wasn't as big of an impact as a 2-year-old child struggling in the water. Xiaobao, look, that child is really fun. He seems to want to swim, but unfortunately, the water is too shallow. After Wang Wan finished talking about the shark, she pointed at the child in the shallowest pool and said excitedly to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao turned his head to look and also laughed. That pool was unusually shallow. Even if the child sat in it, he wouldn't drown. Only 2 of the more than 10 pools were like this, so he was afraid that the child wouldn't be able to stand steadily and sit down. The child seemed a little unwilling to stay in such water. His little hands and feet moved vigorously, and his body really floated up a little. After swimming for a while, he felt that it was not satisfying to be able to touch the bottom of the pool all the time. He stood up and staggered in the water. He actually climbed to the top of the pool and opened his arms. His legs moved quickly and with a splash, he jumped into the pool that was slightly deeper than the original one. This time, it was deep enough, and the child's chin just happened to be up to the child's chin. This scared the child playing inside. When he saw a child younger than him coming over, he thought that it would be dangerous and wanted to come over to save him. However, the child raised his head and started to swim by himself while giggling. Not only were the children who wanted to save them dumbfounded, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also stunned. What a genius! He can actually smile and swim at the same time. Could it be that he also trained like you? Wang Wan was relieved. She signaled to the rescue personnel on the shore to just watch from nearby. There was no need to go and pull the child out. Zhang Xiaobao also felt that it was very strange. How did the child float? Obviously, his four limbs were not moving. When he was lying there and smiling, it was impossible for his breathing to be so coordinated. It was just not heavy. After thinking for a while, he said, "It seems that we should come up with more sports in the future, such as football, basketball, and so on. There are also track and field events. Yes, the polo here is also good. Then I will personally train this child. When he grows up, he will win a gold medal and a championship. It's okay to do some sports, but there must be a standardized school. However, it must not be the kind where the rich can enter, and the poor lose the opportunity. Also, there must not be any corrupt officials." Wang Wan thought that Zhang Xiaobao wanted to use those sports to make money. She was worried that with the large amount of money generated, some people would lose themselves, so she reminded him. Zhang Xiaobao knew that this matter was indeed profitable. However, he not only planned to make money, but also to increase some entertainment activities in the lives of the gradually prosperous people. "Don't worry, we can take things slowly. The people here are not like when we were in the past. Sometimes, they might not cheat even if you ask them to. When we are about to leave Luzhou, we will start with Luzhou and the capital. As for the other places, as long as our Chamber of Commerce has not penetrated into them, we will leave them alone first." Since Zhang Xiaobao mentioned this matter, he had to come up with a general framework first. Wang Wan nodded. Then, she shook her head and said, "I don't think it will work. If the few places you mentioned are successful and really make money, how can Chuzhou City and Hunan not follow suit? Then, won't we lose an opportunity to join them?" "You're right. Others will learn. Even if they can't come up with such a good system, they will follow suit. After all, this matter can make money. Let them follow suit. When the time comes, we can cooperate with them and compete with each other in several areas, just like the competition between various craftsmen." When Zhang Xiaobao heard Wang Wan's words, he knew that he could not control everything. The people here were not stupid. Not only were they not stupid, but they were also very smart. Perhaps they were a little less knowledgeable, but as long as he and Wang Wan came up with something, others would immediately copy it. There was no way to guard against it, unless he wanted to tamper with the things he was doing and deliberately harm others. Then, it would become a purely commercial calculation. Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to commercialize everything. "It's still early to talk about this. Xiaobao, are there pirated copies of our bags? Do we need to do something?" When Wang Wan talked about the imitation, she thought of the situation of the furniture and bags. These two things had just been released for a short time, but in the end, there were people who copied them. The marks deliberately left behind at the beginning could come in handy at this time. The problem of imitation could not be solved by any legal means. Not to mention that the law was not so perfect, especially in the business aspect. Even if it was perfect, so what? Those that should be counterfeited would still be counterfeited, and it would be impossible to catch them. Zhang Xiaobao also knew that the counterfeiting started in Beijing. After all, those leather bags and furniture were sent to Beijing to be sold first. These were just delivered not long ago. It must be those who couldn't buy them and wanted to buy them at a high price. As a result, the counterfeiting market was formed. Didn't they already issue a certificate? According to the information we received, the people over there did not issue a certificate. When the time comes, the people who bought them will think of a way to do it themselves. Let them make it first. Stop the first generation and start to change the design. Start the second generation. This time, directly start the production in Beijing, which is the workshop in Sanshui County. Make more. The first generation is just to see the reaction of the market. It seems that it is good. Then let's stockpile the second generation and release it at the same time. It is convenient to have carrier pigeons. Now I want to know how many pigeons Zhang Jiuling has in Beijing. Did he send a few batches of pigeons over there? Zhang Xiaobao pondered. There were not many counterfeiters over there. If the marks were exposed now, others would follow suit. He would wait until there were more people. This kind of thing was decided in one sentence. Zhang Xiaobao pulled Wang Wan and walked to other places. The two of us also play. I didn't play when I was young. Make up for it, make up for it. The two of them walked towards the merry-go-round. On the way, they encountered a mirror. There were many children in front of the mirror doing all kinds of things. Even the adults were curiously watching. They had never seen this kind of thing before. There are kaleidoscopes in front. It is more interesting over there. Wang Wan saw that there were not many mirrors and there were many people, so she reminded them. When the two of them were making the mirrors, they thought of making one mirror of the same size. Now, they found that it was not enough. When the children played here, they would stand in front for a long time. The children at the back had to wait. Wang Wan reminded others and said, "Let's go back and make 2 more sets. It is easy to get into fights if you always wait." That's true. Fortunately, there are no children fighting now. They all know that this place was made by my father. They are very obedient. The weather is too hot. Let's have a small competition. Children of the same age compete. The first few can eat ice cream for free, and the last few can eat shaved ice. It is a consolation prize. Zhang Xiaobao saw that almost all the children here came to play. Their faces were full of smiles. He was happy. He wanted to spend more money to make the children happy. Okay, it doesn't cost much anyway. If money can buy happiness, it is worth it. Unfortunately, the kaleidoscopes can only be seen here and can't be taken away. After all, that thing is too expensive. If everyone has one, it can't be sold at a high price in the future. It will also harm them. Wang Wan also agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's suggestion of a competition. It was just an excuse to give people things for free. She thought of the kaleidoscopes. That thing was not expensive, but it was definitely not cheap. If it was really given to the children here, when they knew the price in the future, would they keep it or sell it? It was easy to cause trouble. The two of them found the person in charge here. After some instructions, when the children knew that there were good things, the whole amusement park was filled with children's cheers. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already ridden on the wooden horse. With the impact of the water, the wooden horse rotated up and down. The two of them originally thought that they could experience the joy of childhood, but now they found that even with their current bodies, they could not find the feeling of the past. On the contrary, the children here were very excited to ride on the wooden horse. Life, once it is gone, it can never be found again. Even the setbacks in childhood are beautiful memories now. What a pity. After riding for a while, Zhang Xiaobao realized that there were other children waiting there. He said something to Wang Wan, who was beside him, and jumped down to carry the 4-year-old child up. He even held him in place so that he wouldn't accidentally fall off. The child wiped his nose and smiled happily. From time to time, he waved his hand at the Master Jia who was standing below. Wang Wan also gave her position to others. She stood there and watched, trying to find the past from the children. In fact, I haven't been to the amusement park many times. How can I have the time? My family is busy, and I have to keep learning, just to be better than the children of the same age. After so many years, I have a little regret, but also a little pride. This is the child we were at that time, gambling on tomorrow with youth. Wang Wan also sighed with emotion. She pulled Zhang Xiaobao and walked to the slide. Even if they did not have the feeling of childhood, they should still play. From the time this thing was made until now, the two of them had not played with it. Besides, this slide was different from the wooden horse. When they came down from a high place, no matter what kind of training they had had, they would still have a special feeling. The ladder of the slide was wide, and the height of each step was not high. This way, there was no need to worry about the children accidentally falling from above. The adults were also watching from below. At the bottom of the slide, there was a sandpit, and there were a few quilts on it. This slide was 3 feet high. When the children were sliding down from above, they seemed to have never had such an experience. They were very nervous. One of them did not dare to slide down halfway. He held on to the protective places on both sides with his hands and did not want to go down. The children waiting at the top kept urging him. The adults below kept persuading the children to let go of their hands, which led to the laughter of others. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not have any good ideas. The children were afraid. The problem was that they were still sliding down. Wouldn't it be better if they did not come down? Go up and get the children down, Zhang Xiaobao said and ran up from the other side. He asked the people waiting at the bottom of the slide to make way. He slid over. When he reached the child in the middle, he slowed down and said a few words. Then, he carried the child down. What did you say to him? Wang Wan asked curiously. I said there is good food to eat down there. If you don't go down, it will be eaten by others. Zhang Xiaobao replied with a smile. Sure enough, the child who came down opened his eyes wide and looked at Zhang Xiaobao, waiting to eat. Wang Wan had to go to the place selling baked egg rolls and get an egg roll for the child. However, the child turned around and wanted to go up again. I'll say this first. If you continue to stay in the middle and wait for others to give you food, there won't be any left. Wang Wan knew what he was thinking when she saw the little boy's rolling eyes, so she said this. The child immediately stopped regretfully. He turned around and took the egg roll from the master's hand and ate it bit by bit. At his speed, it was estimated that he could finish the egg roll for an hour. Obviously, he was reluctant to part with it. The productivity is not developed, and the supplies are not enough. Even some of the things in life are greatly affected. Seeing him eat reminds me of the ice cream that someone once gave me. It melted in the end, but I haven't finished it yet. When will all the children be able to eat as much as they want? Zhang Xiaobao went to get another egg roll and gave it to the child. In the end, the child gave the egg roll to his mother so that she could try it. Wang Wan said with a smile, actually, this is good. At least the child knows how to cherish. When Lu Zhou's life is better in the future, it will be a kind of happiness for them to remember. Just like how we are now, they can feel a little sentimental. Little young master, let's make another slide. At this time, a little girl about 5 years old came over and pulled Zhang Xiaobao's clothes in fear. She begged in a low voice. Her father was frightened and immediately came over to take the child away. Zhang Xiaobao stopped the adult, patted the little girl's head, and said, well, let's make another slide. But this time, we won't make a slide like this one. Make a water slide. We'll directly rush down from the top and fall into the water. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly thought of something else, a water slide. It was something that gave off the feeling of surfing. This was not only for children to play with, but also for adults. However, adults naturally did not have the privilege of children. They had to spend money to play with it. The little girl's father smiled apologetically at Zhang Xiaobao and said, little young master, don't listen to this little girl's nonsense. We know that this slide costs a lot of money. It's made of iron. Doesn't one cost more than 100 strings of coins? You don't have to make another one. One is enough. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and did not explain further. Anyway, he had already decided to make a water slide. The water that rushed down from the top was easy to deal with. He also used a water wheel to send it up. He just needed to make a slightly bigger pool. This project was not small. It needed to be built at such a high place. Otherwise, it would not be able to hold so much water. The little girl was a little disappointed, but she knew that this thing was expensive, so she nodded obediently. She gave Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan a charming smile and let her father lead her to another place to play. Let's go. This place doesn't belong to us anymore, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao. Let's go. After all, this place doesn't belong to us anymore. Let's go to the dock and see how many sharks they've killed to make delicious shark fins. The shark skin can be used to make swimming clothes. If we can find some rich people to come here, we can sell them the swimsuits. Let's go. We won't look. As Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan walked towards the pier together, Zhang Xiaobao couldn't help but look longingly at the children playing there. When the two of them came to the dock where the fish were processed, the smell of blood washed over them from afar. When they got closer, they saw a lot of blood flowing into the sea. From time to time, people went in and out of that place. We have to think of a way to solve this environmental problem. If we keep washing the blood in, how many flies will it attract? Let's build a special boat and let them process it on the boat. Wang Wan smelled the smell of blood and looked at the flies hovering in the sky. Zhang Xiaobao also noticed this problem. He thought for a while and said, "We don't know how long it will take to build a boat. Let's not wait. We'll change a cargo boat and use it as their workshop. We'll arrange it in a while. Little master, little miss, you two are here? The smell of blood here is too strong. It's better to look at it from afar. Otherwise, you will have nightmares at night." When the steward in charge of the situation here saw the two of them coming, he quickly came forward to persuade them. There's no need. Is there any shark skin that is more complete? Zhang Xiaobao asked the manager. The steward revealed a troubled expression. When they went out, they had already been instructed to keep the shark's skin intact as much as possible. However, it was too dangerous to kill it. Everyone just wanted to kill it quickly and neglected this matter. Seeing the steward's expression, Zhang Xiaobao understood. It's fine if there isn't. As long as the people are fine, it's fine. Get the damaged shark skin. When the time comes, we can make something with it. Little Gongzi, that place is really too dangerous. We all tied ourselves up with ropes. Otherwise, it would be very easy for us to fall. Little Gongzi, is it possible to make a strong net? When the time comes, we can use that to catch sharks. The net we used last time was broken by the sharks. Seeing that the little master and the little miss didn't pursue the matter, the steward was relieved and told his idea. Oh, so the nets don't work? It seems that we have to make the boats bigger. When the time comes, we can use the nets made of iron wires to catch the sharks. This matter will be arranged when we go back. You can continue. Remember not to throw away the fishing float. It's delicious. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao had discussed using nets to catch the sharks. They also mentioned iron wires. But now, iron wires were not easy to make. They needed craftsmen to make them bit by bit. The two of them didn't have a wire drawing machine. After giving another order, the two of them didn't stay here any longer. They took a few shark fishing floats and prepared to go back to make some dishes. Then, they rowed back. Cuckoo, do you think we can find a way to get a few whales here? The kind that can be shot with cannons or crossbows. There are more good things on the whales. On the way back, Zhang Xiaobao sat behind Wang Wan and asked while holding the shark fishing floats in his hand. I can't make cannons now, and I don't dare to do it. If it's discovered, it'll be over. As for the crossbows, we have to ask Li Sun. Do you dare to make the crossbows directly? Let's see if Li Sun can think of a way to let us not be restricted. Also, let's talk to Grandpa Bai. Otherwise, as long as this thing appears, it will be big trouble. Wang Wan replied after thinking for a while. The two of them were silent for a while. This matter was really too difficult. That kind of large-scale war weapon couldn't be made casually. The technology was difficult for others, but it was easy for them. However, they didn't dare to do it casually. Now, they made some weapons, but they were all small ones. No one would investigate, and they did it in the name of conscription. After a while, Zhang Xiaobao said, let's have someone make it first. When the time comes, we will put it on the boat. As long as no one else sees it, it will be fine. Catching a whale can let many people eat fish meat. Let's bring up the matter first and take it slowly. With Zhang Xiaobao's words, Wang Wan didn't care anymore. She sped up and the horse began to gallop from its previous stroll. When the two of them returned to the yamen, Li Sun was already waiting at the door. He didn't go in to wait, but sat on the stairs outside. He held his chin with both hands and was thinking about something. His eyes were looking at the distant sky. No one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 5:19. Cooperation. How do they want to cooperate? Zhang Xiaobao asked as he jumped down from his horse. What they are thinking is that they will use money to buy a part of the things that I have built over there. When the time comes, the income of that place will be theirs. Also, some of our carriages and horses will be given to them. I really don't know what they are thinking. How can they say such a thing? Li Sun showed a helpless expression. When Zhang Xiaobao heard this, he also felt that the people of the Yellow River Shipping Company were stupid. How could they have such a stupid idea? If it was anyone else, they wouldn't agree. Thinking of the 12 owners, Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said to Li Sun, don't pay attention to them. Do you have other things to do? If it's just such a small matter, then you wouldn't be sitting at the door waiting. Li Sun saw that Zhang Xiaobao saw through him and nodded. He sighed and said, there's news from the capital. I will have my own fief. It's not a false title. They really want me to go somewhere else. I don't know where I will go. I might have to leave soon. Originally, I wanted to wait for your father's matter to be done before I let your family follow. Now, it seems that there's not enough time. When the time comes, we won't be able to see each other. If we want to see each other, we will have to travel a long way. I really don't want to leave. Li Sun finally said what was troubling him. He just received the news today. He was old enough to have his own place. If it was in the past, he would be very happy. But now, he didn't want to leave Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He only felt interesting when he was with the two of them. Others were afraid of him. Zhang Xiaobao was very surprised when he heard the news. After calculating, Li Sun was indeed old enough. If he left, not only would he have one less person to play with, but he also couldn't do many things. He was still counting on Li Sun to make the siege crossbow. After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaobao asked, isn't it not settled yet? You can think of a way to delay it. I estimate that by the second harvest this year, my father will have to move to another place. At that time, you can arrange a place to go. It shouldn't be too difficult. You can cause a small trouble or do something that can't be interrupted. That way, your time in the fief will be extended. What can't be interrupted? I can't think of anything. You and I know each other, so help me think of a way. When Li Sun heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he felt a glimmer of hope. He no longer had the ability to ask Zhang Xiaobao for help. All right, think about it. Think about it carefully. There's no rush. Even if they've made a decision now, it'll take some time for them to send the news over. You can continue with your work on that thing on the mountain. Cuckoo and I will think of a way for you. Zhang Xiaobao did not have any good ideas at this moment. Everything happened too suddenly. However, he was confident that he could find a reason to make Li Sun stay in Luzhou for a few more days. When his father was about to leave, he would follow Li Sun to his fief. Li Sun's fief would not be an entire province, but it would not be small either. Naturally, his father would not be able to work in the imperial court. He would have to continue training outside. Perhaps, he would be able to promote his position as a lower fourth-grade official. If he was promoted to a higher fourth-grade official or lower third-grade official, he would still be a provincial governor outside. Li Sun nodded. He felt more at ease now. He did not say anything more to the two of them. He turned around and left. He had to make a trip to the mountain and settle the matters there as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would not have the time to care about it if it was not settled by the time he left. What should we do? If he leaves, we'll have one less person to help us. We have to think of a way. Xiao Bao, let's think about it separately. When the time comes, we'll think of a way together. If we think together, we'll be easily influenced by the other person. Wang Wan did not want Li Sun to leave so early. Both of them wanted to train Li Sun properly. Therefore, she suggested that they split up to think of a way. The two of them found a place to sit and thought hard. The people of the Yellow River Shipping Company had their eyes opened this time. Although they could see many dangerous places on both sides of the Yellow River, the 100,000 mountains gave them a different feeling. The mountains and rivers here, as well as the rainbow-colored waterfall, were very attractive. They had played these days and participated in hunting activities. None of them wanted to leave. They wanted to walk around here more. Although they had spent a lot of money, they did not feel any heartache. What they were thinking now was that since the people here did not feel any heartache after spending money, then the rich people from other places must be the same. Therefore, they wanted to occupy some space here. Sun Dongjia had already found the person in charge left behind by Li Sun to discuss this matter. However, the person in charge had no right to decide. He could only let them wait for a while and ask the little prince before they could give an answer. It's really good here, especially those houses. It would be great if we could buy one. Unfortunately, they only rent it to the outside, and there is a time limit. One person can rent it for 5 days at a time. After 5 days, they have to give it to others. I don't know who came up with this idea. It's really amazing. A landlord was lying in the stream, looking at the white clouds in the sky and listening to the chirping of the surrounding birds. The people next to him also followed his example and lied there. However, some people didn't know what benefits there were in renting a house for 5 days, so they asked, so what if it's 5 days? So what if it's 10 days? Isn't it still in this place? What's more, it's impossible for people to stay here for 5 days, right? After 2 days, they should continue to look at other places. In my opinion, 5 days is a bit too long. Who will rent for 5 days? 2 or 3 days will be enough. Hearing someone ask, the person who just spoke immediately said, "You don't understand. Some places don't need 5 days, but some places with good scenery are different. People who come here to visit can't stay in a place with good scenery for 5 days. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the local specialties in this place are better, and there are people helping to guard them. If you come from other places, will you be alone? Of course, you have to bring more people with you. Some people will stay here, and some will go to other places. They have a special place to make food here. Different places have different things to pick. In addition, there are many women. A man can't be with all the women all the time. Of course, they have to be separated. When that time comes, they will think of arranging women here and there. When they think of having their own women everywhere, that feeling. Speaking of these things, this person laughed. The others also understood when they heard this. It was indeed so. Especially in this mysterious mountain, arranging people to wait in different places would make one feel like a king. At this time, Sun Dongjia also said, not only that, the main thing is that I'm afraid that some people will rent the houses in key areas. When the time comes, they will rent it out to others at a high price. This is something that the people here don't allow. I reckon that it would be impossible for us to buy a part of this place. Who would give up such a good place? Look at those houses they built. They are clearly for renting out to some people who do business. When the time comes, we can just occupy more houses. As for buying a place, don't think about it. If that's the case, why do we still want to talk to them about buying? If we knew this, we would have just discussed with them about renting some good places. The person who asked the question asked at this time. Among the 12 people here, this person seemed to be the most stupid. Sun Dongjia was easy to talk to. When he heard the other person's question, he explained, the reason is simple. In fact, those people might not be easy to talk to. If we directly say that we want to rent some places, they will ask for a high price. They might even deliberately make things difficult for us. However, if we say that we want to buy this place, it's different. If they don't agree, they will give up some things and let us choose. In this way, we don't have to take the initiative to rent those places from them at a low price. When Sun Dongjia said this, the person finally understood. He smiled and said, I see. Good, when we meet their people, we will insist on buying this place and wait for them to make a concession. Good idea. Sun Dongjia is really smart. However, this place doesn't seem to be completely under Lu Zhou's control. Why don't we buy this place from other provinces? Can Lu Zhou's provincial governor be in charge of other provinces? The person next to Sun Dongjia did not wait for him to speak this time. He explained to the stupid person, the people from other provinces can't control this place. There are many mountain people here. Even if they sell this place to us in name, it's useless. Do you dare to go against the people here? Putting aside the fact that the person who created this place is a member of the imperial family, even if you don't care about his identity, can you protect this place? He can transfer all the people under his protection away and ask you to find a way here on your own? What ideas do you have? Ask the locals for help? The locals who can hunt here safely have long been taken away by others. Do you think they will wait for you? Ask them to transfer people from other provinces? Who do you have that can be transferred here? It's impossible. Even if those people are very powerful, they are not familiar with the situation here. They are useless. It's very likely that they will be eaten by some wild beasts. Then what should we do? Can we only rent it? I'm worried that it won't be worth it if there are fewer people in the future. It's different if we buy it. We only have to spend money once and no one else will come. We can still stay here in the future. If there are fewer people renting it, we probably won't be able to earn back the rent. He's a member of the imperial family, so he naturally doesn't care about how much it costs to build things here. But we can't afford it. No, if the rent is too expensive, I will withdraw. The person who asked the question just now began to voice his thoughts. He didn't seem to be too stupid and knew the situation here. They hadn't even started to discuss whether to rent this place or not, and such a thing had already happened among their own people. This made Sun Dongjia feel very embarrassed and helpless. He was afraid that some people would not band together at the crucial moment. Now that there were already signs of it, he didn't know what would happen when the time came. At this point, the 12 people didn't have much intention to continue staying at the stream. They stood up one after another and ignored the water dripping from their bodies. After a while, they would be dry. Let's go and continue to look around. This place isn't small. No one knows if there is a better place. If we want to rent it, we have to occupy the best place. Sun Dongjia wiped his face with his hand and led the way forward. The 11 people followed behind him. As the group of people walked, they arrived at the waterfall with many rainbows that Li Sun had discovered. The water of the waterfall was still flowing, and rainbows appeared on the top of the waterfall, appearing very dazzling under the sunlight. There is actually such a place. Look at that pavilion. It's a pity that there is no house for business next to it. What should we do? I think there will be a lot of people here when we arrive. No, we have to discuss it with them and rent the pavilion and the corridor that extends into it. I'm willing to spend a lot of money. Even if other people don't come, I can follow the boat and come here to have a look in the future. Don't fight with me. I want this pavilion. When a boss saw the scenery here, he immediately said to the others. Boss Sun finally couldn't bear it this time. Even if his temper was good, he couldn't watch these people become disunited in order to compete for a place. Otherwise, when the time came to discuss things with the people here, they would be attacked one by one. After hearing this person's words, Sun Dongjia's face sank and said, "What are you thinking? If they start to compete now, then when their people talk to us, they will also compete for a place. If they say that the person who offers the most will get the place, then we will help them raise the price. Listen to me, if you see a good place, then remember it. When the time comes, we will arrange these good places and divide them among ourselves. We can't let others take advantage of us. Also, no one is allowed to contact the people here in private. Otherwise, even if you secretly buy a good place here, you can only stay here. There will be no place for you on the Yellow River. Did you hear me? I will say this again. Sun Dongjia didn't have the intention to joke at this time. He looked at everyone with a serious face. Everyone understood the importance of this matter. On the Yellow River, Sun Dongjia's boat was the most powerful. One by one, they nodded. They didn't want to lose the business in the Yellow River after getting a place here. No matter how good this place was, it was just a place to do business. The Yellow River was their foundation. Without the Yellow River, they would be finished. Therefore, after knowing that they couldn't bring out their thoughts, one by one, they began to agree with Sun Dongjia's words. Seeing that they understood his meaning, Sun Dongjia was relieved. He said to them, in the next few days, we need to spend more money to let them know that we are not short of money. This way, they will care about us. After all, everyone wants to make money. Even if we lose some this time, it's nothing. But we must not casually take out money to buy things. We need to buy things that are useless to us, but will be popular in the future. When we go back, we need to think about how to make these things more valuable. Alright, that's what I mean. Let's go and have a look at the pavilion first. When everyone heard Sun Dongjia's words, they nodded. They really wanted to play here. They didn't care about the people around them. By the time they arrived at the pavilion, Li Sun's side was also rushing over on their horses. It would probably take at least 5 days to find them. After all, they were quite far away. The people of the Yellow River Shipping Company found their things, but the people who came to cheat had been anxiously waiting. Now, they were a bit regretful. When they said this idea, they forgot that the fish grew slowly. The fish they gave out were not big. This made them have to wait for a long time. Now, they were a bit worried that if they spread the news, their master would be angry. They stayed together to think about what to do. The head of the Chamber of Commerce sat in the middle. He looked at the people around him and said, "Everyone, what should we do now? We can't just do nothing and go on as before. We have to wait until next year. We can wait, but our master can't wait." Who came up with this idea? As he spoke, his eyes looked at the person sitting closest to him on the left. This person was a bit scared. Wei Wei lowered her head, but she was scolding them in her heart. When I said this idea, you didn't oppose it. Now that you found that you didn't think it through enough, you stood up and said something. You even pushed the responsibility to me. What were you doing in the beginning? Although he thought so, he absolutely didn't dare to say it. If he really said it, he would be handed over. Others would wait for him to take the responsibility. Seeing that they asked him, he had to bite the bullet and admit it. Yes, I didn't think it through at the beginning. I was wrong. I will take responsibility for this matter. But now is not the time to find out who is responsible. We should think about what we should do. Didn't I tell them to feed the fish noodles? That way, they would waste a lot of noodles. But who knew that they didn't do as we said? What should we do? Should we say that we don't accept the fish eggs that eat other things? That's fine, but we won't accept it. It's just a little bit of money. They now have a total of 20 people who are willing to do this. Together, they only have enough money. What's the use of this little money? It's useless to Zhang Zhong. They don't care about this little money at all. Should we say that we cheated the Zhang family of their business and cheated them of their money? This person seemed very helpless when talking about this matter, but it was normal. After all, it was the first time. If all the people agreed, then something bad would have happened. But now, they couldn't leave immediately. If others knew about this, not only would they not laugh at Zhang Zhong, but they would also laugh at the entire Ning clan if they knew that they were sent by the Ning clan. It was like two kids were quarreling, and one of them scolded the other, then covered his ears and shouted, "I can't hear you, I can't hear you, I can't hear you, I'm the one who took advantage of you." Their goal this time was to cheat at least 10,000 strings of cash. In other words, they had to cheat a lot of people. But this fish was too small and couldn't lay eggs. They couldn't wait any longer. After this person finished speaking, the others didn't continue to stare at him. After all, he said that he would take all the responsibility, so they couldn't do anything to him. At this time, a person next to him said, "How about this? Let's not care about their small fish first. We'll send them some big fish. It's best to send them the ones that are about to lay eggs. Let them sell it first. This time, our master gave us 7,000 strings of cash to do this. As long as we don't spend all the money before the last scam, it's fine. When more people join us, we'll have more money in our hands. We'll use the money they've submitted as collateral to give them interest. The more we collect, the less we give. When they've basically all raised fish, I estimate that we'll be able to get 30 to 40,000 strings of cash this time." As this person spoke, he revealed a look of yearning. At the same time, he admired those powerful people and his family even more. They could actually think of such a way to make money. The others also thought the same. They now wanted to do their first business as soon as possible. In that case, let's send people back to find the fish. The sooner, the better. We'll write a letter to the master now. We'll take the responsibility together. We can't let one person bear it. Chapter 520. When the people from the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce sent people to look for fish, the people that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arranged started to follow behind. They wanted to find the source of these fish. When the time came, it would be time for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to strike back. "Xiaobao, I thought of an idea, but I don't know if it will work." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were thinking of ideas for Li Sun, gathered together again. Wang Wan sat there and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Okay, tell me, what's the idea?" Zhang Xiaobao was also curious. He didn't know what Wang Wan thought of. Wang Wan thought for a moment and said with uncertainty, "Actually, it's just making weapons. Let Li Sun make the weapons here. That way, I believe that the people from the court will send people over to help. They won't call Li Sun away directly. The weapons will be water mines, made with our gunpowder. What do you think?" Actually, ever since we made those fireworks, the people from the court have been thinking about making those fireworks into weapons. It's just that it's not easy to make those shells. Otherwise, they would have made cannons a long time ago. They still don't fully understand how to use the gunpowder, so they're still experimenting. Since they know about it and didn't restrict others from using firecrackers, it means that they think that it's very difficult to make these things into weapons. We can think of a way to remind them, so they shouldn't be so anxious to arrange things for Li Sun. What do you think? After hearing Wang Wan's words, Zhang Xiaobao thought about it. After a while, he shook his head and said, "I don't think so. The fireworks we made were originally for fun. Even if the people from the court know about the power of the explosions, they won't think that we made them for weapons. Once we say that we want to make weapons, the first thing that the people from the court will do is send a large number of soldiers to protect us and make us cooperate with them to make those weapons. They won't have any freedom, and Li Sun will also be involved. Even if he's a member of the imperial family, there are too many children of the imperial family. Li Sun can even make a move on his own family, let alone someone like Li Sun who isn't very close to him. We can't do that. We can research weapons, but we can only do it ourselves. Right, we can do it now. There are a lot of small islands over there. We can't wait any longer. You don't have to worry about Li Sun's matter. You know a lot about this. You'll be in charge of the structure of the gun and the various uses of gunpowder. As long as it's successful, we'll secretly make more. It's not easy to make a gun, right? Then we'll just make cannons. They aren't that good. Just use copper. It'll be best if we can make a bomb and not an ordinary iron ball. When Zhang Xiaobao heard Wang Wan mention weapons, he suddenly remembered that he had the conditions to make them. Moreover, he didn't need to worry about other people knowing about it. He could just let the people from the inner court occupy an empty island and experiment with it however they want. This was much better than when they were in Beijing. Wang Wan stared for a moment, then she nodded and said, "All right, I'll think of a way." The cannons are easy to deal with. The main problem is the bullets. Guns are simple, they use copper. It's fine if they're heavy. But the gunpowder in the bullets needs to be fired. This will take a lot of effort. I need to think about it. We were talking about Li Sun. Why are you talking about Li Sun? What are you going to do about Li Sun? You don't need to worry about the weapons. I'll have people make some good springs first. There aren't enough springs to make a sofa, but to make a gun, no matter how much money is spent, we need to find a suitable metal. As Wang Wan spoke, she realized that the two of them had gone off topic. She complained to Zhang Xiaobao and took over the task of making weapons. This was relatively simple for her. The structure of the gun and the function of each part were relatively simple for her. If she didn't know, it would be a big joke. If Zhang Xiaobao hadn't brought up the matter of making weapons, she really wouldn't have thought of this. In war, of course, guns were more useful than bows and arrows. Especially after the spring was created, there was no need to manually fire a bullet again and again. She was going to use good metal to make 2 pistols, one for each of her and Xiaobao. When the time came, she would carry them with her. As long as someone had any ideas about the two of them, she would make that person regret being born in this world. She believed that with her and Xiaobao's marksmanship, it was basically a matter of getting rid of a person with 1 bullet. When the pistols were made, they would start to make long guns and slowly adjust them. As long as it could hit a distance of 800 meters, it could be used as a sniper rifle. At least in this era, that kind of gun was in existence like a divine weapon. As for the cannon, it was simple. They would make a cylinder out of copper, then put gunpowder and a large iron ball. When it was ignited, it would be fired. As for the cannonballs that could explode, they would have to wait until the bullets were made. Thinking of this, Wang Wan was relieved. She was ready to fight. Now, she was waiting to see what kind of idea Zhang Xiaobao could come up with to help Li Sun stay in this place. Zhang Xiaobao's idea was actually not perfect, but it had to be said. This time, it was not a small matter. She hoped that nothing else would happen when the time came. Seeing that Wang Wan was waiting, Zhang Xiaobao gently knocked on the table with his hand and said, "In fact, it's very simple. The way to divert some attention is to start a war. I'm going to start a war with one of the small tribes next to us. Of course, I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to make them pay tribute. Some of the small tribes here haven't paid tribute to us. And the most important thing is that they haven't been fully civilized. We have to help them educate the people. This matter naturally needs to be done by someone with a high status. It's too late for other people to come over. Let's have Royal Li Sun go over. Find a tribe, the one on the other side of the sea, or the one in Vietnam in the future. But there are too many mountains over there, so it's not easy to deal with. In that case, let's set a smaller target and send people to trade with them first. Then, let's tell them that we have better things to trade with them. What do you think will happen when the time comes? Let's set the price of our goods at a high price and lower the price of their goods at a low price. For example, all the goods on their side can be exchanged for 100 caddies of goods on our side. Then, what we need to do is to send 1,000 caddies of goods to them. As long as they accumulate some goods, we can use the goods on our side to exchange with them. This way, they can clearly see our goods. However, we have to use their good goods to exchange. You want them to take the initiative to attack? You want to use those things to tempt them? When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's idea, she knew what he was thinking. This was too immoral. Thinking of this, she suddenly said, "Then what about the people we send over there to exchange things with them? Are you going to sacrifice those people to achieve a political goal? I don't agree. Our people can't die like that. Otherwise, I will feel uneasy for the rest of my life. I absolutely can't do this kind of thing that takes the initiative to send people to their deaths. No one can go. Think of another way." This is rejected. Wang Wan considered some things. In order to find an excuse to start a war, some countries clearly knew that their people would be hurt, but they pretended not to know, so that they could use this as an excuse to start a war. Although sometimes, as a general, she had to send out some bait to lure the enemy, so as to achieve a strategic goal, Wang Wan wasn't going to do this now. After all, she was going to make a new weapon. In the face of absolute strength, there was no need to use other schemes. It's not what you think. Seeing Wang Wan's reaction so big, Zhang Xiaobao quickly explained, "In fact, after our people go over, we have to sit on the boat, a certain distance away from them, and then hire the local people to help guard the temporary warehouse. Let our people be more careful, as long as they don't let others touch the boat. During the day, we send a few people over there to exchange things, and they will return to the boat at night. In this way, they will naturally choose to attack at night. Whether they kill the people over there or not, we have a reason to attack them. Of course, this kind of thing is not very moral, but it's better than our people dying, right? What's more, we just gave them a little push to kill. If they are not greedy in their hearts and can be united with the local people, we can't find such an excuse even if we want to." When Zhang Xiaobao was thinking of this idea, he kept asking himself whether he was an invader, an enemy of human peace. Should he be written into textbooks at some point in the future and let people belittle him? No matter what excuse he used, this behavior was an invasion, and it broke the original life of people. Even if there were wars between the various tribes of those people, and even if there were killings in the same tribe, it was their own business after all. The only thing Zhang Xiaobao could calm himself down was that since there were wars between the tribes, then they should treat the earth as a bigger tribe. Everyone was a part of this big tribe, and everyone was involved in internal wars. After hearing Zhang Xiaobao's idea, Wang Wan thought of the same problem, which was invading war. However, she was a soldier, so she immediately put this aside and said, "Okay, let's do it. If we don't take those resources, they will be taken by others in the end. The heavy responsibility of world peace will be left to others to take care of, and we will not be the executioners. For the sake of our country and for the sake of our own lives, when some people call us devils, I believe that we will be written as heroes in our history books." "I agree. You go and arrange it, and then find a way to ask your father to make a notice. It will say that the locals who were hired by us now belong to the Tang Empire, and they are part of it. As long as they are attacked, we will use this as an excuse to deal with them. Let's split up. I will make the cannons, and you will do this. Let's go." The two of them split up to do their own things. Zhang Xiaobao first asked someone to go to the mountain over there to call Li Sun and his family's guards back. This action required their participation. Then, he went to find his father and told him the matter. Of course, Zhang Xiaobao did not say that there would be a war at this time. He only said that he would send a ship to take a look over there. If they had good things that they needed here, they could use the goods here to exchange for them. He also mentioned that the people over there should be some minor officials or something, and they should be given a place of origin. Zhang Zhong could not be given a major official. It was up to the imperial court to decide. If he was really given a major official position, he would not be able to stay here anymore. He would be arrested and sent to the capital. The imperial court would not say anything if he were to give a minor official with no power and a salary that did not need to be paid by the imperial court. After all, Zhang Zhong was in charge of a province. He needed people to do things for him, and it would be easier for him to get a place of origin. No one would care about this. After these things were arranged, Zhang Xiaobao took the blank thing that his father had stamped and left. This preparation would start when they arrived at the other side. Zhang Xiaobao had also thought about the place. It was a little far, but since the people from Japan could come here, with the help of the ships here and his and Wang Wan's familiarity with the ocean currents and the monsoon, he believed that the fleet would be able to get there. This place was Luzon Island, which was relatively close to Hainan Island. Of course, it did not have such a name yet. After all, it was not the Song Dynasty. It was a good place. Zhang Xiaobao planned to use a few months to build a dock that could be used to disembark at any time. The dock on Lu Zhou's side was a little too far at this time. He needed to discuss with the people on Hainan Island and ask them to build a dock there. If it really did not work, he could occupy a few places on those islands so that they could go back and forth to support each other. When Wang Wan heard about this place, she nodded. It's fine here. Fight and make as many ships as you can. Send more people there and occupy that place. That place is very important strategically. If we don't get it in Tang, we'll be letting down our chance to come here. I think so too. This time, we'll go all out. Life on the sea is not so easy. If we could go there in the Song Dynasty, then logically speaking, we should be able to go there now. Our shipbuilding skills are not bad. Why hasn't anyone been there before? Zhang Xiaobao was relieved when he saw that Wang Wan did not object. However, he was puzzled why no one had gone there at this time. As long as they walked close to the sea, they should be able to reach many places. Of course, there were still dangers, but it would be wrong not to go there. When Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao had to ask this, she said, "What's the point of going there? The country can't go there. Can you go there alone? Can you go there alone? Can you have such a big ship? Most importantly, it takes a long time to sail. If you don't know that there is such a place, how can you float in the vast sea just to see if you can find land? Not to mention the current ships, even the ships of the Three Kingdoms era can go there without any problem, especially at the critical time when they are connected with iron chains. Then they can go back and forth. But people always have a purpose when they do things. Maybe some people here have been there before, but something happened. Maybe no one has ever thought of looking for another land on the sea. Who knows? Anyway, we are ready to do it this time. As long as we succeed this time, we can continue to build ships. Then, Li Sun will represent Tang to talk about this matter. Just thinking about it makes me excited. In fact, I want to go to Africa the most. There are many good things there. Well, don't worry about that. This time, don't use the ship to go back to the capital. Use it to go to the sea directly. Prepare good things for them. Bring enough fresh water. If it's not enough, make something that can be used for distillation. Steam it with seawater, but the taste is a little worse. I've tasted the seawater before. After the seawater is distilled normally, if you don't use other methods to process it, it will still have a special taste. I'm not used to drinking it. Also, bring them fruits too. Bring dried fruits, especially those oranges. Make them into powder and let them drink it with water. I don't want them to all get sick when they come back. Also, bring some dried vegetables, dried meat, and so on. Bring more rice and dried dates. When the time comes, let them cook 8 treasures porridge. That's it. I will arrange it immediately. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan decided on something, they would not change it. Wang Wan thought for a while and decided to make powerful fireworks for the people who were going to see. At this time, the fireworks would be filled with pure gunpowder. At the critical moment, it could be used to scare some whales that would take the initiative to attack. It could also intimidate the people in that place. People were always full of curiosity and fear towards the unknown. If there really was a conflict the moment they arrived, then they would first use this thing to kill a few people and let the local people think that it was thunder from the heavens. They believed that it would be effective. Zhang Xiaobao also had to consider some specific matters on the other side. They could not provoke a tribe that was too big. They had too many people. When the time came, they would hide in the mountains. It would be difficult to deal with them. Even if they sent troops who had been trained for a period of time to fight in the jungle, it would still not work. The lives on his side were valuable. It was not worthwhile to use one to exchange for 10 of the other side's lives. He had to think of a safe way. The horses sent to find the people were faster. When Li Sun was still running halfway, 2 people on horses caught up with him. When he knew that Zhang Xiaobao had thought of a way, Li Sun thought for a while and followed the person who sent the order to go up the mountain first. Then, he came back with his guards and the people of the Zhang family. On the way, Li Sun asked the person who sent the order what Zhang Xiaobao had thought of. However, the person who sent the order did not know. Let alone him, Zhang Zhong only knew a little of the whole plan. How could he understand the meaning of this trip? This trip seemed to be to help Li Sun stay here for a few more days, but it was the beginning of a new era. The era of navigation was coming. No one knew what kind of consequences this would bring to the Tang Empire. It could be endless wealth, or it could be that those who would not have come here came early and caused a war. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not worried at all. Even if some people came along that route, what could they do? They could let them see the power of the Tang Empire. At the same time, they could start trade. This was the prerequisite for the people of the Tang Empire to live a good life in the situation of undeveloped productivity. In particular, those special grain crops could be planted in many places. Since they were here to do business, they might as well set the prerequisite conditions for these things that might be obtained. At the dock, the Zhang family's boat began to be modified according to Zhang Xiaobao's idea. There was really a distillation device and a mirror on it. This mirror was not to be exchanged with the people there. It was used to help with the distillation when they were not burning firewood. Although it was a little slow, it was better than having no water. There was also a lot of firewood and alcohol on the boat. When the time came, not only could the alcohol be drunk, but it could also be used to light the fire. The most experienced old man also went with them. Zhang Xiaobao asked people to take good care of the old man no matter what. This was a fortune. Respect for the old man was respect for his knowledge. At the same time, it was also respect for himself. When the Zhang family was busy, it seemed to be different from before. Although it was not obvious on the surface, some familiar people felt that something was wrong. Old Man Pai and Old Man Chang felt it now. The two sat by the river, fishing and drinking tea. While eating the fried melon seeds, they talked about the Zhang family's recent actions. I say, why do I feel that the Zhang family is not going back? It seems like they want to go somewhere else. Otherwise, why would they put the distillation device on the boat? Could it be that they want to go somewhere else to make the wine? Old Man Chang had lifted the empty pole 4 times in a row, but he did not catch a single fish. He simply put the melon seeds on the pole. After eating one, he put the skin of the melon seeds in a special place for garbage. It was not allowed to casually throw things here. Old Man Pai had been fishing for a long time and was very experienced. In a short while, he had caught 3 fish. He was very happy. When he returned, he asked the chef at Sea Cloud Cottage to make it. The 2 of them ate it with wine and dishes. After hearing Old Man Chang's words, he nodded and said, "That's true." In the past, they would not put so much food on the boat, unless they were specifically transporting food. This time, they actually put so many kinds of food on the boat. There are all kinds of dried fruits and even the oranges were ground into powder. I really don't understand what they want to do. Chapter 521. While the 2 of them were talking, they saw a large ball of fire flash across the sky, followed by a cloud of black smoke. Immediately, a rumbling sound was heard, and the sound was very loud. The 2 of them were shocked and reacted at the same time. Old Man Chang immediately said, "No, this sound is not right. Why is it so loud? Do fireworks make such a loud sound? What are they doing?" If this thing lands in the middle of a crowd, it will kill people. Old Man Pai also swallowed in shock and said, "That's true. It's not a normal firework. I know what this is. This is the weapon that the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of War in Beijing haven't been researching. Good, the Zhang family really knows how to use this thing. This thing is clearly a weapon for killing people. The firecrackers they made before are definitely different from this thing. I don't believe that they didn't know the power of this thing when they were making firecrackers. Otherwise, why would they guard the workshop so closely?" Old Man Pai stopped swallowing his saliva. He was swallowed. Looking at the gradually dissipating black smoke in the sky, his whole body trembled, and his face felt numb. Old Man Chang also knew about this matter, but he did not understand why the Zhang family made these things. He asked, "Is the Zhang family thinking of rebelling? With such a good thing, the ordinary army will be in trouble, especially the horses. If they hear such a big noise, they will be scared to death." "What rebellion? With the Zhang family's small number of people? I don't know what they want to do. No, I have to ask. Let's go. If this matter is found out by someone with ulterior motives, it will be troublesome. The imperial court has not done anything yet, and they have already made this thing. What do you think the consequences will be?" Old Man Pai was not in the mood to go fishing. He wanted to figure out this matter as soon as possible. The two of them asked the people who followed them to pack up their things. They sat in the open car and rushed in that direction. While they were on their way, loud noises could be heard from the sky from time to time. They seemed to be getting louder and louder each time. The amount of smoke was also increasing, which meant that the amount of smoke was also increasing. The horse galloped for a while, but in the end, it didn't dare to go any further. No matter how hard the coachman tried, it was useless. Old Man Chang and Old Man Pai had no choice but to get out of the car and walk over. They wanted to know what the Zhang family was planning to do. When they were about to reach their destination, there was an even bigger commotion. However, it was not from the sky, but from the ground. After the two of them were seen by the people from the inner courtyard of the Zhang family, Wang Wan, who was doing experiments inside, came out to greet them. "Grandpa Zhang, Grandpa Bai, why are the two of you here? There's a lot of activity here. Let's go somewhere else." Wang Wan stood at the entrance of the courtyard and didn't move aside. She just said to the two old men, "You know how to make a big commotion? We knew it even when we were there. If we didn't come, wouldn't you have blown up the sky? Tell me, why are you so bold? Is that something you can take out so casually?" Old Man Bai said angrily. He even had a double meaning. Wang Wan naturally understood what he meant. However, she had to create enough things to protect her own people. Before that, she had to do some experiments. Seeing the two old men's concerned expressions, Wang Wan hesitated for a moment. In the end, she moved aside and said, "Grandpa Bai, Grandpa Zhang, I made something fun again. Come in and take a look." Since the two of them had come, Wang Wan couldn't stop them. She might as well take the initiative. Old Man Chang and Old Man Pai also came for this. They followed Wang Wan in and saw a bamboo tube on the ground that had been blown up. When the two of them were curious, before they could ask, Wang Wan took the initiative and said, "This is it. It's very fun. Someone, come and do it again like just now. Grandpa Bai, Grandpa Zhang, you can't tell anyone about this fun thing. Otherwise, it won't be fun anymore. Don't worry. We are all protecting you. We know what to say and what not to say," Old Man Pai said to Wang Wan when he saw the people over there busy. Those people from the inner courtyard brought over a new bamboo tube and fixed it at the bottom. Then, they brought over a big round firework and left the twisters outside. Then, they put it in and lit it. After that, they ran away as far as they could. With a bang, the bamboo tube sprayed a big fireball into the sky. It exploded in the sky with a bang. This time, it was closer, and the movement was louder than before. After doing this, the people from the inner courtyard stuffed a tube made of paper into the bamboo tube. They also lit the twists, and this time, it ran faster. When Old Man Chang opened his mouth and wanted to say something, another big fireball came out of the tube and exploded in the sky. Just as this fireball exploded, another one came out, and so on, 5 more came out in succession. The sky also exploded 5 times. Just as the people around were waiting for the 6th one to come out, the bamboo tube suddenly exploded. Wang Wan sighed in disappointment. She loosened the hand that was covering her ears and said, "It failed again." Normally, nothing happens when there are 30 fireworks, but this time, it's a little different. Why did 5 of the 10 fireworks come out? Last time, only 1 came out and then it exploded. What's the difference? The gunpowder burned too fast, and the twists inside were not connected properly. This won't do, we have to continue. Someone, bring the copper tube here. It's okay if it's heavy, but it's better than being blown up at any time. If this thing explodes, what will the people carrying it do? Old Man Chang and Old Man Pai listened to Wang Wan's muttering and began to sweat. Now, they finally knew what the Zhang family was doing. They were putting that thing in the tube and then carrying it on their shoulders. If the fireworks directly went up to the sky, then this thing could adjust its direction at any time. Even if it wasn't very accurate, there was no problem with the general range. If this thing was set off horizontally, and with the power of today's fireworks, it definitely wouldn't be used for viewing. It could explode and kill people. The Zhang family was definitely using it as a weapon. The 2 people didn't know why the Zhang family brought Wang Wan here to do this experiment, but this thing couldn't be wrong. Old Man Pai looked at Wang Wan and asked, "Can you tell us what this thing is?" "Fireworks, big fireworks, and this one can adjust its direction. It's a pity that this thing isn't finished yet. If it was finished, it wouldn't have exploded before it was shot out." Wang Wan explained to Old Man Chang and Old Man Pai with an innocent face. Old Man Chang and Old Man Pai nodded at the same time. Old Man Pai said, "I know this thing is called a firework, but can you tell us what the consequences will be if this firework is set off at a person?" "Set off at a person? Why should it be set off at a person? This thing can't be set off at a person. It's very dangerous, and it can easily explode and kill people." Now that you mention it, I just remembered that this thing is a bit too powerful. In the future, I'll have people make less of it. That's it. Wang Wan was still cute, but Old Man Chang and Old Man Pai didn't think she was cute anymore. This little girl actually lied in front of them without blushing. "Actually, I just want to ask you if this thing can be made into a weapon. You should know that the Imperial Court is still researching it, but they haven't been able to figure it out yet. You made it first, so how are you going to explain it?" Old Man Chang asked the truth. Wang Wan didn't continue to act like she didn't know anything like before. She said, "This thing can't be used as a weapon. It's just to scare people. If you really want to make it into a weapon, you need to continue researching it. My family made this thing to scare people. Don't be fooled by this thing. If you really want to use this thing to explode and kill people, you need to keep an eye on a person and release it. However, we can't be sure where it will fly after it's released. Especially during a war, this thing can't even fly as far as a bow and arrow. Who would use it as a weapon?" Wang Wan first introduced the shortcomings of this thing, and then said, "Unless you put some iron nails or something in it. When the time comes and it explodes, even if it can't directly kill people, those things will fly everywhere. If it flies to the throat or eyes, the power will be great. Even if it enters someone's stomach, legs, arms, and so on, it can affect the next battle." Yes, that's it. But our Zhang family doesn't like this. We want to do things well with others, so we won't use it as a weapon." After Wang Wan finished speaking, she looked at Old Man Chang and Old Man Pai and let them digest it. The 2 old men had been frightened by Wang Wan's words. Even if Wang Wan repeatedly emphasized that their family was peace-loving, the 2 old men no longer believed her. What peace-loving? Would a peace-loving person make such a thing? Who were they kidding? But the two old men were very happy. Just like what Wang Wan said, this thing might not be able to do anything directly, but as long as something else was added to it, it could cause great harm to people. Especially when it could be carried on one's shoulders. If everyone in their army carried some, they could use bows and arrows first. When the two sides charged, they would use this thing. The enemies facing them would immediately be beaten down, especially when facing cavalry. They would be scared off their horses and fall to the ground. Can you tell me how to use this thing? I have to help you settle this matter. After Old Man Pai understood the function of this thing, he began to ask for the recipe. Wang Wan nodded, then shook her head and said, I have the recipe, but Grandpa Bai, how are you going to send this recipe? Are you going to use a carrier pigeon or a military station? I won't say much about how precious this recipe is. If something happens along the way, and the people from other countries get it, what do you think we should do at that time? That's right, this recipe cannot be leaked. Otherwise, it would be over. If the surrounding countries that didn't dare to go to war knew about this recipe, they would definitely make a lot of them and attack us. But Zhao Hai didn't expect this. He didn't expect that this recipe would be leaked. Otherwise, it would be over. He didn't expect this. The two old men were in a dilemma. Wang Wan said, I don't think the imperial court is in a hurry. When we go back, we can just bring it over. It won't take long. It's almost done when the construction of Lu Zhou is completed. Moreover, during this time, we can continue to improve this method and find a better recipe. When that time comes, the imperial court won't have to waste any more effort. Naturally, we'll be the ones who understand it the best. Although Wang Wan said this, she had already decided in her heart that in the future, those more powerful things could not be easily known by others. Otherwise, would they not be sent to the imperial court? No matter what, she had to leave some backup plans in her family. Old Man Chang and Old Man Pai really did not have any better ideas. They nodded at the same time and prepared to leave so that the Zhang family could continue with the experiment. As soon as they turned around, before Wang Wan could breathe a sigh of relief, the two old men turned back at the same time. They looked at Wang Wan and asked, Your fleet seems to be different from before. What do you want to do? The two old men only remembered this question when they turned around, so they asked again with tacit understanding. Nothing much. We'll go out to sea and have a look. If we can find something good, we'll bring it back. If there's something delicious, I'll leave it for Grandpa Zhang and Grandpa Bai to eat slowly, Wang Wan said to the two old men with a smile. When the two old men heard Wang Wan's words, they were very touched. She would think of them whenever there was something good, but they always felt that things were not so simple. Old Man Chang stared at Wang Wan with all his might. Wang Wan blinked her big eyes and looked back at him in confusion. Okay, tell us the truth. What exactly are you planning to do? Also, why did you bring those things? There are still so many kinds of dried fruits, so many kinds of rice, and even tools for distilling wine, such as kelp. Why didn't you bring them before? Old Man Chang saw that he could not see anything from Wang Wan's eyes, so he could only ask directly. Wang Wan made an expression of understanding, Oh. So that's what it is. This is prepared for going out to sea, but it's not going to the capital according to the previous route. It's going to sail far away in the sea. Maybe we can find other places, just like Japan. In the beginning, who knew that there was such a place? Didn't someone go there by boat, or people from the other side came by boat and found it? We're just preparing to see if we can find other places like this. If we find them, we can do business with them if there's someone there. Wang Wan's words were all guesses, and she was not so sure. The two old men finally could not find any flaws in her words. No matter how they thought about it, they would never have thought that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already decided on a place and wanted to start a war. Old Man Pai pondered for a moment and said, So that's how it is. But you let them go out to sea. What if they encounter danger? Those things are the preparation for them to go further, right? Yes, that's it. The water at sea can't be drunk, so they can get water with those distilled things. Those fruits are to prevent diseases, and so are the others. I don't know how long they will go out this time. If they are blown away by a strong wind and lose their direction, they have to look for more before they can come back. How can they not be prepared? Wang Wan didn't hide this matter. Of course, she didn't say what kind of illness these things were used to treat. Anyway, she just knew that they would get sick. Old man Chang was also listening to them. When Wang Wan finished explaining, he said, "If you really meet people there, can you speak the language of the other side? What if they fight?" "Yes, we can't speak the language of the other side. We can't even speak the language of the people who live in the mountains. I'm really worried. If they bully us, we will be beaten as soon as we get there. We don't have any good ideas. Let's think about it and tell Grandpa Zhang and Grandpa Bai when we come up with something." Wang Wan also showed a worried expression and followed Old Man Chang's words. "What are you thinking about? Didn't you make those fireworks so that you won't be taken advantage of when you go to other places? You should have thought of this a long time ago. The Zhang family is only willing to take out their hidden things when they are forced to do things to that extent. Wan Wan, tell me the truth. Do you think that the place you're going to will have a forest, or a lot of them? And there will be a lot of locals there?" Old Man Pai suddenly interrupted and asked Wang Wan. "I don't know. Who knows what the place we are going to look like? Maybe we won't even find land," Wang Wan answered in confusion. "No, you must know. Otherwise, why would your family's Miao protection team go into the mountains to train? What does it mean to be able to create such a powerful firework here? It means that you must know something about the other side. Forget it. If you don't want to say it, don't say it. You will know when you come back. Remember to keep the good things for me and Old Man Chang." Old Man Pai was not a fool. As a person who could sit in the position of minister, how could he not know about the things that had been exposed? He immediately connected all the clues together. At this time, he was really convinced. He had no choice but to be convinced. When the Zhang family was doing things here, at first, he felt that they had changed a little. That was, they were interlocking with each other. Over here, they only took out measures to deal with problems when they encountered them. Who knew that the Zhang family was making a bigger plan? No wonder they had to build such a big pier, no wonder they had to build such a big dock, no wonder they had to train the troops here, and no wonder they took out such explosive weapons. It turned out that everything was for the last step. One could imagine what would happen when they really went there and found land and people. Every place in the Tang Empire might have different specialties. Some were beautiful, and some could be used as medicinal materials. Who knew what good things there were over there? The Zhang family had gone out to make a lot of money. Good ability. It was just that he did not know when this plan started. If it was arranged when Zhang Zhong was the provincial governor over there, it was really too scary. Thinking of this, Old Man Bai's expression turned ugly. He was frightened. Such a grand plan was not something that he could figure out. He was a person who had once been a minister. If he could not figure it out, then the abilities of the two experts from the Zhang family could only be imagined. They even knew what diseases were prone to when they went out to sea, and had even made the necessary preparations. Old Man Bai's expression turned ugly. Old Man Zhang, who was beside him, was so frightened that he trembled. In the beginning, he didn't think as much as Old Man Bai. Now that Old Man Bai had said it out loud, even if he didn't know, he would know. He also heard about the Zhang family in Sanshui County and Huayuan County. As long as they did something that seemed to be unconnected, there must be a connection between them. In the end, they made things bigger and bigger, to the point that no one dared to think about it. Now it seemed that it was the same. It was just that he did not know whether the Zhang family's current actions were the last step or just a part of a plan. He could not guess, but it was most likely a part of a plan. Probably only after Zhang Zhong left here would he know the result of this plan. He thought that it would be like before, scaring a lot of people. The two old men looked at each other, nodded to Wang Wan, and left without saying anything. Wang Wan stood in the yard and watched the two men leave. She smiled and said to herself, guess as much as you can. If Xiao Bao's plan could be seen through directly, then he would not be Zhang Xiaobao. Humph, even I don't know what will happen in the end. You want to guess? Chapter 522. Old Man Pai originally didn't want to think about this matter, but after Old Man Chang said this, he couldn't help but think about it. After thinking for a while, he said, it shouldn't be, right? Even if the Zhang family found a place there, how could they have so many people to build a country? Using local people? They don't speak the same language as the locals, so they won't be able to do that in a short time. Think about it. The Zhang family will have a hard time dealing with the locals once they get there. If they really want to establish a country, won't the great Tang attack them? Why should we beat them up? It's not like that's the land of the great Tang. Do they really think that the entire world belongs to the great Tang? Moreover, we're not familiar with that place, and they can just slowly familiarize themselves with it. How could there be no one? There were already quite a number of people in their family. There's also the people from Zhuangzi in Sanshui County. If it were someone else, the people might not follow them. However, if the Zhang family wants the villagers to follow them, I believe they won't hesitate at all. Apart from that, there's also the people in Luzhou. If Zhang Zhong makes a call, how many of the people here will follow him? Old Man Chang understood and explained the advantages of the Zhang family. He thought for a while and said, how do you know that the Zhang family can't beat those locals? Didn't you see it just now? In order to go to other places, the Zhang family began to make weapons that could be carried on their shoulders. The Zhang family was able to make such a weapon the first time they were on guard. Do you think that the Zhang family wouldn't be able to come up with something even more powerful during the second battle? Just like what you said in your letter, the Zhang family made firecrackers in order to make money. The Zhang family blew up the other side of the river so that the water could pass through easily. This is exactly what we discussed during our discussion. As long as there is a need, the Zhang family will make it. You see, there isn't much to it now because they don't have that kind of need yet. Look at the pier and the seawall. The Zhang family needs it, so the cement is produced. They want to make more clairvoyance. The Zhang family needs it, so the glass is produced. Was there anything they wouldn't do? I'm really scared. If they establish a country there and turn around to attack Great Tang, wouldn't we become sinners? We've been protecting them all this time, especially you. You even participated in the matter of Zhang Zhong becoming the top scorer. The more Old Man Chang spoke, the smoother his words became. Towards the end, his expression changed. If the Zhang family and the Wang family suddenly didn't come back, the loss wouldn't be limited to the money earned from those transactions. Old Man Chang believed that without the Zhang family, those transactions would eventually become worse and worse. The most important thing was to lose two masters. That would be the most unbearable thing. If the masters worked for Great Tang, then Great Tang would have already destroyed those small countries that had been enduring. But now, they could only let them exist, and there wasn't any good way to deal with them. Old Man Pai also felt a lot of pressure now. He also thought of this problem. He was protecting the Zhang family, so he couldn't be sure what the Zhang family was thinking. He could only think of some situations in a positive way. This way, he would feel more comfortable. If one day the Zhang family really established a country in another place, his family would have to take the blame for the Zhang family. Considering these things, Old Man Pai took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He said, I don't think the Zhang family will do this. Otherwise, they wouldn't let us know. What are they going to do? The more people who know, the more danger there is. Do they think that we can always protect them? I believe they also understand why I protect them. One reason is that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are too sensible. Another reason is that Zhang Zhong can always let the people live a good life with the help of the Zhang family. Most importantly, the two masters of the Zhang family can bring more benefits to Great Tang. If they have any thoughts of betrayal, as long as I have the ability, the first one to deal with them will be me. How can the two masters of the Zhang family not understand? Even if they understand, they still told us the secret. This is to tell us that they won't do anything bad to us. Sometimes, some things depend on the person. The people of the Zhang family aren't that ambitious. I think what they do is the same as you and me. They are all doing it for the country. Otherwise, why would they give up the propeller? Why would they give up the jib sail technology? Old Man Pai could only let himself think like this. Otherwise, he would be driven crazy by this matter. Even if Old Man Chang still had doubts in his heart, he had to admit that what the Zhang family did was indeed for the country and for the people. Since a few years ago, they had slowly improved the lives of the people in their places. They even specially built hospitals. If they were more ruthless, they would have earned all the money. However, they didn't do that. They tried their best to arrange for the people to do things for them, so that they could earn more income. They also thought of ways to increase the grain production. They had given up any benefit that they could give up. Only those who kept an eye on them knew how much of an impact their actions had on the Great Tang and how many benefits they had brought to the country. There was no second official or businessman like this in the Great Tang. If they really had other intentions, they would have kept more secrets. He believed that the two masters of the Zhang family would have been able to achieve their goals. Why would they give up all the good things? After thinking about it, Old Man Chang's mood improved. He said, "They are indeed good people. Even if they have made a lot of money themselves, just look at the little prince. If they weren't good people, how could the little prince become so caring for the people? How many princes and marquises are free and unfettered all day long? But Li Sun has followed them and put his thoughts on the people. They can make money because of their ability, not because of other reasons. Especially Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. These two little guys know how to care for people. If I didn't take care of them like they did, would have given up long ago. When they came, I already felt that I couldn't take it anymore. But those doctors and their usual diet helped me to heal the discomfort in my body. I had already taught them how to raise pigeons. I was useless to them, but they had been taking care of me all this time. And those old men and women who have no one to take care of them. They specially built a nursing home for the elderly and made so many games to help them relieve their boredom. In addition, this is a playground for the children. How could such people do such a disgraceful thing? I believe in them. I will continue to protect them in the future." Old Man Chang came to a conclusion. For a moment, the two of them were in a good mood again. When it was time to fish, they would fish. When it was time to argue, they would not relax. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao came up with a plan. He found Wang Wan and began to discuss with her when to send people out and how to come back. They had to think about it carefully. They just had to wait a few times. "Xiaobao, we just scared Grandpa Zhang and Grandpa Bai. I don't know what they will think. Maybe they will think that we are going to rebel. What should we do now?" When Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao coming over, she began to tell Zhang Xiaobao what had just happened. After hearing this, Zhang Xiaobao also began to think about this matter. This matter was not serious. If it was not serious, it would easily cause the two old men to have a heart attack. This would not do. After thinking for a while, he said, "How about this? After we find the place, we will find a way to get the imperial court involved. This way, they won't have to worry. First, we will finish this arrangement. Then, we will find the two of them and tell them. We can't let them get sick. We still hope that they will live for a few more years." Zhang Xiaobao knew that he and Wang Wan had no intention of rebelling. How tiring was it to be an emperor? There was no free time in the whole day. Rather than this, it was better to guard their own place and slowly live a good life. As for when it developed to a certain extent, the pressure from some individuals was nothing. They just had to fight together and treat it as a game. What was there to be afraid of? Only the incompetent would escape and run to other places to establish themselves as kings. The capable ones would follow the waves and eliminate the sand. Zhang Xiaobao did not think that he and Wang Wan were not capable enough, so he would not choose to run outside to establish a family. What was the point of that? If they wanted to change something, they would participate and change it. It was the most fun to be with everyone. Moreover, the two of them did not dislike this Tang Dynasty era. If it was another dynasty, the two of them might think of a way. Naturally, they could not rebel now. If they had the time, they would think of ways to help the Tang Dynasty advance further. Wang Wan also understood Zhang Xiaobao's thoughts. She had discussed with Zhang Xiaobao not to rebel and to bring more places into the Tang Dynasty's map. At that time, the two of them could safely guard their money and live a stable life. Of course, if the Tang Dynasty attacked a country, or if a country took the initiative to attack, the two of them would take the time to participate. Everyone would fight together. Considering these things, Wang Wan began to discuss the specific matters with Zhang Xiaobao. They had to make sure that nothing went wrong. Xiaobao, when the time comes, let Grandpa Zhang and Grandpa Bai go out to sea and see if their bodies can bear it. After all, it is not like when we came here. We can walk all the way along the shore. There is a waterway that takes many days to walk there. There is nothing around. After the discussion was almost done, Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao knew that if they did that, the two of them would be more relieved. After thinking for a while, he said, "It seems that this boat is not good now. When we build a bigger boat in the future, there will be no problem. Let's go and find Grandpa Bai and Grandpa Zhang to chat." After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he pulled Wang Wan to find Old Man Chang and Old Man Pai. The two old men had almost thought it through, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not know. They still had to comfort them. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if the two of them had a psychological problem. At this time, it was already afternoon. After a while, it would be dark. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived at the two old men's fishing spot, the two of them had already harvested a lot. They were talking and laughing there, looking very relaxed. "Grandpa Bai, Grandpa Zhang, you actually caught so much. This is great. We will have something good to eat tonight." Wang Wan jumped over and said to the two old men. Zhang Xiaobao also ran over and said, "It just so happens that Wang Wan and I don't have anything to do tonight, so the two of us will personally cook the fish. There must be some braised fish, some steamed fish, and some fish soup." When the two old men saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan coming over, they were very happy. Old Man Pai touched Zhang Xiaobao's head and said, "That's really good. Old Man Chang and I will have a good meal. It will be great if we can eat the food that you two make every day in the future." Old Man Chang also laughed. He grabbed a handful of melon seeds from the side and gave them to Wang Wan. He said, "Eat more. You have to grow strong." When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw that the two old men didn't mention that matter, they looked at each other. It was up to the two of them to mention it. Wang Wan said to the two old men, "We actually want to make good food for Grandpa Zhang and Grandpa Bai every day, but that won't do. I still have to take care of the new weapon. If our people go there and they are directly attacked by the local people without saying anything, we have to have some means to defend ourselves. The main thing is that we have too few people. We only have so few people, and we still have to add young Master Li's people. The first time we go there, we will explore the road. When we find this road, if someone bullies us, we will ask the imperial court to send troops. Grandpa Bai, when that time comes, you have to help us talk to the imperial court. Otherwise, we won't be able to get troops. The people who have just been recruited are not of any use yet. Only the powerful people from the imperial court can be useful. Once we occupy that place, we will need the imperial court to send some people to that place to see if there are any good minerals there. What if there is gold or something like that? Those things can't be mined by us, right? We need the imperial court to send people to do it. But first, we have to say that the imperial court doesn't allow us to collect taxes on the business we do there. If they want to collect taxes, they can only pay us after we transport the goods over. Otherwise, we can't make money. As soon as Wang Wan finished speaking, Zhang Xiaobao also said, "That's right. We can't be in charge of that place by ourselves. Maybe there are some mountain people there. When the time comes, the imperial court should turn that place into the Tang Empire's land and send people to manage it. However, we have to think carefully about the person in charge. We can't let him stay there forever, and we can't let him bring his family. Generally speaking, it would be about 2 to 3 years. When the time comes, we have to change the person immediately. We have to be especially worried about the officials sent there. If he keeps saying that there is a war there and that's why he can't come back, then we have to get him back. This is to prevent him from raising bandits outside and slowly developing his own power. If he wants to rebel, we can't do anything about it. We have to do it well. We can also send people to check on him frequently. My family's caravan will also be in charge of collecting information. I estimate that he will go back and forth once every few months. If he doesn't come back even once, we have to prepare for war. Something must have happened there. Also, Grandpa Bai can think of a way to find some people who are very loyal to the country and send them to help with things. That way, we can restrict each other." After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that if Grandpa Zhang and Grandpa Bai still couldn't understand the meaning behind his and Wang Wan's words, they would have lived for nothing. Sure enough, after Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said what they wanted, Old Man Chang and Old Man Pai were shocked. The two of them looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and didn't know what to say for a moment. Old Man Pai and Old Man Chang understood that they must have gone to look for Wang Wan today. Wang Wan told the Zhang family about it. The Zhang family was afraid that the two of them would be worried, so they asked the two of them to come over and say such things. What they said couldn't be clearer. That was, the Zhang family didn't want to occupy that place themselves in the future and needed the imperial court to send people. In this way, the Zhang family could still rebel. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already told them the method to prevent a rebellion. Although they wouldn't have a good understanding of that place if they kept changing people, this way, in such a short time, if they changed the generals and soldiers, they wouldn't have much time to prepare for a rebellion. Not to mention, their families were still there. If they used several methods together, they believed that the officials there would know what to do. In particular, the Zhang family's caravan would go there in the future. It just so happened that there would be more eyes and ears. If something happened to the other caravan, the Zhang family couldn't. As long as anything happened to the Zhang family's caravan, they could immediately prepare to send troops. In this way, that place could really become a place of the Tang Empire. This was really great. Not only were they happy, but the emperor was also happy. The two old men looked at each other, then looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, and nodded. Old Man Pai asked softly, "Then if there are other caravans going there, won't your family's business be affected?" When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard this, they knew that the two old men were relieved and were now thinking about their own families. The two of them had already thought about this matter, and Zhang Xiaobao was the one to answer. "My family has also thought about what Grandfather Bai is thinking about, but we aren't worried. There are so many riches in this world. If we only think about making money, not only will we not make money in the end, we might even lose our lives. It's better to let others join in so that everyone can make money together. No matter how powerful my family is, it's impossible for us to control so many goods, unless we don't tell others where that place is. That's only possible in the early stage. When others find out that our family has a special way to make money, one of them will come to attack us, and the other will be to build ships to follow us. This is not the most worrying thing. If one day my family has more wealth than the entire Tang Empire, Grandfather Bai, what do you think the consequences will be? My family is not stupid. So, my family has decided that when this road is really opened, we will discuss with the imperial court and let them form a caravan to follow us. That way, the imperial court will have money. After saying this, Zhang Xiaobao picked up the teacup beside him and drank a few mouthfuls. It was too difficult to explain that he had no ambition. At this time, Old Man Chang and Old Man Pai understood everything. They realized that their previous fear was unnecessary. Look at the Zhang family. They thought so well. They did not infringe on the interests of others at all. They even thought of the imperial court when doing business. The Zhang family could say that they would not let their family's wealth surpass the entire Tang Empire, which meant that they knew how to protect themselves. However, Old Man Chang still wanted to tease Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, so he asked, if your family really has a lot of money, and the imperial court uses a lot of money in the war, and your family happens to have more money than the Tang Empire, what will your family do? At this time, Wang Wan interrupted and said, Grandpa Zhang, don't worry. Our family's money will definitely not be returned by the imperial court. If the imperial court needs to fight, my family will directly take out a lot of money and then secretly send it to the imperial court through some channels. Yes, secretly. We will not let other people know. Even some officials with low positions will not know. That money will be the imperial court's, not our family's. We will always adjust like this. We will not let the imperial court be unable to do other things because of money. Grandpa Zhang, do you understand? In fact, we don't care who has more money than us. We just like the process of making money. This includes all kinds of calculations and new ideas. This is what we pursue. When money reaches a certain level, it's not just money anymore. It's just a number. With the way our family spends money, we can't spend that much money at all. Maybe we will use a lot of money in the name of the imperial court to build roads and bridges. In short, our family doesn't want a good reputation. A little reputation is enough. We don't want to be as rich as a country. That needs to be guaranteed by military force. Good, really good. If you can think like this, then your Zhang family and Wang family will no longer have to worry about anyone daring to touch you. Indeed, as you said, when money reaches a certain level, it will be impossible to spend it all. It will also make others jealous. Then take it out. My words are right here. If your family really does that, nothing will happen to you even if you go against a prince. After listening to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Old Man Pai was really relieved. These two masters even thought about this matter. It was not easy. Since they had done so, he should write something to the emperor. He did not want to wait until something happened to the Zhang family and Wang family. Who asked them to be so good at making money? There was no other way. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.